Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, but it's Friday, so it's Super Bowl Game almost Saturday. But the end of the week is finally here. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, as we're pointing out. We'll be on Friday next week as well. I have commitments I have to handle as far as Saturday for this week and next week, so in that case, we don't have a Saturday show. But I do want to do a weekly show, and I definitely want to do it for tonight because we're coming back to a game that actually is the first game that I ever played on this show using the current mic equipment that I've got. It's a game that, when we did it, I didn't do audio checks back then. That was 5 years ago when we did it. So I said, I think I could do this game a bit better as far as that, and also with the new direction we have the show over the past couple of years of saying, hey, let's go deep into the guts of gaming more so by saying who made these games, how did some of these games come to be. And it's also something that for this game we're playing tonight, we also did give another look at this a couple years ago. I had other audio problems going on with that one regarding the previous PC we were using for the program. Well, Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight for the show. I'm just going into a little bit of backstory of our past experiences with the game we're going to be playing, one game that's going to be highlighting what we got tonight, because this is going to be a bit of an inadvertent showcase. But it's for the purpose of delivering a game that I provided to Electverse back in 2021. It was the first show I ever recorded with the Samsung G-Track Pro. I'm using it again this week after we had a mic drop out when we played Mega Man X last week, only because this is technically something that was a viewer request. It wasn't the day when I did this before. I don't want anything to go wrong with it. And also when I did my test, I think I had the port swapped, so the mic went out. But if it goes out, let me know, and I'll fix it. I just don't want to use the newer mic as a guinea pig on tonight's show because it's something that technically someone was asking for. But as I said, it's a game we played before. It's a game I showed again as far as an extra case when we did Daytona USA. I had mic problems going on with the laptop that was going on as far as the show. I got a newer one of those. We haven't had that problem ever since then. But tonight we're going to do this game. We're going to do it a bit better. We're going to celebrate 30 years of this game and 35 years of the franchise it's a part of. We're looking at Sonic the Fighters. This was released in June of 1996 in Japan. In the arcades. In the US, it got a release, but it was very limited, and I never saw it until probably 2020. Went to MagFest, where they wheeled in an arcade cabinet of it, because they changed the name when it came here to Sonic Championship. It's a fighting game from Sega and AM2, who developed it. AM2 is known for Virtua Fighter 2, in particular, Virtua Fighter 1, all the Virtua Fighters, except the next one's coming out. Fighting Vipers, and actually for this one, the people who made Fighting Vipers actually came up with a reason as to why Sonic the Fighters exists. And for this show, I said, I want to do Sonic the Fighters more. I want to go deeper into the guts of this one. But I'm also turning into a little bit of an impromptu showcase of Sega AM2 ports, for the most part. There are two that are not from AM2. I realized I was doing my notes and my audio tests. But also, I do want to look at Fighting Vipers for this one, too, because haven't we looked at all three of these games on the line before? And a link to those shows. With Sonic the Fighters, I have a new playlist that'll be uploaded or linked to below when I edit this in a couple of days. Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers, we looked at our fighting game showcase. That was also a while ago. So I figured we can use that. And then for the other games I got on tap tonight, I have Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and Miraculous. I downloaded it off of Game Pass because it's available to play on that. It's part of the Like a Dragon or the Yakuza franchise. It has a lot of classic Sega arcade gaming goodness, and I want to show it off, because it does sort of tangentially connect with this, and also to give you a little bit more of a variety show. But the main focus, I mentioned, is Sonic the Fighters. I mentioned released in 1996 in arcades. It was going to come home to the Sega Saturn, but it was canceled. They didn't give a reason as to why, but I think the poor performance of the Sega Saturn in the US in particular, and sort of in Europe, was part of the reason why. Sega was thinking maybe we'd release this in Japan, but they said, no, we're not gonna. And the only connection sort of this is a tie in Fighters Mega Mix, which is on Sega Saturn, which actually owned the Japanese version of. We could show that at some point. But since it didn't come out for Saturn, it would have been interesting to see that, because Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers both got Saturn ports. They're both very good versions. You think maybe Sonic the Fighters could get it, but alas, no. So for the US, we had to wait as far as a home version. Actually, if you were looking for a home version, you had to wait for about 7 years later, until 2005. That's when Sonic Gems Collection came out on the GameCube. It was only on the GameCube in the US, but Europe and Japan got it on the PlayStation 2 as well. It had this game headlining it in particular, but then it got another release, the one we're going to be looking at. It came out on November 27th of 2012 for the PlayStation 3, and the day after, November 28th, on Xbox 360. It's worth pointing out, You can't buy this game anymore on 360. Let me show you something. I'm going to hit start button. I'm going to go into the game card. We're going to go into the store as far as this. I'm like, why this get delisted? Well, I'll talk about that in a second. If you go in the Microsoft store on this one, it says not sold separately. Yeah, as I mentioned, this game got delisted. This was $5 as far as being able to download this. You can still download on PS3 because 20 years after the PS3, people don't remember that the PS3 exists, including Sega. So all the games they put up there, with one exception, are still up there. They didn't get delisted. Although you'd think, why would this be delisted? It's from Sega. It's Sonic. There's no licensed material going to this the way Sonic 3 or Sonic Knuckles was. But, okay, when I say it was delisted, I'm half right. Because it's delisted to buy alone for $5. But it is part of the Sonic the Hedgehog Legacy Bundle. It's a $60 download that comes with the HD version of Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 and their DLC. Sonic 4 Episode 1, Sonic 4 Episode 2, as well as Sonic the Fighter, so that is included in there, as well as the Xbox 360 version of Sonic Generations and its DLC. They listed the latter when Sonic X Shadow Generations came around, and on the PC, people brought up a question of saying, hey, the mod community on that PC version is amazing, can't keep it around. They said, okay, we'll keep it around, we'll delist it on its own, but it's within this bundle. So if you do want to get it, you can pick this up for $60 on your Xbox One or Xbox Series S or X. You actually can't download this on 360 anymore because the store turned off years ago. But the other thing also, there is one other port of this, which is directly porting this one, and that's an important distinction. That came out within Lost Judgment, which is on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series S and X, and also in Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. We actually did show that version as far as the latter one before, but then we had audio problems as far as how it was. Like, oh god, no. And that was when I did Daytona USA, the first one. I was like, oh god, I was horrified when I came back and heard that. So, you know what that means. If we had problems with it before, it's on the table to return again. But Sonic the Fighter is a different case, because when we did it years ago, I didn't really have audio problems per se. But because I had the mic going on and I didn't do audio checks as far as it the way I used to, or I do now, I didn't have it going correctly. My old device had it where the game volume would rise and fall depending upon my talking. Now it doesn't do that anymore, so now I have the volume set so that it's going to basically mix properly when I'm speaking. And so you'll hear it, but also neither one of us are going to drown out. I did a couple of audio tests on this one to get set for this. So that's going to be what we're going to do. Most of our focus is going to be on Sonic the Fighters. I'm going to go deeper on this one than we went last time. And Dolly, since you jumped in, if we were to go into memories on Sonic the Fighters, did you play it? And also get ready to talk about other Sega arcade games that we've taken a look at. We'll look at those a little later. And we had this in a couple days. I'll have timestamps down below of every game in particular, so you can take a quick look at what you want to see. But it is going to be a little bit of a showcase, not to be replacing the showcase we normally do as far as this year. Because usually, or this time of the year, I should say, because our May compilation program is coming at the end of the month. Usually it was either on Memorial Day weekend or on Cinco de Mayo weekend. That would be now. But as far as that, we're pushing it back. But we got some goodness going on. It's also arcade-based. So in that case, we can get ourselves set as far as Sonic the Fighters and go in. I've never played it. Yeah, given the way it was released and was only in arcades, that makes sense as far as how it is. It doesn't have a whole lot of versions. Having said that, I was curious to play this when it came out. Just sort of Sonic fighting game. First it seemed weird. I was like, okay, what's that all about? But I said, alright, let's see what this is about, but it was no home version until Sonic Gems Collection came out. I bought Sonic Gems Collection, minimally kind of against my will, because I was really mad that the PlayStation 2 version didn't come out in the US. Because I said, it's a fighting game. Playing fighting games with the GameCube controller is a weird one. I took a shot at basically every fighting game that's not Super Smash Bros. When play with that controller. Although Soul Calibur 2 that we demoed did play pretty well, and I think the idea is that Soul Calibur 2 is just that great a fighting game that I'm okay playing it as far as how it was. Sonic the Fighter's question, and I did not like this game at all when I first played it, but I don't think I was looking at this game correctly or within the right mindset. I do want to go into that because in some ways it's sort of a me problem, but it's also a case where I can also understand why people might not like this, but also why they might. Now, one thing I'm going to quickly do, because this release, which also is the same one that is in the in Lost Judgment and also in Like a Dragon, The Man Who Erased His Name, it has some options going into stuff which I want to go into briefly. It goes as far as how to play. Basically, it's like Virtua Fighter as far as it, and that was my mistake. I'd compare this to Virtua Fighter directly, but it's not exactly the same case. It has punching, kicking, and guarding the way that game does, although it's actually barrier, not guarding. and you're basically running on those icons down there. You hold a barrier up, but if you get hit too many times, it'll break. And if you run out of them, you can't block for the rest of the match and the rest of the match set. So if it's a case, it's basically 3. So if that's the case, you're not going to be able to block for the rest of it unless you turn on an option that lets you recover at the end of the battle. You also have hyper mode that goes on that kind of turns you in an invincibility state and gives you extra moves, and also kind of dodging, which is something that Virtua Fighter 3, which we're going to look at tonight as well, introduced a bit differently. Use the punch, kick, and block buttons. You hit them at the same time, and you're able to do a dodge. And if you time that correctly, you kind of get your enemy a little confused about what's going on. As far as those controls, they can be set up to whatever you want. The way I have it set is I have the Y button as kick. I have B as punch and block. When you hit those at the same time, that's a throw. So you can precisely put that to a button. I punch on X button. I block on A button. The dodge is on the left bumper. Left trigger is punch and kick, which has a different command as far as that. I also have the throw on right bumper as well. And then kick and block, which is a stronger kick attack. I put that on the right trigger. But you can set this to whatever you want. As far as your settings, also you have your options of music and sound effects. And screen size, you can go normal as far as how it's going. You have full, which is going 16:9, which was not designed around, but also you have largeness, which is basically the 4:3 aspect ratio that's correct for it. You also turn on autosave. You can also brighten the game up more or less. I already brightened it up as far as my text stuff. And you have saving for this one as far as going into this. And also achievements. The achievements in this game are insanely easy to get. I've already gotten all of them. In fact, when I got it, I got every achievement for this game the day it came out, or the day I bought it on... that was actually only a couple months before we did it for the show the first time, which was in March of 2021. But January 10th of 2021, I got every single achievement out of this, especially because they tell you how to get some of these. A couple are pretty basic, saying go through a fight without taking any damage, complete level 1, destroy all the barriers of an opponent while you're playing arcade or offline versus, and there's online for this, although I don't know if there are people playing it nowadays. Beat stage 2 during the story mode, stage 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That goes to stage 8. We'll get to that later. Small transformation. There's an attack that Amy Rose has. You press down the punch button. They're even telling you in this, by the way, if you turn small by being attacked by Amy pressing down and punch in arcade mode, you get an achievement for that. And the last one is unlocking a hidden character that has to do with fighting Vipers. They also explicitly tell you, go to the arcade mode or offline versus, press start, Amy Rose select, and you play as Honey the Cat. So you can go in here. It's not like secret achievements to tell you, keep playing to find out what this is. They tell you, like, just go get this. This is an easy completion game if you're going for achievements as far as it. So that's one thing to keep in mind, but the game itself has some interesting stuff going on as is. I'm going to load this up. You can also set difficulty of easy, normal, hard, hardest, round counts between best of 3, 4, 5, or... Oh, no, it's just number of rounds to win, I should say. Time limit of 30, 60, or 99 seconds, or 10 seconds. Attack power basically increases how powerful your attacks are, so matches can go faster or slower. Number of barriers you have, and game type. This lets you set up how the barriers reset as far as it. So you can set it so that the barriers will not reset after each round. They do not... Hold on. It's... Right, when you pull hyper mode on, you can use barriers with it, and they do not reset after each round. They don't reset after each round, but you can't use it in hyper mode, or you can have them reset in between rounds for hyper mode and non-hyper mode. The way I'm going to do this, I'm going to go type A. That's the default as far as the green. I'm going to get this started because I do want to talk about the setup of this. You're probably wondering how this come about. It also technically is the first 3D Sonic game when you really want to look at it, because Sonic Adventure hadn't come out yet. It was like still a couple years off. Had the story of the revenge of Dr. Robotonic. They did spell that wrong as far as it. He tried to take over the world with Death Egg again, and he's up in space, so somebody has to go up there and get him, but the rocket that Tails has is a single-seater only, so only one person can go up there. They're 8 Chaos Emeralds. Wait a second. The 8th Chaos Emerald that Sonic Adventure 2 introduced was not going to be a factor for 5 more years. All of the Sonic characters are fighting for the right to be able to go up there and stop Eggman, and that's the idea of what the setup of this game is, but as far as how this game come about. As I mentioned, this is developed by AM2, seeing that nice AM2 tree logo going on there. So of course, made Space Harrier, Hang On, Outrun, Power Drift, Super Hang On, Burning Rival, Daytona USA 1 and 2, all the Virtua Fighters until the 6th one, which is actually by the people who made, or will be by the people who made Yakuza. As well as Fighting Vipers, Shenmue, Outrigger, Outrun 2, and Ghost Squad. It is, of course, the company of Yu Suzuki. He's not with Sega or AM2 anymore. Back in the day, he was heavy as far as all of these cases. There's Sonic and Being the Dynamite, we'll talk about who he is a little later, and I'll also show off every character this time, which did not do last time. As far as the way this game came around, it was because of Fighting Vipers this game exists, because one of that game's character designers, that being Masahiro Sugiyama, who along with doing character design on Fighting Vipers and this, also did character design on Virtua Strikers, the soccer game of Sega, as well as Fighters Mega Mix, and did graphic support on Pokemon Channel for GameCube. He was kind of bored as far as one day with his work, not the case of saying like he wasn't enjoying making AM2 games, but it's like, you know what, maybe I can get a setup of saying, what if we put Sonic the Hedgehog and Tails, because seeing Tails and Amy Rose fighting here, into Fighting Vipers. And he said, oh, let me just do this as a lark. Let me add him in. Yu Suzuki saw that he was doing it. He produced this game, by the way. And he said, that's really interesting. Maybe we can bring this to market. And he said, well, all right, that's a possibility, but we do want to have the sign-off of the Sonic team. Because, of course, Sonic team made Sonic to start with. It was Yuji Naka who was still involved with that company as far as it was still involved with Sega at the time. They went to him and they were concerned. They said, wait a second, Sonic and friends beating each other up. We talked about this with Shadow the Hedgehog, the case of what's the family-friendly nature of Sonic really looking like, or what was it going to look like? Would it be a case that a fighting game would be antithetical to it? And keep in mind, also, this is 12 years before Sonic appeared in Super Smash Bros. Brawl for the Wii. They presented it to Yuji Naka. He said, I like the setup of this, and he was looking as, I think of what you're seeing here, which is that, okay, it's not a bloody fighting game. You're basically knocking rings out of people, as far as, like with Sonic, as far as how it is. You're in Mushroom Hill Zone from Sonic and Knuckles. You have these character animations that are kind of very stretchy and also very expressive. So you're seeing, it's not necessarily a painful game to look at, but you're seeing Being the Dynamite throwing bombs at Sonic. His eyes are having like the squiggly eyes going. He's like hey, I'm getting hurt. Perhaps like, ugh. Basil doing a smirk. He's like spinning around him. He's like, oh, I'm getting dizzy. And he falls over and you have the ding ding. So it was like a boxing game a little bit as far as it. So they said, yeah, that's the idea. And they brought it to market. And we also have some other characters. One who is part of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, that being Naku Weasel, or as known at the time, Fang the Sniper. They've since renamed him to Fang the Hunter. I guess they don't want to have the sniper perspective going on as far as it. And he's also the most broken character in this game, feasibly, because he brought a gun to this fist fight, so you can completely decimate opponents if you know what you're doing. Although, balance admittedly is not a big thing of this game. Although, in some ways, that's not the point. Because they said this kind of was just, in a way, made as a lark, and you can, as I said, that was my thing with this game when I first came to it. I not like this. This is like Virtua Fighter, but it's stiff, and it seems like it's more limited, although the limited part was wrong. It's actually, there's a lot of moves for all the characters. I was really surprised, and you get a command list, by the way, in this release to be able to see what they all are. So that was my first one. I said, I compared it to Virtua Fighter. I said, this is not as good as Virtua Fighter. We sometimes talked about that one in particular, saying that it's a bit divisive with that game in terms of who likes it and who loves it. For example, I first came in and said, I always thought Virtua Fighter was stiff. I was always more of a Tekken man myself. But then Emetics, who's been on the show before, he says, I think Tekken is trash, and I love Virtua Fighter. So, question about what that is, but then understanding the context of Sonic the Fighters more in terms of why it was made, what it was made from, and we'll talk about it with Fighting Vipers. It kind of opened my eyes a bit. And actually, it was Electris who mentioned when we did this the first time, saying some of those things, saying, hey, what I like about this game is how expressive the characters are, how stretchy they are. All the attention to detail that you'd think that maybe you wouldn't get out of this. And in that way, not because he was saying it that I changed my mind automatically, because even before I started to get ready for that show, I played it more and said, you know, this kind of is a little more interesting than maybe I initially gave it credit for when I played it in Sonic Gems collection all those years ago. But now when I prepared for it and I took the notes, and we didn't take these notes last time, I didn't mention anything about any of this last time we played it, I figured that was necessary to kind of understand the story, and I said, I want to go into that deep perspective to understand what that is. And that's sometimes what I really like or realize, which is that I don't know if it's come off this way recently, the idea that I like every game we play on this show. There is a game tonight I don't know if I'd say that about. But it's also something that, as I mentioned, at this point in my life, I'm kind of more able to take a game that maybe I'm not a huge fan of in stride, but also a case of me thinking that because I go in deep into as far as looking at these things, I kind of understand these games better because of the stories behind them. I mean, for example, something like Doom for the 3DO, it's a case where that's a horrible version of Doom. When you understand the unbelievable constraints that under Rebecca Heinemann, who made that game, unfortunately, she died a couple months ago of cancer, tragically. It was a case where you realize what she had to do to get that game across the line. you really respect the work she did, and also a lot of the work she did when she was in Interplay, and many other cases as far as that. Even finding source code of stuff like Fallout 1 and 2 from the PC, people like, it's gone, we don't have it. Just, I have it, I was working at Interplay back in the day, I have this stuff recorded and saved. But a case of thinking that understanding that story, and as I said, even though Doom on 3D was a horrible game, it's something that, when you understand the story behind that, it's kind of hard to look at it and then say, oh, this game, okay, the game is bad, and even Heinemann indicated it was bad, but also saying that you understand the story more. You realize, okay, why is it bad? You understand the idea of what it is, as opposed to like, oh, this is crap. I mean, it's easy to say that, and Heinemann wouldn't have told you wrong, but as far as that, she wouldn't have disagreed, but then understanding just kind of what that was. The understanding of, I guess, the making of some of this stuff. And I think that's what really, it puts it in perspective more, and I think it's a valuable thing to do that, not just as far as presenting it to people, but also just for myself. And in that case, that's really the thought as far as Sonic the Fighter similarly. And that way, I don't know if I'd say I love this game exactly compared to some other fighting games or other Sonic games, but there's a lot about this game I respect, and there's some interesting things it's doing, for sure. And that way, I'm definitely looking forward to giving it a play. But before we start on this one, I do want to go into a couple more notes, particularly who directed this. It was Hiroshi Kataoka, who directed Fighting Vipers, which we're going to look at next, as well as Fighting Vipers 2, Virus Mega Mix, Outrigger, and he was creative officer on Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. And you're hearing this really nice jazzy music, which is by two names in particular. One familiar to Sonic as far as it, but another one who actually has not done much with Sonic. In fact, it's only this one. The person who's kind of new as far as this was at the time in particular was Maki Moro. The music for Virtual Cop 2, we did preview that about a month ago. He did music for Virtua Fighter Kids for Sega Saturn. He did sound on Jurassic Park, the 1994 arcade game from Sega, as well as Rail Chase 2, and also his assistant sound creator on Planet Harriers. That is the semi-modern take on Space Harrier that was in the arcade in 2001. That never got a home port, unfortunately. I'd be curious to play it, because it looked really nice from what I saw. And also on the music was Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, who did music for Afterburner 3, as well as Virtua Racing, Daytona USA, Virtua Fighters 1, 2, 3, and 4, Shenmue, Sega Rally Championship, Mega's TT Superbike, and also Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which we're going to be using to show off other cases of stuff going on with tonight's show. And he also was the voice of the announcer of the multiplayer mode of Sonic Mania. And he also the voice of Kagemaru from Virtua Fighter in Project Cross Zone 2 for 3DS. So with that, we're going to get going as far as our characters and also just going through the story. We're going to go through the story once, but I will definitely show off every character. I will also show off the extra characters. I showed Honey the Cat in particular. Yeah, Honey the Cat that they call her as far as this. But also the extra characters that are exclusive to the multiplayer mode and actually were added in this release. As we're pointing out, if you play this in Lost Judgment or in Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, it is porting this one, so you do get extra characters. Actually, they went back, they were glitched, they were hacked in as far as the original arcade version, to be able to figure out how to name to get these characters playing, but it was very glitchy. But then Sega said, well, when we ported this, as far as this version, they were able to get them working and bring them in. And I'll show them off in a little bit in particular. But you do need to go into multiplayer as far as playing as them. But in that case, we're seeing the intro. I'll look at it once more as far as just to give an idea of what's going on with the story. As mentioned, the Death Egg's back. Dr. Robotonic, or Dr. Robotnik, as far as how it is, or Dr. Eggman, take your pick. It says Revenge of Dr. Robotonic. It does say it on the screen as far as it. Him and Metal Sonic are trying to take over the world, and as I mentioned, it's up to Sonic and friends to stop him, but only one person goes and save the day. Which usually is weird, because usually in Sonic that's not the case. It's usually the case that, alright, they go to space somehow, but it's never a case that they say, oh yeah, only one person can go. Although, alright, I guess it's sort of actually true. Sonic 2, Tails basically took Sonic up to space to finish the job, or you can have it reversed for playing as Tails in that game. Sonic and Knuckles sort of has them going to space that way for the Death Egg Zone, but then Sonic takes over for the Doomsday Zone. I mean, they all go to space in Sonic Adventure 2, but admittedly that was after this game by about 5 years. So as far as that, I think we're going to get started. Hit the start button. Select character to play as. You can play Sonic, Tails, Knack the Weasel, Fang the Sniper, Bean the Dynamite, I'll talk about him later, Bark the Polar Bear. These are 2 new characters exclusive to this game. Espio the Chameleon from Knuckles Chaotix, Amy Rose, or Amy Rosie the Rascal, and Knuckles the Echidna. Let's play as Knuckles, why not? He does have control options of automatic or manual, but I'm gonna run this way. Oh, we're doing this already! Okay, I get a mirror mode already. Yeah, if you have mirror case as far as it, you fight yourself right away. But yeah, Knuckles is the first opponent you face, so in this case, just keep going and just punch him. Knuckles is not too hard to defeat, although in this case we have Knuckles, I guess Shadow Knuckles, if you want to put it that way. So he's a fake as far as it, or going into Sonic Adventure 2's case saying, I found you, faker. Although in this case, it's a case where Eggman came around and just said, yeah, you're going away, and that's perfect. As mentioned, the way this is going to go, you're basically going to press button combinations and D-pad and button movements for doing attacks. X is punch, the way I have it set up. Y is your kick. Right trigger is your stronger kick. Left trigger is the glide attack as far as we have. And each character has their own combinations that basically hit different directions and things to be set. Grab is on the B button, and depending on if you hit specific movements with D-pad when you do that, or from certain areas, you should be set, but also you can dodge with the left bumper the way I have it. In that case, you have to basically knock them down as best of 3 and knock them down. Boom. But if you do run out of time, whoever has the most health left... Oh, I knocked him out! Okay, and he just clipped right through, and Knuckles is having a good laugh. Okay. Alright, so there's Amy Rosie the Rascal. And each character does have their own style of play in particular. She loves to use barriers. That's an A button, by the way. Yeah, she's on the flying carpet. You're seeing Sonic on the Sphinx. In that case, also, I guess I'm punching her, but the idea is that she'll be fine, I guess, as far as how it goes. So I guess that's the other weird thing. You could say, well, wait a minute. In a lesser game, would you say it's disturbing to see these Sonic characters beating each other down? But I think because of the lighthearted tone of this game, I think the idea that also in some ways it kind of is leveling with the players and saying that, alright, they're kind of just fighting each other, they'll be fine, number one. But also, it's almost like a boxing case. It's almost like a case of saying, one of them's gonna get the privilege to go up to space to stop Eggman, and each one to have that case going on. And since I did the dodge correctly, she's like, oh, what's going on? So she'll be a little confused. Look to the glide. There you go, glide on the wall. And I think because of that, it lacks that kind of weird, creepy factor that something like, say, The Simpsons Wrestling on the PlayStation has, where that's a case where it's sort of a wrestling game, kind of, but not completely. And here comes Bart the Polar Bear. He hits like a truck, so... speaking of arcade games with level 3s that are massive difficulty spike, here you go. Along with Buster Move 2, here's another one. But anyway, like with that game, you're saying, like, well, you can have Homer and Marge Simpson beating each other up, and in that case, the game's horrible. And then thinking about the thought of saying, wait a second, this goes into something darker as far as like a case of spousal abuse, whereas in a case like this, I don't necessarily think that, just because, as I said, I don't know, this has more of a playful style. That's a way better game. But as I mentioned, the thing with Bark you gotta be worried about is he hits really hard. And I can get away sort of with doing punches and hits on him, but usually one nice kick and he'll be knocking you down. So you have to be very clever about what you're doing. And also use the stomp attack when on the ground. Is it up in either X or Y when they're down? I'll be doing that a lot in Virtua Fighter, you'll see that later on that I got him down. But, it's best of 3, so one more fight. And you see the great attention to detail on the floor. It's ice, as far as like the ice area. But the fact that the details of the fight and your movements are being reflected off of that. It looks awesome. And even in the arcade, this looked really great. I mean, it's been cleaned up a little bit as far as on this HD version. But even then, it is straight emulating the original game, as far as it from 1996. Yeah, you saw there, like, I almost had him, but even like one punch, and that almost got me. But alright, in that case, yeah, he's gone. Actually, I'm having better luck taking them out than I did on my practice. Maybe because I was playing with Sonic. We're gonna give every character their due a little bit. Not gonna beat the game with every character. We'll give him a shot. Ezra Mushroom Hill with Espio the Chameleon. He's probably saying, like, Knuckles, what are you doing? We didn't know what we did in Knuckles Chaotix a year before this game came out. Mean nothing. No, it meant something. It's just a case that Robotnik's back, and now we can't, have the ring power thing going on to go in. It's one of us. But he does look a little angry, specifically. Or he does do the spin dash it down and the X button to do that. But in that case, he's kind of throwing me into the mushrooms. And also you get the great attention to detail of the spores coming out. So all these little things, which I think is something that, as I kind of soak this game in more, made me realize, yeah, that's what made me appreciate this movie. I said, maybe that's where I'm thinking as far as this game, saying that it's one thing to say maybe not liking a game, but sometimes, I don't know, maybe it's just my case of saying that Especially because I'm going to do it for show. I'm not going to come in and say, oh yeah, you know what, this game sucks, I didn't prepare for it, or saying like, I'm just going to let that be that simple. Like, I want to find out why. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe other people come and say they love a game. Maybe cases where I've said I love a game and people say, I can't feel this. We had that with Shenmue in the sense that I went to play Skies of Arcadia, Cool Soap, who's been doing streaming of Final Fantasy 15 recently. He's been saying, like, yeah, this game is so stilted with its voice acting and it's so boring. He's like, you know what? I understand where you're coming from as we're on the speeding ship with Tails. It's great music. And Tails' case, he does look like he's having a blast doing the smiles and everything as he's trying to airlift me up and then drop me down. Yeah, in that case, yeah, he did beat me. But as I said, I couldn't necessarily disagree with that. But as I said, maybe some games can hit people differently. It's something I realized a couple weeks ago. Ouch! And he stepped on my foot. I do love that attention to detail. Even something like that where it's like, there's no blood, and it's not realistic. But it's like, you think, look at that, and it's like, good God, that looks like it hurts. But in that case, I guess I clapped him. As far as saying, like, yeah, you know what, stop that, Tails. You stepped on my foot, that can't be, that's a crime that can't go unpunished. Route 3. Okay, I'm gonna be curious to see if I can get past Tails, because actually in my practice, Tails did stop me as far as how it is. But we'll keep going, because this does have infinite continues, because it's an arcade game. Putting in money. But alright, this is gonna be close. Unfortunately, grab me and I'm dead. And you do get the replay of what happened. Yeah, look how happy Tails is. Even the way he looks is a bit unique. And they give you special tips as far as what's going on the continue screen. In this case, just hit start. Now, we'll keep going until we win as far as this. But I said I'll also show up the other characters too, because I think it's worth doing. And I didn't do that last time. And I figure, I think it's worth doing. Just to kind of soak this thing in, as I mentioned. But I said also, maybe that's the idea. Sometimes when it comes to games like this, it's a matter of perspective. We're going into what I was mentioning before, which goes to an announcement that came out a couple days ago. I may as well mention that. A few weeks ago, Crusader64, he pulled out the Super Nintendo app on Switch, or Switch 2 as was. He put in Star Fox. I'm like, oh, cool, you can play Star Fox. He was like, I think he played that very briefly growing up, sort of, but it's a case where he hadn't come back to it in a while, and didn't really play it that much. He said, this game is so choppy and so old-fashioned as far as how they had it set up. It's like, has it aged that great? It's like, I don't know if I can play this. I'm getting a little sick. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I like fight games that much on the back of this. And I kind of went the same concept of saying, like, okay, we played it for the show. And we played Star Fox 64 for the show. But I said with that one, that's also another one where I know that Electrus, when he came in and we played that on his request, he said, I like this one a little more, even though it's harder, and even though it's a case where it's harder, and it also seems like maybe it's not as polished as the later entries in the franchise, specifically 64, not least of which because it came out years before on lesser hardware. But also saying that he kind of preferred that idea, but I can also look at people looking at that and saying, hey, that game is not aged great, and the other ones are better. You can also do Dog Day backwards, so there is a typo as far as it for this one. You had the back and the kick and punch and guard buttons. And they will change those hints, by the way, on the continue screen, so I can try as far as that as well. Yeah, you basically do the dodges like they're shown that way. And they can help you out. But I said, okay, as I mentioned when we played Star Fox, my thought on that one as far as on Super Nintendo is that game is aged better than I think it has any right to, just because you think, like, well, this game would be completely unplayable. For me, it isn't, but as far as Crusader 64, he's like, yeah, I can't handle this. And I said, you play Star Fox 64, it's like, on the back of this, I don't want to play. It's like, oh, you gotta play that one. It's a case where it's aged so much better. And at first, like, no, I don't think so. Ouch. And then going to the night show a little bit, he bought the remaster of Yakuza 0 that came out a couple of months ago. And he said, I gotta go through those achievements again of getting the high scores for the old arcade games. So he's playing Sega arcade games because of that franchise. And so it meant he had to do the Outrun challenge again, and he also had to do the, he had to do the challenge for Space Harrier. And we've shown both those games before. We've shown Space Harrier a couple times. We're not doing a dedicated show on it. We should. Outrun, I did one. I had audio problems. We'll do it again. Dollyfin in chat, I know you mentioned, ouch. You want it in when we do that again. We will be in when we do it again. For that, what happened there? That was weird. Glitch compilation item. He just bounced. I don't know if I even hit him. Alright, but in that case, I'm okay I died or got knocked out. He was like, yeah, Tails blinded me or blindsided me with that weird case, like what happened. I'm gonna love looking back on the footage as far as that. Okay, that makes sense of what happened, because when you knock him onto the wall, say that before I go back to what I was mentioning. Okay, he can throw you off as far as, he can drop you down or he can throw you off. But also when you knock in the wall as far as bouncing them up, they can bounce off of it and like do a jump off. You can also, I don't know if I'll be able to show this, you can also do a run up the wall and do a flip over. So not dissimilar to Singing in the Rain, of all things. I didn't expect to make a Singing in the Rain reference tonight. But you basically can do that like one of the scenes in that movie, or actually like a similar scene in, well, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie that has something like that, although I don't know if they were indicating to Singing in the Rain. But anyway, yeah, so that was intended. Well, one thing was intended, one thing was not. But as I mentioned, I said, yeah, you gotta play Star Fox 64, but he said, I gotta do the Space Harrier challenge again, or those old classic Sega challenges again. I can't do them. I said, yeah, you can, you did it before. He did do it again. He actually almost, and rising uppercut. He pressed down, or the diagonal down forward, and twice in the punch button to do it. He did it, and he got to, like, I think, level 6. He's like, oh, I felt so good being able to do it. I was like, yeah, see, I knew you could do it. But then I said, you know what? Now, maybe he needs to play Star Fox 64, that right in mind, because it's kind of a non-royal shooter, the same way Space Harrier is. And actually now, Hill and anybody else will have an easier time doing that because, Nintendo, I should say, announced, yesterday, no, Wednesday night, out of nowhere, they announced, they're doing a new Star Fox game, although it's a remake of Star Fox 64, just called Star Fox. It's on Switch 2 on June 25th, so only about a month and a half. It's a full top-to-bottom remake of that game, and we will play it for the show. I will be buying it. They're only charging $60 for it, as far as how it is for Nintendo, as far as they're running the costs on that. But it's a full remake of 64 with enhanced graphics, and we did get Tails, as far as we got his Chaos Emeralds. It has some extra stuff, so it's not completely a rehash, although people said, is this like the third time that they've remade 64? And the answer is yeah. It is, but look, I know why they're doing it. They're doing it because, well, question is that how well is Star Fox going to sell again if they, you know, just drop a brand new one fully. 64 is the one that's sold and people really like, so let's go to that. I get it. There's also some other reason I won't mention, but it goes to something that happened with Mario last month, or with Nintendo last month, I should say. I mean, it's far out enough I could probably spoil it, but I'm still not going to, just because I think it's common courtesy. But anyway, it's a case of saying, like, well, it's getting more interest as far as Star Fox is, which is awesome. As I guess we've got the animals going on here as far as the fighting this way. But, yeah, something where it's like, yeah, I think that would be a case of, if you never played Star Fox 64, that remake would be a great way to go. And actually, I do want a second chance Star Fox 64 because it was about 5 years ago when we played that as well, as Phantom Sniper knocked me out. And you can punch and kick while you're in the air, so good to know, as we're Casino Night from Sonic 2. But I will also do the remake at some point. But also, I think next time we go to Star Fox, I know, Dollykin, you want to see Star Fox 2 from Super Nintendo. I just have to get a sense of like what I'm doing with that one to prep it, and then we'll do it. So that'll be the next thing. As far as Fang, or Knack the Weasel, because he was also in, he was introduced in Sonic Triple Trouble for Game Gear. He brought the gun here, and in that case, he can be really, really cheap if you know what you're doing with him. In that case, I'm saying, yeah, I'm just gonna stomp on him. Yeah, hopefully I can get rid of him as far as how it is, but yeah, this is not gonna be easy. Especially when he does that dashing move. Basically, does 2 shots out and he does a run across, and that can hurt quite badly. Now, but in that case, also he can juggle you, because then the pop gun, fine, because it's not a real gun, it's a pop gun. And at least the pop gun shots are not strong enough to bust the barrier, so I'll give it that much, but I'm gonna die, so in that case, I may as well just accept my fate. Alright, so yeah, let's take you down. Yeah, I think it's in Sonic Triple Trouble, actually, Knack the Weasel was never seen with Knuckles. And Knuckles was sort of the bad guy in that game too, sort of, in the sense that he was fooled by Robotnik again, saying that, yeah, you know, the Chaos Emeralds are being stolen, and Sonic and Tails did it. Yeah, because Knuckles is very gullible as opposed to nowadays where he's just seen as kind of stupid, which is kind of a weird case. We did get him, thank God. And it also goes to what I mentioned last week, what we talked about last week as far as fan remakes, because we had the Mega Man DX Stream, which I have played since, is quite good. As it being the Dynamo, I'll get with him in a sec. And then also the Sonic Triple Trouble remake, which I played. Oh my god, it's awesome. I do want to do a show of that and the Game Gear game, and we will do that at some point. As we get pecked. Okay, you're probably wondering, who's being the Dynamite? He's hitting me as far as, like, the pecking things. We haven't seen a character like this, although he doesn't seem, like, out of place as far as, like, you know, Sonic. But in that case, he's got the bombs where it not, Oh, actually, no, it's like Metropolis Zone for Sonic 2. I was looking at that. First, it's like Oil Ocean. Well, that kind of Oil Ocean. But you have, like, the spinning gears and the screws going along, or the nuts on the screws, like Metropolis Zone. I just realized that. And he went to Hyper Mode. If you press back and X and Y, you can too. Which means your attacks go faster for a little bit of time, and they sometimes cause a little bit of damage. But as far as being the Dynamite's concerned, he's based off another Sega game, actually another game from AM2, that came on the arcade and got a version, I believe, on the Sega Master System as a kick him in the wall. It's called Dynamite Ducks. It's something that I've never played and hasn't gotten a modern version. Actually, I realized recently why it hasn't gotten a modern version. It's kind of a side-scrolling beat-em-up a little bit. It's sort of a beat-em-up, but it's also sort of an action game a little. As I mentioned, it got ported to the Sega Master System, but it has not been ported recently, and the reason for that is because I believe the Master version was like this as well, but I know the arcade version was like this too, in particular. There was licensing with Kentucky Fried Chicken, and Colonel Sanders is in the game. I'm not joking, but in that case, they said, okay, we can't get this license off, as now we'll fight Sonic on not Wing Fortress. And we beat Sonic, then we're going to be able to go to the end of the game. Yeah, in that case, they said, okay, we can't take the license off, or they haven't been able to take the license off. Then again, it was like a Dragon Games, they've been taking licenses off to get games back like this. So I don't, or like that, well, like a game we're going to show tonight again. Daytona USA 2. Ouch! Alright, so yeah, like, yeah, Sonic saying, like, yeah, this is like the beginning of the game. Yeah, let's see that stomp on the foot on the instant replay. That'd also probably be part of the thumbnail. I think I should just have, like, every stomping foot going on as far as when I do that. But Sonic is fast, so that's what you gotta worry about. But then again, everybody seems like they're pretty good as far as speed, except for Bark the Polar Bear, because he's so big. He has a case of, you know, it being something where he doesn't move fast, but God, he hits really hard. Ouch. Okay, in that case, I did bust him, but he grabbed me or spun over me, so yeah, Knuckles not gonna win. Sorry. Yeah, Sonic's my name, Speed's my game. Yeah, but in that case, yeah, I was like, yeah, we'll have the rising uppercut. But yeah, so it's like, yeah, Knuckles was like, yeah, I can't stand losing. Okay. But as I mentioned, yeah, Dynamite Ducks never got re-released, although, as I said, since they've taken licenses off of other things, maybe we could get a re-release of that. And actually, it's worth pointing out, the game I'm going to show some of those other Sega games in later tonight, it does have Sega Master games ported into it, although it doesn't have that one. So I'm thinking that Sega could figure how to get the license off. Because, I mean, look, they could go back to KFC again to get the license to re-release it, but then I'm thinking, well, would they want to pay that money out? Would they get a sense of saying, is this something that people are going to want to come back to on the back of that? So I think maybe those, like a Dragon Games had a good point of saying, for Daytona USA 2, say, take the Daytona name off of it and get the logos as far as stuff that's licensed that way removed. I mean, look, you could argue, is it vandalism of the classic by doing that? Because in my case, maybe yes, but also in the case of getting it re-released and getting a home version of that, I guess I'll take it, you know? I'm not going to complain. It's the same game outside of those logos, so I'll say that. And having an official commercial product that has it, I'm down with that. And they keep telling me to use the rising uppercut, so I think I should use it. I'll try to anyway. There you go. And also show command lists as far as these later, as far as every character. Just because there's a lot. I didn't realize how many moves they really had. It kind of surprised me. At first I said, well, there's not much going on here. It's just like a button masher. Maybe I've been playing it that way, but I have been moving D-pad around, like, doing other attacks. Okay, there you go. There's the rising uppercut. So I guess they're right. Yeah, use that. Yeah, so there is a little bit of depth to this. Yeah, more than you'd think. Oh, there you go. I did confuse him. And by the way, if you do the confusion by doing the dodge, he will be stunned for a minute, and he will, or a second or so, and he will not attack. And that can happen to you if they do that, so you have to be careful. Also, if you use that stronger kick on the right trigger, you might want it because it does a lot of damage. But You also have to make sure that you can get Sonic out of the way. Alright, that was close. And then maybe we can get him on the last round. So round 3. Or I should probably use my barrier more. Oh. Yeah, he's trying to do that, and then he grabbed, and that was my problem. Alright, there you go. Also pointing out that powerful kick will bash the barrier. Perfect, got him. I was waiting for it to come down, and I knew I could just dive onto him, and no win. So I guess this is almost like a wrestling thing now, in the sense that... Alright, that's the 8th Chaos Emerald. I guess there's the fake one that came from Knuckles the first time. Fake one. We got all 8 Chaos Emeralds. So with that, we can challenge Death Egg 2. So in that case, we get the right to go into the rocket, and we're going to shoot off to space. But Metal Sonic is here, so we have to take him down. Yeah, remember, introduced in Sonic CD, he is the doppelganger Sonic that Robotnik made in order to stop Sonic, and also to kidnap Amy Rose, which also is where she came from. Actually, I think as far as the story... actually, this is the first time Knuckles would have ever seen him. Right, because he didn't see... Okay, he's decommissioned Sonic Adventure as far as Metal Sonic, because he's in it, but he's decommissioned. He's in Sonic Triple Trouble, but Knuckles doesn't see him. At least not on screen. Unless the remake of it, which I haven't played entirely through yet, but maybe they add something else to that. Who knows? Okay, no, okay, I guess he saw him in... This is also me, asking the question, I guess, if, spin-off games are canonical. I mean, okay, I don't know if this is canonical necessarily, but the case of will be the first time that Knuckles saw Metal Sonic. It would be within, Sonic Drift 2 for Game Gear, which we have not yet shown. That is the, Mario Kart-like on Game Gear. We only got 2 here, but, one came out in Japan as well. It's since been ported over here. But in that case, that would be the first time that Knuckles saw Metal Sonic. So in that case, then this would be, yeah, this would be the second time. As far as what you want to do with Metal Sonic, you do want to be careful with shots because he can hurt you. He also has the same grab that Tails has of lifting you up, but jeez, it hurts. Yeah, if you can use those strong kicks, go ahead and do it because then you can take him down. But you also have to be careful because, yeah, you saw that drop. It took me down to almost null into my health, and then I'm done. Here's Gemini96 with Sheep Lab. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Sonic the Fighters from an arcade game. We're running the 360 version through Xbox Series X, and there's also a little bit of a Sega Arcade showcase night going on after we finish looking at this. So good to see you tonight. We got Knuckles and Metal Sonic duking it out near the end of the game as I'm kicking Metal Sonic in the fucking face. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let memories flow on Sonic the Fighters if you ever played it. And any other case of Sega Arcade games, particularly stuff at AM2 developed this, because we got some other games of theirs coming up tonight, including some games of the Virtua Fighter franchise, Daytona USA 2, and Fighting Vipers. Particularly Fighting Vipers, because in Fighting Vipers' case, that game is the reason why this one exists, as Knuckles is probably going to be dying to this one. So, oh no! Yeah, speaking of which, there you go. As far as having the sheep laugh on that, but yeah, sorry, Knuckles. Yeah, we lose. We'll keep trying, though, because it's basically just continuing to put money and then rising uppercut. They keep telling me to do that in the hints here. So I'll have this going. Alright. I'm also doing this game again, because I've done it before, actually twice, sort of. But, my audio, not problems the first time, but cases where I could do it better. We go deeper into the story of this game, and then also, fixing audio problems I had when I previewed it or had it as extra on another show. He was like, Jesus, I almost had him. I used to play this a lot with Sonic Gems Collection for GameCube. Yeah, because it was in Sonic Gems Collection. That was the first release that had it. I was not aware that you played that collection. It's an interesting collection. We've shown it... Okay, we've shown it once on the show before. I showed it when we looked at Tails Adventure for Game Gear, when we played that. But it also has... It's probably also going to be the way we show Sonic R, honestly, in the show. Which was from Sega Saturn, but I don't have the Saturn version. That has some extra stuff. I didn't like this game when I first played it in Gems Collection, even though I was curious about playing it. Because I hadn't played it, and the arcade version of it in the US was extremely limited. But over the years, I kind of got more into it, especially now understanding the story of this game being made kind of as a lark by the character designer of Fighting Vipers, saying that I just want to put Sonic and Tails in a fighting game. And they said, okay, cool, you did it. Let's get Sonic Team to sign off. They, like, will they? Like, yeah, they did. Crap. I lost again. It's really interesting, and as I said, now that I understand that story and as I've played around with it more, I do appreciate this game a lot more, honestly. And Rocket Headbutt is on back and kick. I've also joked this, and I have shown him Maddox this game, because we know he doesn't like 3D Sonic games. This is, like, technically where 3D Sonic games started. Although, as I said, this is a fighting game from people who make Virtua Fighter, which is a game I know he loves. I don't know if he said this looked bad, as far as like, oh, he had a problem with what he saw. But I guess maybe he thought it was kind of weird. I mean, it is weird. The case of saying Sonic and friends fighting. It's still something that is really unique and interesting. I said, look, if there's a 3D Sonic game he's going to play that's not Sonic Colors or Sonic Generations, I'd say it's probably this one. Look, I'll stand up for those as far as a case of what would a Medics like of a 3D Sonic game. I think those two would be that way because they also play like the old ones. But then again, he also played Sonic Adventure and he was not a huge fan of it. And he played it on the Dreamcast. That was my next question. You played it on the Dreamcast? Yeah, I did play it on the Dreamcast. Like, okay, my every other version except the Dreamcast version has problems. Defense is not going to work. We'll keep beating up Metal Sonic. We'll also show all the characters, including, actually, I'll say this right now, Metal Sonic is playable in this version. He's actually not playable in the Gems Collection version. But what they did for this, this is a digital version that's on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It's not available to download on 360 anymore, but it is playable on Xbox Series S and X. And it's also on PS3 if you have it. It's still up on the store. They did make updates to it so that actually in 2-player, you can play as Metal Sonic and Dr. Robotnik. I will show that off a little later. Because I didn't show that the last time. Look, it's crap. I got kicked. Yeah, believe it or not, the Gems Collection doesn't have it, because actually, the Gems Collection version is, I think more than this one even, it is a straight emulation of the arcade release. And it meant that, I think, well, because you can have Metal Sonic and Robotnik in it, but also people had to glitch the game in order to find that, or in order to make it happen. And even when they did, it's a case where it didn't work correctly. There you go, right in the face. Got him. We're done. Almost. Finally, made it. Alright, that's stage 9, we're done. There's one other thing we gotta do. Or can do. The Death Egg will explode in 30 seconds, but also it's a case where we don't have 30 seconds to take care of Dr. Robotnik, who's his robot thing. But I have my hyper mode going on. The next 15 seconds, wail on him. And if I can beat him, this is the bonus stage. You don't have to do this in order to win. He's dropping those barriers, so in that case, he's going to be free for the picking. Boom, 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 he's dead. And I just jumped right through him. Yeah, it's almost like Virtua Fighter when you get to Dural, the final fight, which it's optional. But if you don't beat Dural, it doesn't change anything for the ending. But we got Robotnik set, and you have that explosion. Why should I know that's a flash event warning? But there's Knuckles taking the rocket. Yeah, I did not knock Knuckles through the wall, or through the floor there, as you get in the credits. And it does show you all of your final victories against all of the opponents, like exactly what you did, so it plays it back, not similar to something like Crazy Taxi, which will also do something like that later, about 3 years after this. Alright, so that's Sonic the Fighters to start. We're not done, because I do want to show off all the other characters. I'll show at least one round with them, and I'll show all the hidden characters as well, and I'll show the command list as well. And there is Being the Dynamite, going back to him, going back to Dynamite Ducks, which is on Sega Master System in an arcade version, but because of the KFC connection, I don't know if we're getting an arcade version re-released again, unless they take the licenses out, which maybe they will, we'll see. Of course, how do we beat Robotnik a few seconds ago? That's how. And then we almost jumped through him, but of course Robotnik and Metal Sonic escaped, and they'll be back. In that case, I got a high enough score so I can put in my name, so let's put in for show. In this case, you just hit the X button, or the punch button, or... Yeah, just hit the punch button, okay. Oh, SOT? No, I didn't mean to do that. Let's hit backspace. Let's go SOG. Okay, I didn't know you could hit the grab button. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, there you go. Fantastic. And then you take your top time as far as going through that, and then that's game over. But as I mentioned, we're not done. I guess also for the hell of it, the other thing I'll do is I'll see if anybody's playing this game online. Okay, one thing I'll do is I'll pull Knuckles out again. I'm gonna show off his move list. Just to show the idea of like how many moves these characters really have. I'm going deep into this time. Because stuff is pretty simple to start, because you have jabs and punch and kicks and stuff. But you have reversals you could do, which actually I didn't even know you could do reversals. So basically you do a punch, and then you do a grab, or you do a dodge, and that allows you to reverse. Scissor punch, headbutt, uppercut, rising uppercut, which they wanted me to do clearly. Kick moves. Hyper start for a hyper mode. Shadow punch, rocket missile. Shadow follow-up, and the Knuckles special. So yeah, you're seeing here, despite what you might think, there are actually a lot of moves for this game. I was kind of taken aback thinking about that. Stuff while running, while the opponent's down, when you're behind the opponent, not similar to Virtua Fighter. And it's the same command list mostly, as far as how that's set. But hyper uppercut. In hyper mode, you also have the Shoryuken move. I didn't even know you had a Shoryuken move as far as that. And Wimpy Punch when you're small. That goes to something that Amy does as well. I'm going to quit and I'm going to restart this, because then we're going to show off other characters. And actually, Amy we're showing off twice. Alright, so we'll go in order as far as we'll take a look at Sonic. In this case, here's Knuckles. Yeah, he's not going to be too hard as far as what he's doing, but as far as Sonic's concerned, let's show his moves briefly. As also seeing, like, look at Sonic with, like, the open mouth, and he's like, hey, hey, hey. Yeah, speaking of Sonic Adventure, going back to that. Stuff as far as punching and things like that, but also he has a lot of the spin moves going on. So it's like rush spin, volley toss, a lot of rotating things. So you can do the half circle of doing wind-up punch as well, on top of the kicks, because he definitely likes some stuff going on with that. Although he doesn't have a large reach with the kicks, from what I've shown, or noticed. But he does have the spin dash and all that stuff going on there. Spin dive, wall spin. Stuff you can do off of a wall. I'll try to show that. The Emerald Dive, which I think that goes to the idea of sort of a supersonic, but I think it's more about the hyper mode. And then the Wimpy Punch that goes when you're small, but I'll see if we see that with Amy. Oh, did you see? Okay, there you go. Yeah, I did like the jump off the wall. So you get the jumping up on the D-pad, goes to whoop. So I do want to show one of his throws. You do the half circle forward, and then you do the punch, the grab buttons. There you go. You do that. Spin around him, Knuckles gets dizzy, and he falls to the ground. Actually, I want to try the hyper mode thing, which is... Okay, that guy's just spun dashing him. Alright, there you go, and just knocked him right in the air. And I love to just look back. So, actually, that's the other thing. The characters do track the opponents with their eyes. It seems like a small thing, but in that case, I knocked Knuckles to the ground. He looked back, it's like, oh yeah, he's back there. I mean, that's an attention to detail they didn't have to do, but they did. So yeah, for a game that started just because, yeah, the character designer of Fighting Vipers was bored. That's literally what he said. I said, I was bored, I wanted to do something a little unique. That's how Sonic the Fighters came to be. It's like, I just want to put Sonic and Tails in it. And they said, let's present this to Yuji Naka and Sonic Team. Will they like it? Like, yeah, let's bring this to market. Kind of amazing to think that, you know? And I guess I've heard stranger cases of games coming to market as far as that. Also, I guess I'll show with her when I get to that, because she does the thing with the hammer. Okay, yeah, you saw that right there, because actually that's the other thing you can do, is that if you're off the walls, you can kind of like jump onto it, or in that case, literally jump on the ropes, and then do a specific attack from off it. So actually, I'll say this game, I said years ago, like, this is simplified Virtua Fighter. I was dead wrong, and it absolutely is not just simplified Virtua Fighter. I mean, it's easier to get into in some ways than Virtua Fighter, I would think. Oh, maybe because of the milieu of itself, also, that was weird. You know, I want to try that again. Alright, because that's the... Alright, because that uses my barriers up, right? Okay, it looks like I'm just... Okay, he's rising. It's like, so, hold on, what are we doing? I don't know, he's just raising his hands to the air. I've never seen that, okay. And also, when you're in hyper mode, you move faster. So it's like, wait, what's he doing? But Amy's out of barriers, and she likes using barriers. I do notice that. Alright, that's Amy gone as far as that. I think we can go on as far as watching someone else. Besides, Amy's gonna get double duty here as far as how this is. You hit the back button. Yeah, he's like turning his head over there saying like, hey, I'll play with you again some other time. So in this case, we'll be quoting Sonic Adventure like crazy. Yeah, let's tell Tails. As we showed earlier, he's all about flight moves, but also the case that he has a little bit of agility himself. Let's look at his moves. Yeah, he has like the twin pitch punch spins and things like that. Actually, yeah, a lot of stuff with punches going on, but also the stuff him doing flight. So yeah, the propeller dash, which he does, as well as propeller left and right and forward. That's punch kick. Okay, so actually I want to try that then. And the rocket missile, basically, if he does the grab and then drops you down. The push away, the back punch, the horse kick. Alright, let's give it a try of that. So it's on punch and kicks, we said. Okay, there you go. So in that case, okay, because you go on that, okay, you go on that move and then you hit, oh, okay, because then you hit a different button. Basically, they put you in the flight state, and then you hit another button to fly around, or a different button to fly around. I'm going to go left or right, depending on what it is. So, I'll tell you what this is like. Gemini96 and also Dog into you as well. I don't know what your experience with Virtua Fighter is, and we'll show a little bit of Virtua Fighter tonight. I wonder, it's almost like there's certain moves in that game where you basically do a move to start something, and then you go and do something else within that stance or within that animation. And it's interesting to think the idea that they're saying, hey, you know, with Sonic we can kind of do something like this, of saying, let's have moves that detailed and ones that also go to this character. In that case, yeah, it makes sense for Tails to do the flying like that. And like doing the clap on, clap off, I guess, as well. So the idea that, yeah, there is a lot of stuff. I realize him spinning around like he's having time of his life, and now I'm stomping on his foot. So I guess, okay, now that makes sense, because he's like stomping on his foot, not because he's angry, but just because, like, I stomped on it so hard, it's like, God. Thank you for letting me know, Gemini96, the audio went out. I hope it didn't go out for long. That's weird. I was testing this again. It didn't go out, so maybe it's something weird with the cable. This happened last week. I just didn't want to test the other, mic and, like, have it go bad. Alright, fine. It's going off, so maybe either my cable's off as far as this or something. I don't know. I'll use the new mic next week. I said I was going to use it this week. I said, no, I don't have time to do it. I will next week. Okay, so I guess I don't know if I'll even reiterate. When did I cut out, by the way? Gemini96, do you remember when you stopped hearing anything? I also angled the mic a little bit, so in that case it hopefully won't go out again. Just because I want to get a sense of how much of this do I have to, I have to reconstruct. It was when I was doing stuff with Nakuweasel, I think. But yeah, with SPO being Chameleon, I'm not doing a good job showing it completely. He has most of his moveset from Knuckles Chaotix, so let's show that off in the next fight. Okay. Yeah, with him, he's mostly a lot, well, because he's ninja, canonically. He has, let's see, he has the tongue attack, which you can use, because he's a chameleon, but he doesn't use it much. It's only really in this game. And he has, like, the rocket missile thing, which is kind of some of his moves from Knuckles Chaotix, really. And then just other stuff with kicks and things. And SBO Warp, I want to try that. Okay. Yeah, I also have to be careful as far as that mic again. Oh, there you go. Right, okay, I was off as far as how it did. I'm doing his not spin dash from Knuckles Chaotix. Okay, there you go. So I did see the case of him stick his tongue out, so that's kind of interesting. Oh, there you go. Alright, yeah, that can't be right, as far as you know, sticking with the tongue that way. 15 minutes ago? Oh, fucking hell. Alright. Oh, thank you for letting me know it was that much. Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you for indicating that, Gem996. Alright. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna aim his tails. Oh, shit. Okay, so that's a while. Alright, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. We're gonna fight each of this again I also had to edit this specifically. I'll say we're going to look at each character then. Alright, so earlier on the part of this that you're not seeing because I'll have edited it out by now, I showed Tails. I sort of showed Tails as far as, let's show him again. I'll do one fight and we'll go on. So in that case, I did show the move list as far as him. So I'll show on the ones I didn't do. Thank you for indicating that, I appreciate it. It'll make my job easier when I edit. Okay, so this at least, I'll tell you this, it does, prove that it's not the... What is it? It's not the port I have the mic cable connected to. Maybe it's the cable that's, I don't know, become frayed. Yeah, maybe the cable's frayed. I don't know. I mean, I got another cable I'm gonna use with the other mic, which I'll do some tests on that next week, as I mentioned, for Felony 1179. That, and also because it's a game I'm gonna be doing that I'm not necessarily technically owing somebody. So, in that case, I'll do what I have to do as far as that. Hopefully that one has a problem, too. And if all else fails, I'll buy another mic cable for this one, or that one. I don't know. There you go. That's Tails, so let's go back and we'll show off the other cases. I'll also show off Amy, and I'll show, we showed Sonic, Tails. Amy has the thing with the hammer. She does look really, really cute as far as how it is. Like, saying, like, hey, you know, I'm not going to be in too bad a case about that. Okay. And then we're done with this, we'll go on to, Fighting Vipers. This is kind of a little bit of a showcase, I guess. I know we have a showcase, for May anyway, but this is a bit of a different case. I just said, I want to show this game again, do it better on audio. And she's doing Stomp, and also since I didn't show her moves as far as that, let's show her moves now again. She runs the hammer. This is the first, indication of her using the Pico Pico hammer. This is before Sonic Adventure by a couple of years. So you can use that. You can also use that to crash over on enemies, and also she has the look over here, which if you do a half circle forward, you can do the grab. Okay, I didn't do it right, but if you do it right, try and do it right. Well, I'll use the hammer and I'll try to do that. That shrinks him. Yeah, but if I didn't do it, okay, come on. Crap! Come on, Amy. Let's do the move. That goes to also something I said off screen, I guess it technically turned out, which is, yeah, I'll do another fight with her just for this indication. The D-pad of the Xbox controllers, particularly the Series X controller. Not that it's a bad D-pad, it's actually pretty good. But in case where sometimes historically they're hard to play fighting games with. Still, you're playing this thing, playing with this thing to the GameCube D-pad. Sorry, I just think it's too tiny. It's the Game Boy Advance D-pad. That was my problem with it. But then again, it's also something where they kind of got used to that. All right, come on. I want to do the move. You do a quarter circle, half circle, I should say, and then do the grab button. Or maybe she... Okay, there you go. By the way, it just shows what happened when I get small. I didn't show that before. Where if you do that, basically you have just a whip of punch. You can't do anything until... I'm trying to do the look over there. I think what happened... Okay, yeah, so hang on. I guess I'm mad but show it. I mean... You know, maybe Amy can do it. Other Amy, I should say. There you go. You know, let her crush me with the hammer. Maybe she can do it. So, you know what? Shadow Amy, I guess I'll call her that. Why not? Can you show how that move goes? No, she's just not doing anything. He's like, yeah, what are you doing? Okay, that's the move I'm repeatedly doing that I'm not meaning to. No, okay, I said I'll try it again. Let's also have it low enough so that... Jesus, I can't do it now. Oh, good, I lost. That's fine. I'm gonna show this and then we'll show the other ones, yeah. You make a defensive, defensive fall in your air. Typo. Okay, for Stranger 64 to have a field day with this game, by the way, given how many typos are in it. Maybe we should show him this game. Say, oh, you go. Look there. Yeah, Crusader 64. Look at the typo. That's what I'm saying right there. Perfect. There you go. I could not have planned that any better. There you go. We planned the show. I swear to God. Oh, Jesus. What was that about? Okay, that was interesting. She basically was, like, torturing me before and saying, like, yeah, I'm going to hit you. Things like, oh, no. Okay, so there you go. At least I got to show that. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, now you're doing that. All right, I'm also stunned. That's what that does. That's why you want to do the look over there if you can pull it off. Yeah, in that case, like, yo, stomping her foot. Ouch. Yeah, in that case, yeah, let's just try hitting with stuff. So, if nothing else, it gives me more time to kind of just play around, saying, what am I doing when it comes to the movements? And I guess also the case that, as I said, I don't know if balance is a good thing in this game or done well in this game, let's put it that way. It's not. But, as I said, that's not the point, and also a case where you can still have fun and do pretty decently with anything. Not that it's broken if you're not playing as whoever the high-tier characters in the game are, which I would assume they're probably going to be Knack the Weasel and Bark the Polar Bear. Alright, let's just show Rodeo with Rose the Rascal, and then we'll go on as far as where we were from before. No, not Sonic! Okay, no, I'm moving too fast, sorry. Alright, so go to Amy, hit start. Here's Rosie the Rascal. She is modeled after the character Fighting Vipers. We show that off in a few minutes. I'll say this now, Chad. You ever played Virtua Fighter? Because we show it off. But if you ever played Fighting Vipers, if not, you're gonna get a front row seat to it in a few minutes. And you also understand this game in particular because that game was instrumental to this game's existence. And her moves, by the way, just to show those, are a lot of punches and kicks, and also a lot of uppercuts. As well as the Honey Glider, she's kind of a bit of a combination of Knuckles, but also a little bit with Sonic's moves, and also the Running Booty Bop. That's a reference to Fighting Vipers. I'll show them a little bit. And if you're also wondering about the thing with the skirt, we'll get to that as well when we get to Fighting Vipers. Okay, because yeah, when you're in run, you do the kick and you do that. Okay, so see, it's funny. Now I'm nervous about the thing with the cable. So I have the cable out of the way. It is still being heard as far as voice. I have it angled up differently, just so I'll have it going. Not going off. There you go. Now we'll just glide into Knuckles. Yeah, how do you like it? Yeah, I think she likes it. Okay, so next is Knack the Weasel. And since I did show SPO as far as how it was, and we had the tongue going on there, it's set. So Knack the Weasel, or Fang the Sniper, or Fang the Hunter, take your pick. He has a gun, a pop gun. That's the weird case. He also comes from Sonic Triple Trouble from Game Gear, and later Sonic Superstars. I almost said Generations, but he's the cameo in Generations and Sonic Mania. Now, his moveset is with the gun in particular. Let's pull it out. Also, Knuckles doesn't have eyes there. I just realized. That's hilarious. Okay. Anyway, yeah, he's like snipe moves. He also has the blind fire dash. You do 3 shots with the punch, because that is your punch. You don't have a punch. It's shooting the gun off. And press forward. That can decimate your opponent if you know what you're doing. And other stuff where you do holding of buttons going on with the D-pad direction in red, because he has a move for that, right there. So instead of tapping, you hold it. And then wall dive, and other stuff as well, so we'll show some of that, and then we'll go to the next characters. There you go, that's that move. But you also see how much he's loving the fact he's pulling the gun out and shooting him with it, although, it's a case where I mentioned his pop gun. Ouch. I guess it goes to the idea that, as I mentioned off-screen, we'll be mentioning now again, so I'm pretty much reconstructing this entire show on the fly, because I don't want to do it later, I guess, like I did with Mega Man X last week. Basically, he's not very effective at his job, in the sense of saying that he doesn't have a job, he's just saying that, hey, you know, I just want to go and get the emeralds, because I think they're going to move money. Against Robotnik, who stole them. Knuckles wants to get him back, because he thinks Sonic stole them, but he didn't. He does that weird bounce thingy. And, usually he's a klutz, because in a lot of his, boss appearances in Triple Trouble, he is, either going to defeat himself or not be too much of a hassle for Sonic to be able to take damage. Oh, she stole my gun and shot me. Okay, I never saw her do that before. What move is that? You know what, I want to look at that, because you can also look at any of the other characters' moves now on the list. So, what'd she do? Let me see this. I guess it's a grab. Oh, okay. So if you're close to her, you can grab the weapon, press down and punch and block. Okay, so there you go. Never knew she could do that. Okay, so she can steal the weapon, although... Question. No, I still have it. Okay, so you don't lose it. Although the only characters to fight with weapons are... Okay, 3 characters. There's Nakuweasel, there's Amy, and there's, Beam the Dynamite. I think that's it. You know, let's kill her for stealing the gun. Sorry, but yeah, guns are not something you play with as a kid, you know. Or as I think about the joke commercials for ammunition on the Grand Theft Auto games, particularly Derek the Dodo and Vice City Stories, where they have like these gun safety things as far as what they are, but they're completely not safe whatsoever. To which they say, they'll teach the kids what to do if there's a gun around the house. What do we do first? We pick it up. Second, check it's loaded. Right, because you don't want any more nasty accidents. So look down the barrel and pull the trigger. Yup, it's loaded, Henry, and you made a mess. Alright, so there you go. So that's that idea. Alright, so, yeah, we did show SPO. It's basically the same movement. You know what, I'm just gonna do this for completion's sake. Just let's I lost him with him. Right, because I showed his moveset. Or I didn't show his moveset. Maybe I did, I don't know. He uses a lot of ninja moves, I guess, because he is the ninja of the group as far as how it is, and he has his same spin dash from Knuckles Chaotix, which I think is that, not the rocket missile. Oh, he can grab weapon too? Actually, well, I want to see something here. Can every character grab weapon? No, I guess, okay, I guess only certain characters can grab weapons. Well, let me look at him then. What's his weapon grab, if you don't mind me seeing? Down in the grab button, okay, when you're close. Okay, let's try that. But Knuckles doesn't have a weapon, so how's this gonna work? His weapon is his fist. Okay, in that case, I just throw him. Yeah, because you do the karate chop. Oh, you do that spin. That's a spin dash in Knuckles Chaotix. I do want to come back and play that at some point. Just because it's been so long, and that's a case of being able to have better tech on that one, too. Although, yeah, the tongue thing, you can make it go longer if you do the half circle, or, yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay, the tongue hit him, I swear. In that case, I do want to try that then, now that I know that their characters can steal weapons. I mean, it's not like Mortal Kombat 4 where every character has a weapon. So it's only going to be useful in cases of enemies that have weapons, so... I guess when Amy pulls out the hammer, let's try that. Alright. Alright, so, yeah, this game has way more depth than I thought it did, I guess. Alright. Well, do I have to have it while she has the weapon out? Oh, no, never mind. I grab it and then I smash her with it. Okay, there you go. So it works both ways. Okay, cool. Alright, that's interesting. Okay, I'm fascinated by that, honestly. I did not know that until I was seeing it happen tonight. Alright, so there you go. That's SPO. And now, except for the last 2 hidden characters I'd show in multiplayer, let's take a look at Bark the Polar Bear. Talking about another typo. He's slow, but he also hits really hard. His attacks are devastating. Let's take a look at him. Basically, the 1-2 punch or the 1-2 wham, as well as the triple scissor, the Bark uppercut, Biff Baff as far as doing multiple different throws. Actually, he has a big throw. I want to try that, the giant swing. And doing dodge punching, I guess, and dodges. So yeah, you dodge, you're able to press a button and then do another attack. Okay, so let's try that then. In that case, just pick him up and throw him out. Oh, you can also flatten him. Okay, because right, I know there's other characters aside from Amy who can flatten enemies. And he can as well. I knew other characters you could do it, but I don't remember if he was one of them. Yeah, can I also do that other grab, please? Basically the one where I swing him around. It probably is like an almost one to kill. I guess I'm just not good with the half circles with this D-pad. I mean, I could blame the D-pad or also say that, no, maybe it's my fault. Or I could just kick him in the wall, that works. Because, yeah, you saw that. He had a lot of health, a decent amount of health. And usually one kick is all it's going to take. Alright, so let's take a look at Amy then. Oh, there you go. That's the big swing. There you go. Fantastic. Yeah, she got dizzy as far as how it was, as far as that swing, too. So, yeah, if you pull those moves off, yeah, it's going to be pretty bad as far as getting your opponents out of the way. But he doesn't move very fast as far as it, and he's a pretty big target. And also, yeah, his attacks have a lot of wind-up and a lot of delay after you're done. Right, so I'm getting more time out of this game than I thought I would. But as I said, that was also kind of the point of this one, saying that I want to give this one more time than we gave it last time. Go deep, and just go into more about it. I guess while I'm going, I may as well go into some final thoughts on this one, because it's a game, as I mentioned, I didn't think too much about when it, or much of when I first played it. Even though I wanted to play it, I was actually initially, I guess, in a way disappointed. You know, let's also see the clone battle of him, and then I'll show being the Dynamite. But as I played it more and I understood more about it, I kind of got into it more and kind of maybe accepted it for the kind of thing it is, as opposed to the game that maybe I thought it was going to be. Because with, as far as an AM2 fighting game, my first thought was saying, it's like Virtua Fighter, isn't it? But, I mean, in some ways it is, but in other ways, Jesus Christ. AI barked not fucking around, huh? In some ways, the idea that this may be a lighter case, as far as it... In some ways, maybe more of a case of being something that's easy to approach for, I guess, younger players, or for people not as familiar with fighting games, and something like, oh, Jesus, Virtua Fighter Kids. And they made that, where it's like, hey, that's supposed to be more simple, but, oh, maybe this does it in a better case. You know what, I'll show the idea of how game over is, because it also takes me back to the character select clicker. You can't guard the opponent's, period, attack when you lose all barriers, uppercase. Alright, so that's game over, and last we'll show off being the Dynamite. Again, if you ever played Dynamite Ducks from Sega, it's him. His case is he has bombs. He throws those out, and he also attacks with his beak. They show that, but also the idea that you throw out bombs, and that's the idea of how Dynamite Ducks works, from what I've seen. If I've never played it, I don't even know if I've ever seen the arcade machine of it. And because of the KFC connection, good luck getting it back again, but there's going to be something of a miracle that way within Orange Shift tonight. Okay. So in that case, yeah, you have the pecking thing as far as that, to do that. I'm trying to think, what's the stuff with the bombs? Alright, let's take a look at the bomb attacks. Just want to understand what those are. He's basically forward, and punch, or forward and punch twice. Actually, I punch him and then I punch him and then I throw bombs. Or in that case, I just throw bombs. And they're telegraphed, but unless you're knuckles and don't walk out of the way, you can avoid them. But it's also something that sometimes you're so close that inching away it takes more doing than you would think in this game. So you might not avoid it in time. To be fair, when I was playing earlier, I didn't avoid it either, as far as how it was going. I always thought he was giving him a kiss as opposed to pecking him, but alright, I did peck him. Although, to be fair, the beak is not necessarily that sharp. So I guess it goes to the other idea that even though I'm throwing the bombs there, I guess they're duds or they're just joke bombs or something, because Knuckles is going to be fine. Alright, let's take a look at Amy, and then I'll show the other characters as far as the unlocking is unique to this one, and then we'll go on to fighting matches. Yeah, but I'm going to go back to my final thoughts on this game. I do think that I've kind of reevaluated my perspective on this game a little more, and for the kind of thing it is, it is pretty fun. And if you've never played a fighting game before, you might like this. I mean, in a way, it's not similar to something like Smash Brothers in the sense that it has this kind of style that maybe will appeal to people who would think a game like this might be too intimidating. Not that I necessarily say it's the best game to put as far as a fighting game who've never played. I mean, I probably would put him to the front of Soul Calibur maybe more before this. But if you like Sonic, I'd say, yeah, you're gonna have a fun time with it. And it definitely has this unique feel and some really great presentation itself that makes it stand out and makes it worth remembering, I think, these 30 years later. And if you don't have it, the way to get it nowadays is either in Gems Collection, or Signed Gems Collection for GameCube and PS2, or the PS2 version's not in the US. Or you get this download version you download on PS3. You have to download a specific $60 thing to get this with other Sonic games for 360, for PS3. Oh no, it is for 360, but you can't download 360 anymore. For the modern one. And there, he's doing the run off the wall thing. I'm glad I got to show that too. Or if you get Lost Judgment or Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man erased his name, it's in that. And it's the same port as this. So you'll get the two things I'm going to show off in just a second. And then the two new characters, also pointing out this, which is that even though, as I mentioned earlier in the show, the plans to get Sonic Fighters on Sega Saturn back in the day didn't happen, AM2 did throw fans of this game a bone a little bit by saying that when Fighters Megamix came out, that was kind of like a precursor to Smash Brothers in the sense that a lot of Sega and AM2 characters within it, but they did include Bark and Bean as playable characters. That game also has probably the most hilarious character of any fighting game ever I can think of, which is you play as the Hornet from Daytona, USA, but it's on its hind two legs, which are actually its wheels, and it's punching with its other two wheels. And it's, if you go to the course of Hornet, it's playing the Daytona USA music, and it's amazing. For that reason alone, I want to show Fighters Megamix, but I have to unlock the Hornet first, so I'm not going to play it until we do that. Alright, there you go. We lose. Yeah, press B to guard the opponent's attack. Yes. Actually, that's not true. Oh no, that's block. No, it is B. Because B is the block button. It's not assigned to a specific button. It's whatever you set the B for block to, not the B button itself. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the other controller. Alternate C. I think I need to go into versus mode actually for this. Because this does have versus. Also has online. You know, for the hell, let's try and see if there's anybody online. Disconnect during. Let's see. They're probably not going to get that because this game has been out for 14 years on this console. Yeah, I'm not waiting, sorry. I'll show the other thing, which is offline versus press start on the other controller. We got it. Let's go. Yeah, if you go to highlight, let's see. Being the Dynamite, hit start. You play as Robotnik, press start on... who is it? Oh, Sonic. You get, Metal Sonic. Okay. So yeah, we have, Metal Sonic and Eggman. They're only in this version or in the version that's in, Lost Judgment or Like a Dragon and, Man Erased His Name. Okay, Metal Sonic's moves. Same stuff we saw in the main game. They did have to kind of play around to get their moves going. So they have some moves, but maybe not quite as many as some other characters. But they do model it after the other characters, particularly Tails for like the grab and all that stuff. And then Eggman, he has the punch going on as far as how these are going and also dive stuff. But you're also going to see as they fight, they do kind of play like some other characters for that. So they had to do what they could just to kind of re-establish this. I'll show each character going about this. Yeah, because you can still do the drop. We still have that going, and the stuff with the uppercut. And the drill dash. But there you go. We got that gone. So Robotnik's dead. Now, in this case, let's pull out the other controller. I'll show what Eggman can do. Oh, right. I didn't change the button layout. So the button layout's going to be a bit different. So in that case, also you can do that. Yeah, we didn't see him do that because he's part of the bonus stage. So in that case, We didn't get a whole lot of time to get that going. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show the victories of both of them. So, Eggman, you start off as far as what this is. And then we'll show on, no, we showed Metal Sonic already. So actually, you know what, we're not going to show that. Oh, right, he also has bombs like Bean does. In that case, yes, slap him in. So yeah, Robotnik's mad about how Metal Sonic's been handled recently. Oh, right, I said this to, Best of 5. Sorry, there you go. Alright, there you go. Yeah, back to the tube with you. Okay, these explains, I guess, why Metal Sonic went into the Stasis Tube in Sonic Adventure 1. But not too much necessarily as far as, you know, more of an animation as far as Robotnik, but in that case, he won. Okay, so that's going to be the end of Sonic the Fighters. I did cover a decent amount, even though I had to kind of retrace my steps. A bit on this, and on the edit, you're probably saying, what are you talking about? But either way. Yeah, I'm having a fun time with this game, and I've had a fun time with it doing it tonight. I'm glad I got to do more of it, because this game is pretty interesting. It is better in the rearview mirror than I thought it was. And if you haven't played it, pick it up. You might have a good time, and I think it's a really nice one. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to change games around. I'm also going to change categories as we go. Alright, so next we're going to be looking at the game that is the reason why Sonic the Fighters here exists. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the other controller, because I don't need it on now. And these are going to be a little more limited as far as how we're looking. I gave more time to Sonic the Fighters because that was the point of tonight's show. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out my games and apps, and I will, what is it? I will show off, go down to my group of Sonic the Fighters 30th anniversary. Let's pull out this game. This is Fighting Vipers. This came out in the arcade in November of 1995 in the US and Japan. It did get brought to Sega Saturn. It was in 1996 it came out for that. The people who made this were the same people who made Sonic the Fighters, as I mentioned, and on the 360 PS3, these came out at the same time as Sonic the Fighters did, and same with the next game we're going to look at, that's being Virtua Fighter 2. And also, if you have Judgment or Lost Judgment, this game is ported within that. This is also a Sega Model 2 arcade game, I should say, same way Sonic the Fighters is. I'm going to take a look about what this one's like. It's kind of like Tekken a bit, sort of. I mean, I guess it's more simple as far as it compared to Virtua Fighter. Same people made Virtua Fighter, same case as far as what you're doing, which is you're doing fighting and you do guarding. Although in this case, there is a little bit of an interesting mechanic here. Armor. When you take hits, your armor goes down. If you get hit by strong attacks, you have armor break going on. When it's broken, you lose your armor for the rest of the fight, including all the rounds that might be left, and you take more damage. But you can also do that the other way around. Also, you can knock people out of the way as far as out of the arena when things are done. As far as the other options, they're the same. All the achievements of this game, which are also easy to get, but unlike Sonic the Fighters, I didn't get them all. But they also tell you explicitly how do you get these. As far as selecting, holding up to unlock Candy's appearance in second attract mode. Hold X in selecting game settings to enter attract mode. Unequip Candy's armor each stage. Destroy Candy's lower armor 10 times in a row. Finding Mauler. Who needs armor? Unequip it. Oh, right, because there's a button combination where you basically don't fight with armor. And they tell you in here, yeah, do this. Kids mode, as far as how that is with left and right bumper. I'll try and show that. Saying, hold left and right bumper to activate that. I may as well give it a shot. And then ranking mode. You know, we'll show that one. And then also show the game itself. So, yeah, I don't think I did it right. You know, let's quit that and try it again. So they said hold left and right bumper and hit A. There you go. Achievement. There you go. They told you explicitly how to do it. Okay, this is not what the game's supposed to look like, but I'll also show what the game actually looks like. So in this case, you also have, like, smaller and big-headed characters of... Yeah, this one. You ever play this, chat? I never played this until the Xbox Live version, as the case. And I didn't have Saturn, so I hadn't played it as far as that. Yeah, you have these interesting cast of characters, and that, by the way, is Candy. She's the character who Honey from Sonic the Fighters was modeled after. Yeah, it's a kind of strange one, but it's something where it has some unique things. You're seeing in the intro what we're going to see. in the track. And they also tell you, try Viper's Test, the ranking mode. But there's also an AM2 joint, just to go into that, as is the case. It was directed by Hiroshi Takauka, who made Sonic the Fighters, and as I mentioned, the character designer of Sonic the Fighters, that being Masahiro Sugiyama, also worked on this. And whilst he was making this game, that's where he came with the idea for Sonic the Fighters, and that's the reason why I said we're going to look at this one as well. As I said, I'm not going to go as long with this one, but I will show off a couple cases. I also will not show it just in kids mode. I just want to get an achievement. Because they tell you how to get it. And you also have your characters. You have Grace, Bon, Raxel, Tokyo, Sandman or Sandman, Jane, Candy, and Picky. I'll show off on Mahler. Right, Mahler's unlockable as far as when you get him, I think, as a free unlock. Now let's run Grace.
Round 1.
Let the action begin. As with the KO Corral. Yeah, it is the same case. You do have the punches and kicks the same way they go, but also when you saw that flash when I did back in either the punch or the kick button, that's a potential armor break move. Also, grab. Usually your grab is going to send them into the wall. And when I get them down to low health, I want to show something off on that if I can do it. If you get them low enough on health and you use one of those armor break moves and it goes against the fence, well, you'll see. Or if you use a throw. I've actually never played this in big head mode or in kids mode before. They're not really kids, they're bigger. Actually, in that case, hers is going to be really good, so let me get them down lower as far as health. Yeah, he's blocking a lot. Okay, there you go, I knocked his armor off. So in that case, not that it's really showing too much, but he took more damage. And you also have upper and lower armor as well. I don't think I've ever knocked the lower armor off.
Round 1. Let the action
Then again, I've not played this as much as Sonic the Fighters or Virtua Fighter. Any of the Virtua Fighters in particular. But it is the same case, and I guess if Virtua Fighter was too slow and, I don't know, methodical for your taste, it seemed too funky. I mean, this is still kind of the same way, but it's, I don't know, it's, maybe you like this one more. I guess this is where, so this is where Picky from EarthBound learned to fight. Yeah, you're right, I didn't even think that. We'll show off Picky as well. Yeah, not the same one, but oldest year after EarthBound. There you go. Nice indication, Gemini 96. All right, I knocked her armor off, so yeah, you do get the sense of it. All right, there is, I guess, a little more of a sex appeal in this one than in Virtua Fighter. Because honestly, Virtua Fighter wasn't really going for that. I know that was the intention. There you go, knocked her in the fence. Also, you can also knock her out of the fence, but in that case, you just hit on the side, and there you go. I do love doing that. In fact, here's Picky. Let's see how Picky runs. Yeah, he's a skateboarder as far as this one. Fine. This Picky is a 14-year-old skateboarder. So actually, I guess, yeah, you're right. Good insight because, he has like the slash thing going on there as you have like the trucks going on out the way. I guess it is after he grew up. Yeah, you know what? That's amazing. I'm gonna have to get a sense of that. I wonder if they're paying attention to that. Because, by the way, we're in Armstrong City, and City Hall is over there 6 miles away. Ouch, but I got killed. Okay, so this is, yeah, that's an interesting different head cannon going on there as far as I don't know. Oh, no, it's fan cannon or fanon. So there you go. The Fighting Vipers EarthBound fanon that I never knew I wanted or never knew existed. There you go. Gemini 96 created it. I'm down with that. It's so amazing. I also have the picture of Picky from EarthBound again going into, and also our play of EarthBound, his play. He played it on our show, but he was the one who ran that game. I was like, I'm trying to win. Okay, there his armor went off, so there you go. Ouch. And my armor's off too. Woo, crap, alright, I'm knocked down. Yeah, unfortunately, I lost. You know, I'm gonna try again, and then we'll, I'll pull out Picky, and I'll also pull out, Candy, because Candy is important as far as this one. And I'll also try, taking another one down here. Because it was a good novelty to have, I just wanted to, I didn't know I could actually turn that on. Yeah, this game's pretty fun, though, I would say that. I mean, if you're, I don't know what your experience, Gemini 96, the Dollar Fan, or anybody on Virtua Fighter, but it's something I brought up when we looked at this the first time. We looked in our fighting showcase. I'll link to that below. But when we looked at it, because we looked at Virtua Fighter 2 as well on top of it, we were talking about the idea of saying, hey, is Virtua Fighter 2 too slow or clunky? And this one says they're kind of going more for speed as far as how this is going. You can definitely see it. This game definitely runs faster. It's still 60 frames per second, the same way that Virtua Fighter 2 is, and the same way that Sonic Fighters actually is. We didn't even mention that playing Sonic Fighters is the case, as you have Tokyo.
Round 1. Let the
I do like this
action
attention to
begin.
detail. We're at the airport, and we're literally right where a plane is taking off, but the good news is, yeah, the plane is taking off right there. So in some ways, this is more of the, I don't know, out there fighting game of Sega's. Not quite as nuts as Dead or Alive, but maybe at least on the level of Tekken, to a certain extent. There you go. Alright, I do want to knock Tokyo out of the barbed wire as far as defense.
Round 2.
So if I do get a game over here, I will go and turn off kids mode. Whoa! Oh, you ran me into that. Okay, that's even worse. Actually, I took tons of damage getting that happening. Alright, so there you go, we're dead. Although if I was thrown into barbed wire, it'd probably be even worse than that.
Grace loses.
Alright, sorry, Grace. You want to continue? It's like, no, we're not continuing. Okay, so game over. But I am going to quit this, so I turn off kids mode. Not that I'm against it, but I just want to show that as the case. So let's go. Alright. Let's show Picky. Why not? Let's go into it.
Round 1. Let the action begin.
Okay, so here's what the characters normally look like. And Picky does move very fast. And he does have the skateboard case, as far as his moves, because this game also has a command list. I won't show all the command lists as far as this one. I want to see what else he does, because, alright, you can do bashing a board, which is you do dodge and you do punch. So, which is diagonal up dodge, diagonal forward punch, and the board slap. Let's try that. There you go. Although Bond is getting me set there. But, Okay, I knocked him into the wall, but I didn't hit him hard enough to knock him out.
Round 2. Go.
Oh, there you go. Sorry. Yeah, in that case, I just smashed him with the damn skateboard. There you go. That's an interesting thought. I never would have thought that that would be the idea as far as it. But yeah, they have those weapons or those things on them. You think, yeah, you can use them. The answer is yes, you can. Oh, there you go. Now pick his armor off. There we go. Oh, no. Hey, man, grab him. Let's try that. No, time over. But I won because I had more time. Now look at that. Okay, there you go. Also Picky, but also the K is in red. That's interesting as far as that as well. Alright, this by the way is Grace's stage. I guess we're at like the, I don't know, yeah, like the factory. Now that I've not put time into this game, but also in case that I don't know if I've necessarily stopped and sat back and looked and said, okay, this is, ouch. Okay, there you go, I got knocked out. We should get to show that happening. But you did that flash attack, it hit me, and since that was the last blow on myself and I went through the wall, it breaks it. As far as my character choice, I mean, I don't know, maybe it is Picky. But I mean, honestly, I play as Candy who's gonna play this game. In that case, alright, there you go. Yeah, unfortunately now I'm getting smashed in the fence.
Picky loses.
Yeah, sorry, Picky. Yeah, he did a good job, and yeah, there you go. I mean, I like that idea of saying this is Picky from EarthBound, and he learned to become a skateboarder. He's wearing a helmet, he's wearing... Okay, this also tells you how 90s this game is, because he's wearing knee and elbow and shoulder pads. As far as it. So he's ready to go completely out and have a great day and also stay safe, which also goes to something I know that sometimes people say, which is saying that, wait a second, in media, the thought is like, hey, you know what, you don't have to pay attention to the idea of wearing a helmet as far as this stuff. But in the case that sometimes you'll have cases where they'll still do it anyway, and maybe you think like, alright, they're going to actually acknowledge the idea of what that's like. I know the remake of Overboard was like that, where you have the characters going as, like, Anna Faris and her children are kind of going for a bike ride, and they're all wearing, like, helmets. And that was something I was like, I'm surprised to see that. Ouch. But Candy, who was mentioned, is the take on, or Honey, the cat from Sonic the Fighters, to take off on her. And she's gonna have the same moves, including that butt bounce, or the butt dash there. Get back to the kick button to do that. Yeah, my armor came off, so yeah, there you go. I still have a top. It's not a case where you can get her clothes completely off, just to give an indication of that. Actually, I don't think there's a fighting game that does that. The closest that I've seen is a game I've mentioned a couple times, Tao Feng Fist of the Lotus. That's on Xbox. Not that it breaks, but when you cause damage, you have limb damage going on to yourself, and you lose power in your punches and kicks, depending on how bad it gets. But also your clothes can rip a little bit, but nothing that you actually see. Also, the debris of my clothes are still over there, or my armor, I should say. In that case, I can knock his armor off, too. So there you go. We have it just as much as far as the guys as the girls. Yeah, maybe I can knock him out of the KO Corral. Okay, never mind. I'll just knock him down. That'll work.
Candy wins.
Also, yeah, eventually they do cut around. And yeah, her breasts are very, very pixelated. It might be the most pixelated I've ever seen. But as I mentioned, it's not a case where you just see anything. And it's not quite Dead or Alive level as far as how it goes, emphasizing that more. But still a case that it maybe has more of a... I got a perfect somehow. I guess demonstrates maybe more of the... I don't know, maybe more of the... I don't know if edgy is the right word. I guess less traditional, because I know the thought is that Virtua Fighter is all about traditional martial arts and things like that. Whereas this one is you kind of let their hair down a little bit as far as more on the making of this one. But also the character designs of everybody is really interesting. In that case, alright, yeah, I knocked her armor off while she came down. That was nice.
Candy wins.
Oh, also, in that case, yeah, looks like Grace disappeared.
Let the action begin.
Alright, here's Picky again. Let's see. Okay, so Picky's the MVP as far as Fighting Vipers. I did not know that. And we're also going to be looking at a sequel, by the way, Gemini 96 a little later. So, in that case, we'll see that going on more. But also, you have juggles going on in defense. Oh, crap. You know what? I'll tell you, I can grab him, if I can do that, and throw him through the fence. Oh, never mind, I guess I just punched him in the face, sorry. Okay, so this is interesting, because the grab button, or the combination of grab, which is still the guard and the punch button, it's a case where it also can act as a punch. Don't often get fighting games where that happens. Yeah, like with Sonic the Fighters, this game's pretty fun. And unlike Sonic the Fighters, maybe I was able to adjust myself more to this one than I was with Sonic the Fighters and saying, like, okay, it's not Virtua Fighter, even though it plays a lot like it. I don't know, maybe it's also just the Sonic connection. Maybe that was where I was kind of questioning it, even though I don't have a problem with how Sonic did it as far as it, or the idea of something like that. It's over the UFO diner. And you also see a lot of nice little details around as far as this, but I do know this is going one thing. Alright, there you go, I did a crawl down and I got, okay, that's how I got his lower armor off, so, actually, yeah, his shoulder, or his knee pads are gone. Actually, maybe I can get all of his armor. Ow. Okay, there you go, see, all of his armor's gone. So in that case, yeah, he's just a normal kid, look at that, there you go. Okay, so we're getting all of Picky tonight. There you go. I like that. Also, if he did show... Alright, I still lost, even though he had all the armor removed. There you go. Yeah, that's game over. Alright, yeah, that is Fighting Vipers. We can take a look at this more going on. You know what? I'll take a look at one more character. Why not? Let's take a look at... let's see... Now let's look at Mahler. He's the hidden character.
Round one.
Oh, his achievement, 60 points, good God. Okay, shit, alright. I know these are easy to get achievements out of, but good God, alright, there you go. Basically, you play as Mahler, you get 60 points. Wow, okay. Awesome. Okay, he's really fast. He's like a tiger, no, he's like a tiger man or a lion man, I don't know. Actually, not someone like King from Tekken. Maybe they're paying attention to that. Yeah, he's, okay, good Lord, he's really powerful. I mean, I think he's the boss character. I don't know. I've actually never beaten this game, so I'm not aware. Alright, I'm glad I showed him then. Well, what's his, he has armor. What's his... Actually, he has a lot of the animations of, like, Jackie and Sarah Bryant from Virtua Fighter. Okay, there we go. Okay, looks like Mauler might be, like, totally broken.
Round 1. Let the
Actually, in some ways, he almost looks like something out of, I don't know, like Power Rangers or something. Or like a Sentai enemy or something. I don't know. Or in that case, they, like, just knock her into the fence. I don't even know what his, bust through move is. Like, does it say in the command list what they are? Extreme Death Prelude, Extreme Death Symphony. Alright, he's gonna kill you. That's the thought as far as what it is. Look at those combos. Punch, punch, forward, kick, punch, forward, punch. Or Extreme Death Finale. Punch, punch, forward, kick, punch, forward, punch, back, down, forward, punch. God. Okay. Wow. Alright, so the main thought of what he's doing is basically just, yeah, rolling sawbutt. Don't know what a sawbutt is. Wall axle, brainbuster. Okay, so alright, Mauler's not screwing around. God, look how many moves he has. It's incredible. Alright.
Round 2. Go.
Wow, alright. I guess it's a case if you open the boss character up. I don't know necessarily how insanely cheap he is, if it's even that case. Maybe he's not. Maybe it's, pretty manageable. I said, maybe one of those cases saying, yeah, I should do a show on this game. And we can do a full show on it. I just said, hey, I want to show this as a little bit of extra. This and the other stuff. Because otherwise we would have finished Sonic the Fighters in under 2 hours. Even with going the whole way, and even with me having to repeat stuff with
Round 1. Let the action
Okay,
begin.
fine. Let's see what Piggy can do. Alright, maybe... Okay, Piggy's mad. So there you go. You're right. Piggy from EarthBound's pissed. You saw, like, look at what Mauler's doing. In fact, apparently in the story... yeah, he's a 20-year-old wrestler. The mayor of Armstrong City, or Armstone City, set up its tournament, so it's not dissimilar to something like Tekken or Dare Alive, as far as how it goes. There is sort of a story on this game. There's also another alternate form of him, by the way, as far as Mauler, called BM, who's a powered-up version, so I understand, but I don't know how much more powered-up Mauler can be. And there are also 2 characters we're not going to see tonight because they're exclusive to the Saturn version, and they're not in this one. One of them is only in the Japanese version. The one who is not in the Japanese release is Kuma-chan. He's a bear, so going back to the Tekken thing, there you go, knock down the streets. And no, you can't knock him out in the streets and have the car run him over. There's not Mortal Kombat exception. We should probably play that at some point, too. But yeah, so you do have, like, the bear going on as far as in the Saturn version, and also in the Japanese version on Saturn. You have, someone I have not talked about yet. And there's a game based on this character that also we didn't get here, but it is totally English. So if I get a way to, like, play Japanese imports as I knock him into the field over there, I might be able to do that. It's called, he's a Pepsi Man. He was the mascot of Pepsi. He basically ran around, like he was delivering Pepsi to people, and he had his theme song going, Pepsi Man! And they made a game based on that on the PlayStation, where how it goes is that it's basically an endless runner. You're basically running around to grab cans of Pepsi and get them to people. And in between, you get these weird interludes with this kind of overweight recluse guy who's like a big fan of Pepsi, and he's doing everything he can to get Pepsi as far as it. It's very strange, and it only came in Japan, and this character was only reflected in Japan, which I guess I'm kind of surprised. And, okay, Sandman's basically playing bowling with Mauler. Okay, there you go. You know, maybe if this is the case it's going well with Mauler, I'll play through the whole game with him. Why not? You know, why not? I'll do that. I'll give this one a little more attention also because, remember, without this, Sonic the Fighters wouldn't exist. Okay. But yeah, point is, Pepsi Man is in the Japanese version of Fighting Vipers for Saturn, but not the US one, and I don't think... no, the HD version doesn't have him at all. Even in Japan, yes. There you go. I knocked his armor off, and then... oh, I knocked all his armor off. I didn't know that took it all off. Shit, okay. Fantastic. Let's see about candy. Right, here's the weird thing about this stage. I'll say this, because you have these little writings on the wall. One of them, I mean, rest in peace, like people died here. What? And behind me it says there, in memory of Honey. Okay, so that goes to what we said on Sonic the Fighters. Also, just let me do it. What does that mean? So this is kind of dark in its weird way, too. But okay, so Honey, I guess, from Sonic the Fighters doesn't exist anymore, or didn't exist, or whatever that was. Actually, wait a second. I think there's a story lore. I'm trying to remember if Honey was supposed to be Candy's sister or something. I don't know the story lore. Chad, if you know the story lore more on Fighting Vipers is, depending on what, or outside of what I already said, feel let me know. And you also see over there like a no skateboarding, like no skateboards. So it says as far as I guess with going to picky, but then also says like it crosses out with a D, so do skateboards. Like, what do you mean do skateboards? Do skateboarding? Cuckoo Dog? No, I don't want to look at this again. We're gonna fight this again. Mahler did die, but we're gonna keep trying.
Let the action begin. Go!
Oh, I don't want to look at that, because over there it said something about, like, Cuckoo Dog? What was that? Cuckoo Dog. Oh, what's that about? What's it say? Hang on. Can you get out of the way, Candy? I want to see that. In our hearts, we'll remember forever. Rest in peace. We love you. Okay. So it's almost like a memorial. That's weird. I mean, okay, I get the idea of, you know, wanting to honor your beloved pets. But who's Honey? Well, wait, Honey the cat. So, alright. Never mind. I think I answered my own question. It's Honey the cat in Sonic the Fighters, which really came after this. But I guess the thought of saying, there's Honey, as it says there, you'll always be remembered by your family and friends. It's getting really somber. I don't know, maybe it's the case of Mahler killed him, I don't know. Also, if you do the attack right, you basically bust these walls down, so in that case you can break the memorial. Yeah, she might break it or I might, I don't know. Oh, never mind, I'll just knock her armor off, that works. So I knocked her off of the wall so hard her armor popped off. Okay, there you go. Yeah, and there was, rest in peace, Candy. Alright, Raxel.
Round one. Let the action begin.
Okay, we're in a high-rise. I've sort of seen this, but not much. As I said, I'm going to go through the rest of this one, and then we'll give previews of the other ones. I won't be as long. Yeah, but this game is pretty fascinating. And as I said, if you want something faster or maybe more crazy compared to Virtua Fighter, or I don't know, even compared to Sonic the Fighters, this one makes Sonic the Fighters look normal to a certain degree. Yeah, Fighting Vipers might be right up your alley. And I don't remember, I'll check this for this one. I don't know if this game got delisted. I think this one didn't, but this goes to something that I sort of mentioned earlier, which is that Sega's delisted a lot of their digital stuff over the last year or so. And we talked about it on the show, and we kind of questioned, saying, wait, some of these things are not things where licenses are a question. Some stuff is. I know Space Channel 5 Part 2, that definitely is. The Michael Jackson connection, that's going to be a massive minefield. Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, I know that's a reason for it as well. But not something like Fighting Vipers, not something like even Sonic the Fighters. It's been kind of a question. I know there's that Sega Universe thing that they unveiled recently, which first the thought was saying like, oh, there's going to be like revivals of games that are celebrating 30 years or an anniversary of some sort this year, like Knights or something like that. But they said it's more of a marketing. Oh, no, not marketing. It's more of a merchandising thing than it is about getting new games. And there are also those Sega games that were announced at the Game Awards 3 years ago, which we got Shinobi Art of Vengeance, which is a really good game that came out last year. But there's other ones we haven't heard anything about. We didn't hear anything about Crazy Taxi X. They said we got another one of those. They showed footage of that. They showed footage of the new Jet Set Radio, but we haven't heard anything about that. There's gonna be another Street Fighter, or not Street Fighter, Streets of Rage. There'll be another Street Fighter eventually. That's a Capcom thing, though. Streets of Rage, they were making another one of those. Golden Axe, that's another one that they showed. And I got knocked out of the building. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, Mahler fell to his death, but I guess he's back and alive now. What's the other one they showed? I thought there was something else they showed as far as what that was. But we haven't heard anything about those. Like, are those coming out still? They didn't cancel them, did they? I'll say this, the Game Awards, no, like not the Game Awards, the Summer Games Fest, another Jeff Keighley production, though. Okay, now he's dead. Rest in peace, Raxel. Okay, now we're killing everybody. That's what the narrative... Okay, so this is an interesting narrative on Fighting Vipers, which is that, first off, it's Picky from EarthBound, crossing over here. Then it's, we're going to have Mahler, like, killing everybody. Then it's we go to a memorial. Then actually people are dying now. And we have Jane. She's, I think, what did they say as far as Jane? Right. She tried to join the Navy. She was not accepted. But she also was a construction worker as far as how the story of her goes. Okay, there you go. Okay, bounce her off the side. That's cool. Look at that. It bounces her off, boom, and then she flies over there into the wall picture. That's hilarious. So talk about the weird narrative that's come off of this game, honestly, just as far as how this is. See, I'll tell you this. This is also... God love Sega for games like this. Like, this is strange as shit. And I know you're saying, well, okay, Namco is that with Tekken, which is true, and then Dead or Alive, true as well. But nothing against those cases, but there's something about the way Sega does it. It hits differently. And in that case, like, yeah, okay, here's BM. We're going to show BM. I don't know if that stands for what you think it does, but alright, this is BM. He's apparently more powered up. Let's see if we can beat him. Also, yeah, we have a helicopter there is looking at... Oh, wait a second. The helicopter has... Does he have a... Okay, at first I'll say, does he have a speaker on? Like, blaring music?
Round 2. Go.
Alright, I will try and beat, BM. Okay, I guess this is what Mahler deserves after, killing everybody. Alright, there you go. So, alright, rest in peace, Mahler. Okay, now it's just turning into everybody dies. That's what it is, Fighting Vipers. Oh, now he's really dying! How far is he gonna... Oh, yeah, he fell and died. Oh, okay, I'll tell you what it's like. I'm gonna continue on this. It's like when Wile E. Coyote dies, is like doing the falls, and then you hear the thud at the bottom. Okay, yeah, this... I've never seen this before, so this is hilarious. And we're pointing out, just because I'm going to go through and beat this thing, I'm not going to turn this into just our only one look at Fighting Vipers. We probably should just do a damn show of this game. Or I know somebody else called Dibs on Fighting Vipers, seeing like, oh, what this is all about. I'm all for it.
Round 2. Go.
Now, maybe I got to do better than just button mashing. Oh, there you go. Do blocks. I got perfect at damn. At least I didn't get knocked out of the ring.
Round 1.
Let's keep going.
Begin.
Yeah, we're also trying to take down BM. Feel free to go into anything else you got on this or other Sega arcade game memories, because we got some more coming up. And I'll also look later about whether this game was ballistic or not, which I don't remember if this one was. But I said, I don't know why Sega did those listings, honestly, for certain things. Some I get, I mean, Daytona USA, I understand that, but they also forgot to list on PS3, so benefit on PS3, you can go get it. They didn't take it off, and they didn't take this off the store, and they didn't take off Sonic Fighters either. And they didn't take off our next game, which also does have a disc version of itself of that specific version of the show. Alright, come on. Let's maybe, I don't know, maybe I can't beat him. Look at BM just kicking my ass and perfecting me multiple times in a row. Yeah, I'll try like once or twice more then, so I guess if not... I guess in that case then we can come back to another time, I guess. And if you're loving what you're seeing on Fighting Vipers, we got the sequel coming up later too. Which, as far as its home release, there was only one home release, which was on the Dreamcast until those Like Dragon games came out, and they ported them into a couple, including the one I'm going to show. You know, I'm going to let that be the end as far as it. Sorry, Mahler. We'll come back on on Fighting Vipers at some point. But yeah, this game's pretty fun and insane, and I kind of love that about it. And I guess shows why I love Sega, but also in the case of saying, Sega, I know you're going to be reviving stuff on your franchises, I guess, but you can do that. Hopefully you do it soon, particularly for some of the stuff you've announced. Alright, next up on our list is going to be another AM2 fighting game, and the last one we've got in regards to Xbox Live Arcade releases. I just have to find where it is. Okay, no, not that one. Alright, that one. It is on my list down here. I mean, because we're talking AM2, we gotta talk about this one. Actually, wait, before I go, let me look at the game card on Fighting Vipers, because I can also show, like, hey, can you buy this thing still? Yeah, apparently you can, because they don't have a case of saying, hey, you know, not available or something. I think you can still buy it somewhere here. Also, I guess they want you to play Baki Hana Blood Arena. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, if you like this, you'd also like that. Okay, so yeah, you can still buy Fighting Vipers. Next game, though, actually, I don't know if you can buy this. Next up, by the way, is Virtua Fighter 2. I want to look at this just quickly. No. Okay, Virtua Fighter 2 is not available. Let me show one other thing. Actually, I should just launch it from there. Let's go back and do that. Okay. This is Virtua Fighter 2. I don't know what experience on Virtua Fighter is, ladies and gentlemen, but to go into this one, this is the sequel to one of the first 3D fighting games ever made from Sega and AM2. This sequel came out in Japan in November of 1994. It was December of 1994 in Europe, and January of 1995 in the US in the arcades. From Sega and AM2, it's also a Model 2 arcade game, referring to the arcade board upon which this is built. There's also flashlight warnings, and there's one I will indicate at one point a little bit. That being said, one thing I'm going to do before we start on this, I'm going to turn the volume of the game up a little, because I can get away with it being a little louder than the other ones so far. As far as this Xbox Live Arcade version, it does have insanely easy achievements to unlock, like they all do, including saying ranking mode, just do this. And expert mode as far as stuff like that. Dural as far as fighting with Dural or fighting as. Going through, getting perfect victories, going through stages, getting out of the rings, and things like that. And aspects of controls are the same as far as them being completely customizable. And how to play being the same. And then also the set as far as this. Okay. So, I'm going to go to this. Also, for this one, you can change the time limit as far as it, but also it's like version 2.0 or version 2.1 as far as this. I don't think I showed 2.1. Let's show 2.1. Okay, just to give a little bit of an indication on Virtua Fighter 2, because this is a big one. This is the sequel to Virtua Fighter from 1993. When Virtua Fighter came out, the perspective was Yu Suzuki, who made that, was tasked by Sega saying, hey, we want something that can be competitive as far as fighting games. So they looked at Street Fighter, but they said, why don't we do this in 3D? So they did, and they're doing a lot of studying of real martial arts styles, and it turned into Virtua Fighter, which was a very blocky game, but one that maybe is a little antiquated, depending on who you are, but one that took off because of, oh my god, I'd never seen anything like that. And then only a little over a year and a half after, we got this sequel. This, by the way, was the first game to be made on the Model 2 arcade board of Sega's. Virtua Fighter 1 was made on the Model 1 board in particular, but here's the deal as far as I'll let the track play as I go into this. The thought of this was that, and flashlight warning, by the way, we're in this area with the lightning storm, just to indicate that. They wanted to use the Model 1 board to say, hey, how can we enhance on the original game? But one thing that Yu Suzuki said he wanted to do is he said, because of the way that the characters are very blocky in the first one, he said, we want to try and get texture mapping as far as on characters seen here. And that seems like it's like, hey, that shouldn't be a big deal nowadays, but back in the day it certainly was. And so they looked at the Model 1 board and they said, the Model 1 board is not going to be able to handle this thing. So Yu Suzuki kind of laid his cards out to Sega, and he said, hey, you know, Lockheed Martin, yeah, the Aerotech company, they have a texture graphics processor that runs about $2 million. I want to get this thing, or I think you should get this so I can get texture mapping going on and take this game that already we made you a lot of money with as far as the arcade version and take it over the top. Sega agreed. They said, okay, let's do this. They got it. They got the processor, and they took that processor and they were able to kind of Frankenstein the boards around as far as figuring out what the next thing was to kind of adapt what it was doing and then created a new arcade board of it. That was the Model 2. And with that, you're seeing here it runs at 60 frames per second. They made sure to keep that going and also make that the characters' facial expressions and things are very realistic, especially for the time being. It's like, oh yeah, it looks much smoother than Virtua Fighter 1 is. As far as Virtua Fighter 1, I have two versions of Virtua Fighter 1. I have a port of the arcade version in the Sega Astro City Mini device. I'm not yet shown that. I do want to come to the reason to show that. And I also have it on 32X, which is an amazing port. You think 32X can handle Virtua Fighter? Yes, it can. It handles it better than the Saturn did, because like that's the other thing. When Virtua Fighter 2 came out, or Virtua Fighter 1 came out on Saturn, like the Saturn itself, it was rushed to market, and it was not as good as it could have been. So much so that Sega allowed people who were early adopters to mail away to get a free upgraded version called Virtua Fighter Remix, which did enhance the graphics and brought it up to snuff a bit more, or as some people might call it, Virtua Fighter the Apology Edition. But for the home port on Saturn, they said, we want to get this going to look as good as you're seeing it here. They did make some concessions. In particular, they had to do interlacing of the graphics to make it happen, and also to hold the 60 frames per second to it. But they were able to make it happen, and it was a great port. And then, based upon that port, is where they used the other ones, including this Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 version. It's worth pointing a couple of things out. This game was ported along with Sega Saturn and 360 and PS3. It was ported to the PC. There's a Sega Genesis version, which is not the same. It is a 2D game. It came out in 1997, and it's something that people look at and say, you're doing a 2D Virtua Fighter game. It's nowhere near as good as this, I'll say that. It's a fascinating game, though, to see how are they taking that and transferring it into pixels and running in 2D. It kind of feels sort of similar, although a lot stiffer than even this does. It's not just a scene in that great of a light, but as far as the technical exercise, it's pretty interesting. There's also a version that's on the R-Zone. We've not talked about that yet. That was the device of Tiger Electronics. It basically is like Virtual Boy in the sense you have a head strap and you have like a little sight that goes in your eye or goes towards your eye. You can kind of look to it and reflect off of glass in order to see pictures of a game. And it's kind of like LCD graphics. They made a version of this on that. Apparently, I've never seen it actually for R-Zone. I'm going to assume it makes the Genesis version look as good as this one. Just to indicate that. It also got a PlayStation 2 port in Japan only, which I did not know it had. It's also an iOS, or it was an iOS. It's also worth pointing this out. I mentioned there's a way to get this version even though it's delisted. Because Limited Run Games, they did do a physical version of this game that actually, when I checked this past week, they do their vault drops every so often. They say, hey, games that we didn't sell as far as stuff we printed or we have extra stock of, we'll sell them again until they're all gone. When I checked the other day, they were still selling the disc version of this, although keep in mind this, even though this is an Xbox 360 game, the disc they put out only runs on Xbox One and Xbox Series X. So that's something to keep in mind if you want to get that, but that is a physical version of this release in particular. And there are also some of the Yakuza Like a Dragon games that do have this available within it. In fact, I think... Oh no, Like a Dragon, Manta Race's name does have this in it, because we did show it that way a couple of years ago. But yeah, this is a big deal as far as what this game was, and it is an improvement, I would say, on the first one. The first one was pretty amazing for the kind of thing it was. This one I think is even better. And definitely some terrific music you're hearing right here, particularly coming from Akiko Hashimoto, who did music for Spin Dizzy Worlds for Super Nintendo, as well as Shenmue, and also Artie Lightfoot, which is a Super Nintendo platform game that Titus published. As well as Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, who we heard before playing Sonic the Fighters, and also Takayuki Nakamura, who did music for East SWAT City Under Siege for Sega Genesis, Hyper Marbler for Sega Genesis, first Virtua Fighter game, Tobal 2, let's see, WWF Raw for Xbox, Ghost Trap for Game Boy Advance, Custom Robo Arena for the DS, and Air Guys, God Bless the Ring from Square, which is also an arcade game, but it's also on the PlayStation. I have to say that name. I love that name. Talk about perhaps the best name for your fighting game. Air Guys, God Bless the Ring. And we got a full show on that at some point. Alright, let's take a look at Virtua Fighter 2. Plays Akira, Pai, Lao, Wolf, Jeffrey, Kage, Sarah, Jackie, Shundi, and Lion. My character choice is Sarah Bryant from America. So, fight one, ready, go! And we're going against Lao, who, by the way, is the father of Pai. Same case, doing punches and kicks and doing them in perspective. She has the kicks as far as it does like doing knees, and he doesn't do the jump down as far as hitting up and the punch button. Do the dive down.
Even good guys blow it.
And you get those great voice samples that are saying like, even good guys blow it. Also the throws, if I can get that going. Whoa.
Hi-ya.
But you're also seeing that, yeah, the throws can hurt a lot. Also flip them around. KO. If you let memories fall on Virtua Fighter in particular, admittedly my experience with Virtua Fighter was not with this one to start, or even with Virtua Fighter 1. Flash on, by the way, to the stage. My experience actually was with the next game in the franchise, which we're also going to show in a little bit. Stay tuned. That'd be Virtua Fighter 3, although I played the home version that was on the Dreamcast. Also, I swear that the quotations are random, but for most of my practice, the only thing I could Sarah Bryant to say was, even good guys blow it, as far as the idea of what the quotation of winning is. But there's other things she can say. If we don't show it with this one, we'll show it with Virtua Fighter 3, because if you play with her, she's speaking.
Even good guys blow it.
Okay, this is going to be a repeat of my audio test saying she only said that, she never said anything else. I do know certain things change, you get an excellent is perfect. We have Shundi, he's the drunken master in particular. He does have some nice movements as far as that, if you can get stuff going on him. But he's also on the water raft, and he also is avoiding my grabs. And also, if you do get a case of this, I'll show this. Yeah, you can get a ring out in his loss. Either for you or your opponent, I just want to show that happening. But I was just seeing how expressive all the characters are. So yeah, that $2 million they spent on that processor, I guess they put it to good use. I mean, I guess if nothing else, I think this. Nowadays, maybe a company would probably be gun-shy saying, hey, we're going to spend $2 million on a chip for you to get graphic tech like this. But maybe they thought, well, you know, Yu Suzuki made all these great games as far as he was able to get a huge name for something. You mentioned that we played Shenmue. He made that, remember? And then thinking, well, hey, he knows what he's doing. If he's saying this is worth $2 million and we should get it, you probably should listen to him. So maybe that's the thought. And I think he was right, ultimately, as far as, you know, if I did get killed by Shinji. Alright, unfortunately I got set, so yeah, there's the shot of the back of her. Alright, I'm gonna play with another character, though, and then we'll go on to some other stuff.
I still want to fight.
Don't worry, Sarah, you'll fight later. Alright, let's pull someone else out. Let's pull... Yeah, let's pull out, Kage Maru. He's the ninja as far as it, as I mentioned, Takenobu Mitsuyoshi was the voice of him in Project Cross Zone 2 on 3DS. But he's good as far as the grabs, you can get some good grabs going on. He does like the ninja take as far as what he's doing. Also, you get this great attention to detail with one thing I guess I didn't mention as far as with Sarah Bryant, which is that each character, they do speak different languages, so in Sarah's case, she speaks in English. And some other characters speak English as well, as I got them ringing out. And that technically was perfect there. But in Kage's case, he does speak in Japanese as far as it, so they do have that going on as far as each of the characters. Alright, here's Sarah Bryant again, so let's see what's going on. But also, yeah, he has the dive there, so he does the flip over and stomps on her chest. So yeah, unlike Sonic the Fighters, and even unlike, like Finding Vipers, it's something where This is a case where they do emphasize the idea of maybe more of the pain of this one than even the other two, but not a case where it's really more violence. It's a case of saying, like, hey, you know, yeah, it looks like it's going to be more, but also, like, I got my headband knocked off. KO.
Even good guys blow it.
That's literally the only thing she's saying, and I swear to God the quotations are random. I want to have her say something different in this game, if I can. I'll say this, if she doesn't say anything different, I will mention later what she says as well. I do know all the quotations. Yeah, please say something other than that. Not that I mind, but still, it's...
Even good guys blow it.
Alright, I guess even good guys blow up. The other thing she can say is she can say, Yahoo! Or you can say, better run home to mama now. Yeah, sorry, Kage. I'm not as good with Kage as I am with Sarah, I'll say that. Alright, there you go. So that's a little bit of a preview on Virtua Fighter 2, just to get a sense of it, because also I got some other stuff I'm going to show. And actually, I got to pull out another release for the purpose of doing this. But I like this game, too. It is something where it is maybe a little antiquated. Probably the most antiquated game we've looked at so far. But it is something where it did kind of start a nice institution of itself, or continuing institution, I should say, and show that Virtua Fighter 1 was not just a flash in the pan. And they would iterate on this with later games, particularly with Virtua Fighter 3, and especially Virtua Fighter 4, which I think might be the best playing one, at least so far. But we have Virtua Fighter 5, which did have its final version, we swear this time, with Virtua Fighter 5 Revo World Stage, just came out a couple months ago. It's on all the consoles, and I think it's on the PC as well. They are doing Virtua Fighter 6. It is by Ryoga Gotoku Studios, the people who made the Yakuza games. Yu Suzuki's not involved. He stopped being involved with these with Virtua Fighter 5, which was 20 years ago. But they kept sort of updating that one a little bit, but then Win 6 coming up. But they did mention the next Virtua Fighter game, they're not calling it Virtua Fighter 6, but I'm calling it Virtua Fighter 6. They're making it, but one thing to keep in mind is that even though they're making it, Ryoga Gotoku Studios came out flat out and said, if we don't think this is going to live up to the potential of the franchise or to what we think it's going to be, we're going to flat out cancel it. And they were being dead serious when they said that, and I believe them when they say that. So hopefully they'll get it right, although even, it's worth pointing out, even though Yu Suzuki is not involved with this franchise anymore, he did give his blessing to that project, and I think he sort of gave blessing to Virtua Fighter 5. I don't think he ever came out and said, oh, they did bad with Virtua Fighter 5. It's just a case where he wasn't involved as far as it when they made it. And they made so many different versions of Virtua Fighter 5 that I said, I'm shocked it's been 20 years since we got a new Virtua Fighter. And that new Virtua Fighter is probably not coming out this year. That is, unless we hear something at the Summer Games Fest in a few weeks. I hope so. I hope we see more stuff on Sega, honestly. I'll tell you, that's another thing I'll let chat ask you this. Because when we get to June, we're going to start our Summer Games Fest coverage. We'll be talking about the announcements after they've happened on shows in particular. And I'm going to have guests on a couple of those. So I probably will bring that up to them. We'll also probably have more stuff out of Sony and Microsoft and out of Nintendo. What are things you want to see announced or things you want to see updates on? As far as stuff I want to see updates on, I definitely want to see stuff from Sega. I want to see what they're going to say as far as Sonic the Hedgehog. They say they're planning stuff for the 35th anniversary. I want to see those other games that they mentioned, in particular, Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio and Golden Axe and Streets of Rage. Question like, where are they? I'd like to see Return. I'd like to see more on Virtua Fighter 6, in particular. I think we'll probably get maybe something of that. I'd like to see, just a quick case, I'll let it go through the track and we'll go on the next thing. I want to see more on Felt That Boxing, which we saw last year. That was that boxing game that initially was indicated for the PC and still is. That was basically like a full motion video puppet case, almost like the Muppets a little bit. That looked great. And I want to see more about that, including actual gameplay, because that's something that looked really appealing when we saw it last year. And I guess other surprises, seeing what are the next cases of the main console manufacturer is going to be. I guess probably see more on stuff Sony's got, like the Wolverine game they're running. I guess other stuff in Nintendo we'll see not at the Summer Games Fest, because usually they're not much of a presence there. But I guess we get a Nintendo Direct. Probably get more on... Well, Star Fox is coming out next month, as far as it. The remake of Star Fox 64 at the end of June. So maybe we hear other stuff as far as directing what's next for Zelda, especially for the 40th anniversary of the franchise this year. What's next for Mario. I stopped because... Oh, no. Alright, we're back. Yeah, it looked like... Okay, the network went down as far as on Twitch's end. Chat, I don't know if you're still there. But I think on the recording it's fine. It was showing that OBS came disconnected, and then I refreshed Twitch again. It was disconnected and then it reconnected. I do have the Ethernet set. Not the Ethernet set. The Ethernet connection going. So it's hardwired in. I just want to get a sense of that. Okay, I was just saying, if you missed it, it'll be in the YouTube upload, because I didn't lose that. And the mic didn't turn off. I did confirm that. I was just saying other stuff I'd like to see as far as Summer Games Fest, which we'll see more of, but I just wanted to get a sense of that as we go. Before we go, and I guess if that was going to happen anytime, I'm glad it happened then, because it means that we'll have stuff set for the next thing we're going to do. Also, I want to change volume on this. And also, I'm changing to something that is not going to look like that we're running yet, but we're going to be running that in just a second, so bear with me. We are playing this next, so don't get on my ass and say we're not. But I got to boot something else up for this one. And actually for the rest of the stuff we got tonight. For the most part. We're going to boot up this. This is Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. This came out last year for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X, and PC. Sorry, Switch 2 owners, you did not get this. Maybe they can put it on there, but I don't know if they will. It was from Sega, and it was developed by Ryoga Gotoku Studios. It is part of the franchise. It is of the Yakuza Like a Dragon games. It is a standalone expansion of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, just to let you know about that. The stars Goro Majima. He becomes amnesiac, and he washes up on an island, and he gets in his perspective that, hey, there's something going on. So to try to find his perspective, he finds himself in a case of becoming a pirate, inadvertently. It's really, really interesting. Even if you haven't played tons of the Yakuza games, because I've played a few. I played Yakuza 0, I played Yakuza Kiwami, I played Yakuza on the PS2, which was not a big fan of at all, so yeah, the remake of Kiwami's better. We did play Yakuza 6 on the show for the purpose of showing off Super Hang-On, and we're going to do that again for the purpose of showing other games of Sega's classic stuff. Because yeah, these games basically are a Trojan horse for Sega arcade emulation, including releasing games that have never gotten versions of themselves before. Which gives you a perspective as far as some of the stuff we're going to see tonight. We have Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Fighting Vipers 2, The Ocean Hunter, SpikeOut Final Edition, and Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge, and Power Edition. It's saying Sega Racing Classic. Yeah, because they had to take out the licensing for that. Also, one thing I do want to put to the test now before we start. We'll get to Virtua Fighter 3. I have a reference to Virtua Fighter 3. We're going to pull that out first, but I want to see something, because they're saying they have multiplayer emulations going on of these games. I want to see how they're handling that on Daytona 2, and also I want to change the volume of this. And you know what, for now I'm just doing a test on this, so it doesn't matter for this part. I'm not going to actually change too much. So press a button on player 2's. I want to see how they're emulating this, because this is an arcade game where it was linked together. So they're doing with this what I think they're doing. I want to find that answer out myself. You do have to play pretty far into the game, sort of. Yes, they are. Okay, they are. You do have to play about 4 hours to get to the arcade where these are. And there are also a ton of Sega Master System games in this. Okay.
Waiting for the other place. Please select a race course. Beginner. Please select the level of the car. Easy level car. Normal level car.
We're not going to play this long yet. We'll get a full case of this in a little bit.
Automatic.
I just want to see this. Okay, so that's what they're doing. So give credit to Sega. A lot of other companies don't do this, where they take games that were in multiplayer there, they had multiple linked cabinets is the only way of going multiplayer. They emulate that in their releases so that we can have multiplayer on the same screen. Thank the gods that they do that. I'm going to have some choice words for that when we play Midway Arcade Treasures 3 in a couple of weeks. But I just want to get a sense of that, like, oh my god, thank god they're doing this. It's just like Virtua Racing on Switch. They do that for up to 8 players. You have like the 8-player linked version of that game running. Also, turn off the other controller because I want to do that. I just want to get that set. Okay. So I'm going to load this save file for, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. And we're also going to get the audio set for these things. As I mentioned, I played through this game 4 hours, which, not to damn this game with faint praise saying the only reason to get this is the Sega games. That's not the only reason to get this. This game is a lot of fun. It's so crazy in terms of that, including the fact that, hey, we can go talk to that woman there. So, oh, is she happy? No, she's not that happy. He's like, yeah, I can go buy swimsuits over there. We have this young boy and his father who are a great navigator, or the father's a great navigator. We got him to come with us. We also have a pet tiger, by the way, in this game. This game has such a great perspective itself, and it's so well set up and written and translated. But it also has these Sega arcade games in it, and it's amazing. And oftentimes these might be worth buying the game for on top of the great Shenmue-like game you get on top of it. So yeah, if you love Shenmue like I do, you probably want to play these games. You run around and you can go to other places like Reef Riders and say like, hey, what's going on here?
Hey.
Yeah, we're in Hawaii, by the way, as far as where we're set. You can also buy stuff as far as certain things, including square piercings and a can of fruit juice. You know, let's get a can of fruit juice.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, pleasure too. Also, we're going to be hanging out here as far as going through this. We're going to play this whole game. This will take a long, long time. But I do want to mention one thing about Goro Majima here. He is voiced in this game, just as its indication, by Matthew Mercer. Also, let me get out of the way of the icons here, just showed. Yeah, he does have the eye patch, as far as it, and that does go to something with the story of this franchise with this character. Yeah, but Matthew Mercer voices him. He was the voice of Sid in Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon. He's Fei Long in Street Fighter 4. He's Skelter Helter and Bishop Shedux in No More Heroes Desperate Struggle, or No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle for Wii. He's the voice of Stryker in Mortal Kombat from 2011. He's Alvin in Tales of Xillia. He is Walter in Shin Megami Tensei 4. He's X in Puyo Puyo Tetris. I like to respect games, you know that. And he's also the voice of Yusuke Kitagawa in Persona 5 and Pyrogen in Mighty Number 9 and Ira in Kingdom Hearts 3. I just want to give an indication of that because we were at the arcade. We're going to have some fun. You can also play the Sega arcade machines, the UFO catchers. I do want to show that briefly. And then we're going to play Virtua Fighter 3. It says we're not playing Virtua Fighter 3. We are, though. Don't worry. Change up the polarizers, please. Understood. Yeah, we're at Anaconda Arcade. All done. Yeah, you can talk to her saying, hey, I want to get some of the stuff that are out here. No, let's try this. Let's put in some money. Let's hit the X button, put in money. And press the button to get the claw moving right, and then you press the button to move backwards, and you try to let it go and see if I can't grab that nice Robono Michio thing. Let's see if we can get it. Ah, no, that's not. I'm not going to try more than once, but I just want to show the Sega UFO catcher. They're in all these games as far as how they are. Yeah, in that case, we're done. Okay, let's also cut the bullshit. Let's get to what we really are here for. The Sega arcade games. Most of these are AM2 games. I said they all are. I'm wrong. Because in this layout, we're going to have looks at Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, which is a team battle. Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge. I know it's a Sega Racing Classic 2. I'm calling it Daytona USA 2 because that's what it is. And Daytona USA 2 Power Edition. As well as SpikeOut Final Edition. Fighting Vipers 2, so we have the sequel to Fighting Vipers in this as well. And lastly, because it's getting to summer, the Ocean Hunter. The Ocean Hunter and SpikeOut, by the way, are the only two games that are not developed by AM2. The other ones are. SpikeOut's by Amusement Vision. That's the company that Ryogago Toku Studios is now. The people who made Yakuza made this. And Ocean Hunter is developed by WoW Entertainment. The people who made House of the Dead. But in that case, we're going to start with Virtua Fighter 3. And I'm also going to change the volume on this one because Virtua Fighter 3, for some reason, is very low in volume. Also, as we're pointing out, as I pull this up, I want to put that to 20.6. That'll work. For some reason, it's going to show like this on the video for you. But when you play this game, it doesn't. The game is going to look... I don't know if alias is the right word. It looks like maybe there's scan lines on this. Now, it's worth pointing out that these games are direct ports of the Model 2 originals in the cases of games that are Model 2 games. There are a couple in here. I think Ocean Hunter is one of them that is not. But Ocean Hunter and Daytona USA 2 and SpikeOut are not. But they're direct emulations from them, and this is not exactly a classic game compilation in the sense that they give you a lot of options for display or controlling volume or things like that. So it's going to look like I have almost a sort of CRT filter on the screen, a little, but not bad. It looks completely clear when you play this game. I don't know if it's because of my capture device or what, even though it's a newer one that I have that's doing this. But I just want to give you a disclaimer now, as we're going to take a look at that. We're going to play Virtua Fighter 3. This is the Virtua Fighter game I'm familiar with, or more likely TB, because that was the one the Dreamcast got. Virtua Fighter 3 itself did not get a home port until the Like a Dragon games. Virtua Fighter 3 came out in 1996, September of 1996 in the arcade. It is by Sega and M2. You also have the music in this game, which is amazing. For me, this is the best soundtrack in Virtua Fighter entirely. Nothing against the other soundtracks, but good God, the soundtrack of this game is amazing. And I'm absolutely letting the intro music play as far as this. The track mode, they call it Rowdy. It's amazing. I will also link to this in the link list because this is a fantastic piece of music. This entire soundtrack, I love it so much. It does show you what... Okay, no, never mind. I lied. This is not a Model 2 game. This is a Model 3 game. I should have indicated that. It was planned for the Sega Saturn, but they said, no, we can't do it, so they put it on Dreamcast. More likely, they put Virtua Fighter 3 TB, the Team Battle Edition, on Dreamcast. So, fine. I said all these are Model 2 games. I'm full shit. They're all Model 3 the rest of the night. I do love this music here, especially when you have stuff going with the synth and... It's good stuff. You're also seeing other characters, including some new ones here that we didn't see in Virtua Fighter 2. As far as whether it's my favorite Virtua Fighter, I don't know if I'd necessarily say it is. But there's definitely some values to it. Here's Akira, the main face of the franchise, with his great gi, and there he's like, yeah, going on. Boom. Alright, so that is Virtua Fighter 3. As we're pointing out, in this game, hit the artist formerly known as the back button on this controller. You can set the controls up any way you want in the sense that you can set it the way I like to play, which is kick button is on Y button, punch on X, A is your guard. Punch and guard for the, punch and guard is the grab. I don't left bumper. Also E, this is the evade button. This is the big change in this one, where this was the first case of having other movement cases so you can kind of dodge out of the way. But it was kind of a source of consternation because it's something where you just press and you just kind of sidestep. It adds some value, but also it's a case there are other fighting games that were coming out a little later that would do that a bit better. We have like free run, like Soul Calibur, for example. But you can set that up as far as how it is, but that's all you got as far as options. So I'm going to have that set because I already set to what I want. And we're going to see as far as what we got as far as the fights there. So, alright, here you go. Father and daughter fighting as far as how it is with Pi and Lao. But also, yeah, you still have the out-of-the-ring case going on where, Lao is going for a swim. But as you're seeing where Pi got her kicking skills from her father, as it is, because she has the nice spins going just the way the way he does. Alright, so let's put a coin in, press the start button, and we'll do that. Okay, so as far as our characters, we have Akira, Pi, Lao, Wolf, Jeffrey, Kage. Taka Arashi's a sumo wrestler, he's new to this. Aoi, she's also new. Lion, looks really weird as far as how his look is. You know, let's show Lion. But also there's Shundi, Jackie, and Sarah Bryan. I'll show Sarah Bryan as well. You do that weird wink. So let's get fighting, so... And also, I love the announcing in this one, where it's like, fight one, ready, go! I quote this all the time, by the way, and I don't know if Gemini96 ever used my Virtua Fighter quotes on you. And especially it says, K.O. Like that. There you go. A little early, but the same concepts. Yeah, also, Lion is pretty funny with some of his quotations, saying stuff like that. There's another line he also says, is also, I'm getting myself punched down by Akira. As, yeah, we were in Akira's dojo, so in that case, you do have the case of going to each of the characters' levels, same as Virtua Fighter 2 did. There you go, knocked him out of the ring.
I don't make it a habit of fighting the elderly.
Okay, there you go. He's not elderly. We're also going to fight Takarashi. He is the sumo wrestler.
Fight one.
They almost cut him out because they said, can we get his size going correctly? In fact, he was not in this franchise again until Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, which was not the Final Showdown for Virtua Fighter 5, but it was a later release that added him. But he's really interesting. He doesn't have much going on as far as jumping, but he has some powerful attacks.
I don't make it a habit of fighting the elderly.
Yes, you do, Lion. That's total bullshit. But I was going to say, when it comes to that, it reflects one thing I don't think I mentioned when we looked at Virtua Fighter 2, and I sort of mentioned this with Virtua Fighter, and I definitely mentioned this with Shenmue. I'll definitely say that for sure. The focus on real-world martial arts.
Aren't you about ready to go home now?
No, we already are home. We're having a blast. But that's kind of was the reflection, really, of Virtua Fighter. Is also at the train station or the subway station. That's where Sarah's main stage is.
Out of the ring.
Also, the train will not come, by the way, when she falls out of the ring. So it's not like Mortal Kombat 3. And I love he says, "What a knucklehead!"
Ready, go!
But yeah, you gotta be careful with the kicks as far as how they're the same deal as before. But as I said, they kind of were focusing on real-world martial arts. I know that was Yu Suzuki's perspective, and I know when he made Shenmue, he said, I want to do the same thing with that. And actually, when we played Shenmue 1, and we'll see this in Shenmue 2 as well, a lot of fighting styles we saw in that were some of the same fighting styles of the characters in this game.
I don't make it a habit of fighting the elderly.
He's, okay, that's the new Even Good Guys Blow It, but also we have clone matches. So let's see what Lion says to himself.
Fight one. Ready,
Yeah, because you're in the museum. I love the museum, my god. And also, this is a little more involved with the levels in the sense that how you have walking upstairs and things. But also that dodge, it's kind of a small dodge. You see him hitting that B button. It's not going too much. But you have full movement as far as a free movement in Virtua Fighter 4. Which maybe is the reason why I really like that one.
What a knucklehead.
Though, it's worth pointing out, this is the first Virtua Fighter game I ever owned. Because I bought this after I got Dreamcast. It was Sonic Adventure, and it was this one in particular. I didn't play Soul Calibur 2 or Soul Calibur 1 until later. And I realized that's better. And mainly Dreamcast, the port of that for 3TV had some problems. I'll go on that one looking at it in a little bit. And I'll show a little more with that one because in that case you have like triple team case. Basically 3-on-3. So I guess they're paying attention to something like actually, no, because this came out the year after. Well, I guess sort of. I guess they're looking at like head-to-head fighting games of, multiple characters on a team, sort of. Which, God, what was even out? Because 3TV came out in 1997, so it was only a year after this one. There you go. You both fell out. Fantastic. Okay, also, I'm getting achievements and upgrades. Sea Legs Havers. Oh, yeah, you get ranks for doing missions. So in that case, I'm also getting achievements out of Pyre Yakuza as far as a fantastic. I do want to sit back and play this game even more. Actually, I'll make a confession as we're playing Kage. Before we did the Kingdom Hearts Rechain Your Memory show, I spent basically the entire day before that show just playing like a Dragon, Pyre Yakuza in Hawaii. I sat there for 4 hours playing this thing, not just to unlock the stuff of this, because I said, I kind of want to do Sonic the Fighters again. I said, I can justify a showcase for this. So it's been actually a couple months in the making of me thinking to get this set. But also, I said, I just kind of want to do that. I had a long week as far as work, and I got excellent. Get that one, get it perfect going on. But in that case, I just kind of sat down, played this, having a great time, but also saying, ooh, I got some classic Sega games in this to play. And this game is on Game Pass if you have Xbox Series S or X or Xbox One. So you play it that way as far as it, and also it is on the other systems as well, except Switch 2. Well, maybe I'll play on Switch 2. Don't know. I mean, Yakuza 3's remake is on Switch 2, so maybe they can put that in. Actually, there's a couple Yakuza games on Switch 2. Because Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2 are on Switch 2 now. But unfortunately, yeah, Lion got killed or knocked out. Alright, we're going to go on to Virtua Fighter 3 TB, but I just wanted to give a little bit of sense of this one. I'll show different characters in that one, too. Yeah, use a trick you don't normally use. I guess be more clever on what fighting techniques you run.
Game over.
Alright, so that's game over, but I'll show the other one. It's pretty much going to be the same song and dance. Hit the back button and hit exit. As I mentioned, the only difference between Virtua Fighter 3 and 3TB is the fact that Virtua Fighter 3TB came out... Let me update this quick before I go into that. Also, why is the picture that Twitch have for Virtua Fighter 3 showing the picture of Virtua Fighter 2? That's weird. Maybe because this next one was on the Dreamcast. Maybe there's an actual... I mean, you picked the wrong Virtua Fighter 3. Okay, I guess I did. Alright, never mind. Oh, it looks like I updated 4? No, it's just 3. Oh, it's number of viewers. Never mind. Okay. That was strange. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about Virtua Fighter 3 TB. The TB stands for Team Battle, not tuberculosis. Thank God. It's a worthwhile indication or worthwhile distinction to make. Yes, came out in September of 1997 in the arcades. Also from Sega NAM2 as an upgrade to Virtua Fighter 3 that we just saw. This got ported to the Dreamcast. This came out at the launch of the console in Japan on November 27th of 1998. In the US, it was delayed by about a month, so it came out October of 1999. That was after Soul Calibur came out, which did not help this game's case. As good a game as Virtua Fighter 3 is, it's just a case where people looked at that and said, first off, we just got Soul Calibur. This might be the best fighting game of the year and maybe one of the best fighting games ever, period. That had more advanced mechanics to itself in terms of the free run and also it looking better. And also, this is a Model 3 arcade game, as I mentioned. The Dreamcast, for some reason, had a weird thing going on when they did arcade ports from that Model 3 board. I guess because the Dreamcast was not exactly the same as far as how that was, so they had to get a little creative about how they did ports for that compared to games on that are Naomi platform, which there is, I think... Yes, the one we're playing tonight, as far as one thing for SpikeOut, is in the Naomi hardware, which they basically took that tech and they put that into the Dreamcast. So games that ran on that Naomi board, like Crazy Taxi and I don't think of some other Sega arcade ports that were running that way. God, I'm drawing a blank. Actually, wasn't... Oh, I think 18-Wheeler American Pro Trucker was a Naomi game, I think. Wasn't it? Okay, because it's Crazy Taxi, that is. I know for sure that is. Dead or Alive 2, I think, was built on that, because we're pointing out Dead or Alive 2... Dead or Alive 1 was built on the Model 2 of Sega's. 2, I think, was built on the Naomi platform. And also, they're showing one thing I kind of downplayed when it came to Virtua Fighter 3. They give you a first-person view you can go into. As far as... Or actually, wait a minute. Oh, there you go. I was talking about falling off of buildings and never coming back. Takarashi's gone. I guess why he wasn't in the later ones after this one until Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. Yeah, but since the Naomi hardware was something the Dreamcast was based off of, made ports of that really, really easy. But for Model 2, stuff like Sega Rally 2 and Virtua Fighter 3 TB, they were sometimes a bit rough in the sense they didn't look as good, or maybe some of their audio was more muffled. I know in this game in particular, the intro of this, you hear the guitar going the ears. It's much more downplayed on the Dreamcast, which is almost hard to hear it. But that being said, the game is still pretty fun. It's just a case that is that it came out at a bad time, I guess, seeing that in the US it came out after Soul Calibur. He said, let's play Soul Calibur instead. Although, honestly, when it came to a lot of 3D fighting games on the Dreamcast, that kind of was the fate of them. Generally speaking, although you had stuff like Dead or Alive 2 that really broke through and said, oh yeah, that was really good. But everything was compared to Soul Calibur, I think, afterwards because of just how amazing that game was. I mean, Mortal Kombat Gold came out at the launch. That was compared to it. This was compared to it. Trying to think of some other 3D fighting games from the Dreamcast. I mean, 2D things were a different story, because you had, like, Marvel vs. Capcom, and you had some of the King of Fighters games, like King of Fighters Dream Match 99, and later Fatal Fury and Mark of the Wolves. That was kind of a different comparison, saying, like, yeah, it's kind of hard to compare 2D against a 3D fighting game, exactly. But with this one, it's kind of weird. So this is a better version because this is straight emulating the Model 3. And we're going to show it off. I'm going to show off some different characters we didn't show. We will show Sarah still. Press that. Let's show Takarashi. Okay, I don't want to show him twice. But yeah, you can select multiple characters. Alright, never mind.
Fight 1. Ready, go!
Alright, so I'll show you how Sarah Bryant runs here. I still know how to run her, but it's basically 3 on 3. So as soon as you see one enemy, the next one comes up. There you go. K.O. Let's see if she says, even good guys blow it again. Yes! It is a different voice actress, by the way, in this one, and I think this is before Lisa Wilkerson took over in Virtua Fighter 4. They go, yeah! I do love that, as far as her perspective of that. Excellent!
Better run home to Mama now.
There you go, she said something different. I love the fact that she did, as far as that.
Ready, go!
There you go. But also you're seeing there, because you do the evade, you can go off to the side, and then basically you can just smash your elbow into the chest. But also, even though I know her moves very well, and I do, it's something that later in the game, I'm not going to be able to get away with that. The game today, I didn't really pick up on it, and they hurt for that.
Even good guys blow it.
I do need to show Takarashi, though, because, alright, we got a double Sarah battle, why not?
Fight 1. Ready, go!
And you know what, I'll out myself as far as this.
Out of the ring!
Oh, you just followed me out! Also, that's the other thing she says, Yahoo! Alright, here's Takarashi, let's show. So yeah, sumo! We haven't really shown sumo cases going on as far as in fighting games, or really anything. In this case, he doesn't really jump. But the idea is that he, actually not similar to Bark the Polar Bear in Sonic the Fighters in the sense that he's big and moves slow, but he also can hurt. In that case, instead of doing like the jump down, he basically sticks his foot up and smashes down. And just speaking Japanese as far as this, so they do that same detail from Virtua Fighter 2, and also Virtua Fighter 1 does that as well. And also with Shinji, to show that off, they make his drinking of the alcohol as part of his moveset, and you have a limited number of swigs to take in the battle. So they make that a little more clear as far as how you can do that compared to Virtua Fighter 2. Here's Jeffrey. We saw his fighting style when we played Shenmue because Pedro, one of the assistants of Terry, he had the same moveset as far as Jeffrey. But in that case, also, my grabs with Takarashi are a lot slower, so he can also break out potentially. Alright, unfortunately I got stomped. I do love that as far as where he says the I win. I think that's hilarious. I mean, to me, as I said, I think maybe this is it. I'll have the most nostalgic attachment with Virtua Fighter 3 TV and 3 by extension. I sometimes kind of lump them in because, I mean, it is Virtua Fighter 3, but in this case, it's Virtua Fighter 3 but with a team mechanic.
Fight 1. Ready, go!
Alright, I'll do one more set and then we'll go on to the next set as far as what we got. Oh, there you go.
Even good guys blow it.
I don't know if I've heard her say that across Virtua Fighter 2 and 3 as much in my entire life as I have tonight. As I said, bear in mind, I played this game on the Dreamcast as far as at the time. So maybe that's the reason why I like the music the most, or why I have the most attachment with this, but it was later that I did get Virtua Fighter 4 on the PlayStation 2, which was great. And then Virtua Fighter 5 I got on 360, and I got Final Showdown. And I played the demo of the Switch 2 version of Revo World Stage, and actually it's pretty good as far as how they run it, although, game key card, I mean, why can't they put that game on an actual card? I don't understand it. But then again, as I said, I'll just say the same thing. This is the meme of the game keyboard. I'm not necessarily even against it the way other people are. It's just I love highlighting the hypocrisy of Nintendo fans when it comes to that. But that is the case of saying, look, if Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, which is out on Tuesday, a game that is 150 gigs in size that they compressed down to 60 for Switch 2, and they put it on an actual game card fully. If that can be on a game card fully, why not something like Virtua Fighter 5, which was a game from 20 years ago? It just seems bizarre to me. I mean, maybe it's a cost thing, maybe saying, okay, it is a cost thing. They're saying, well, the card sizes are too expensive for us, and I guess Nintendo's not giving a whole lot of options for that. But still a case of saying, like, I don't know, that's going to be a question as far as what that is. When that can get digitally, or maybe get on something else, although, dang it, even on other things, it might be a case where you still have to go online for it anyway. I mean, I'm going to find that out, because even, we are doing, first off, just to indicate one thing, we are doing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as a scoping session show this year. I want to show it. That is a fantastic game. I'm also going to be using the Xbox Series X for that, but I also am buying the Switch 2 version, because I want to see how Switch 2 run this thing. It looks like so far it's running really, really well, even to the point where I put some of my coworkers in front of the demo of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is out next month for Switch 2 and Xbox Series X. But for that, there were some downgrades they had to make in order to get it on the Switch 2. But looking at Indiana Jones: The Great Circle, aside from them cutting the frame rate in half to 30 frames per second, I don't know if there are any real cut downs that they made of what the previews are showing. I said, I'm going to find some kind of problem with this thing. Yeah, Takaraji's down on the ground. Sorry, friend. But so far, it doesn't seem like it. Alright, with that, I think we're going to go on to the next case. But that's your look at Virtua Fighter 3.
Game over.
It tends to be seen as the weakest Virtua Fighter game as far as the mainline ones. But I do have a nostalgic place as far as it. And it's still a fun game. It definitely did take a couple of chances. And I love the music, I'll say this. The music in Virtua Fighter 3 is my favorite of the series still. So yeah, give it a listen if you never have. And also give it a play if you never have. And this game is definitely one way to do it. Okay. Next up, we're going to take a look at a game that I was waiting for a port of for years. It took 25 years to get this game in the home, and now it is, and I'm very happy. I mean, they had to do it a bit differently to get it here, but they did. And also, there are people walking around. Also, unlike the other parts of this franchise in this game, we're not going to run into... I guess thugs are going to come over here and want to fight me because we're in the arcade. Also, we have a child here, so they shouldn't be fighting us. And also, we're pointing out our pet tiger who sometimes picks up items. Yeah, what you got in your mouth? Yeah, I got a silver grasshopper. Every so often, he'll pick up stuff, and he'll give them to you. But all right, we're going to be playing. Let me just get the audio right on this one. What was the audio I had? Let's see. Put this to 21. 0.4. No, yeah, 21.4. That's fine. We're looking at Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge. We're playing on normal. You can also change. There's also difficulty options on these games, so there's that as well. Okay, this came out in the arcades in 1998, particularly in June of 1998 in Japan. The US got it in October of 1998 in Europe and the US. The Power Edition upgraded an updated version of this. We'll get on in a second. Also, you know what? As you're hearing this amazing music, I'll go on in a second. I want to do a mic pull because I'm kind of paranoid because of problems we had before from tonight and also from last time we looked at this. Yeah, that time my going silent was intended. Okay. Daytona USA 2 Power Edition and Battle on the Edge. We're looking at both of them, but we're looking at Battle on the Edge first. This is the sequel to the legendary Daytona USA. One of the best arcade racing games ever made, and this is their follow-up. Yeah, there's incredible music going on as far as how it is, and they're giving new gameplay mechanics to explain, including the slingshot. Basically, you can draft behind an opponent, and when you get it, it builds up your speed, and then you can pass by them, and you can get ahead. So there's some new things they add to this, and for this release, in this game, they made it so that they took out the Daytona licensing, so they were able to get this game releasing. And they tell you also in the intro some aspects of how to play this. Be careful of cars that are smoking because they may crash into you. Good advice, but also you get that going on with the AI being a little more advanced as far as how this is. And also drafting, as I mentioned. That's the slingshot. But if you hit the car in front of you, you lose speed. Yeah, love the typos in here. And also they explain how the power slide works. Which they didn't in Daytona 1, but tap the brake! That's what you have to do. And then step on the gas pedal. And in that case, whilst you're fishtailing, do steer as far as the counter steer, control the car. And we'll give it another look as far as how it goes. Yeah, what they did with this one is they wanted to elevate on Daytona USA 1, which, as I mentioned when we looked at it a couple times, it was this funky entertainment game of a racing game, saying, how can a non-kart racing game like a Mario Kart that's a racing game have character to it? Daytona USA found a way by giving you characters that have names to them, particularly the Hornet, but you have new ones as far as this one, like Impulse here. You have these great tracks where you have like the swinging ship ride as far as the Adventure Dome. You can enjoy the 4 views by pressing the view buttons, just like the first game. And then going into the haunted house with, bats and things going around. And then go to space. So, yeah, that, and also have this great music, which is worth pointing out to go into that. It is done by Fumio Ito. Did music for Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter 3 TP that we showed a little earlier. As well as Shenmue, Sonic Superstars, Hour in 2006 Coast to Coast as well. And also Takenobu Mitsuyoshi did music for a lot of the games showed tonight, and for Daytona USA 1, did music on this one. But also one thing you're hearing about the vocals. Yeah, they got Dennis St. James, who's worth pointing out, did vocals for Nights into Dreams on Sega Saturn, and also for Burning Rangers, also on Sega Saturn, as far as doing this. And now guitar and drum work, it's worth pointing out. I mentioned before when it comes to Sega, particularly in the 90s, that they wanted to get stuff going on with famous artists as far as certain things, and it's worth pointing out some of the people I mentioned with Nights when we looked in the Christmas Nights a couple years ago. They were involved with parts of the music industry, and even in Sonic 3's case, Michael Jackson was involved. Sega wants to deny it, but he was involved. They admitted that enough, and they can't put that genie back in the bottle, no matter how hard they try. And there are a lot of people in terms of Motown involved in that music who think they were screwed out. Probably were screwed out of royalties, which is why Sonic 3's original music is never getting brought back again, I'm sorry to say. But the point is, Sega did have the connections with famous musicians and famous music labels. And they continue with this game in a different way. Because on Sega CD, they had cases of Eric Martin of Mr. Big. He was involved with Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin on that console, but he also did Sons of Angels, the main theme of Daytona USA 2, or Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition for Sega Saturn. This one, they went to Reb Beach and Rod Morgenstein. They were who are the guitarist and the drummer, respectively, for Winger. I don't know if you're familiar with Winger out there in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, but they were a glam rock metal band from the 80s and a little bit in the 90s. In particular, they made their self-titled album from 1988 that had songs on it, particularly 17 in particular. That being probably the most famous one out of them. But also they had a cover of Purple Haze by Jimi Hendrix on that, as we're pointing out. But yeah, they got them in saying, hey, do your work, can you help us with this? But it's not actually, them singing that way. I mean, it's not them saying like, I'm only 17. It's like, that would be interesting as far as how it is. Although, it's worth pointing out on this console, you can, as we're pointing out, copy music to this or stream it from something. So you could play 17 by Winger. You can play Swinger to this game if you want, but you're kind of getting the Winger experience with the guitar and drum work as it is. So, either way, you're not going to lose. But anyway, that was kind of what they were doing with this one. And I don't know if I like this better than Daytona USA 1, although part of that is because I know Daytona USA 1 so much. It is an institution, and I love it with all my heart and soul. This game, though, it took 25 years to get this home. We looked at the Power Edition a couple years ago in Like a Dragon Guide, and the man erased his name. That was its first home port, and it was the Sega Racing Classic 2 edition. So, in that case, like, oh my god, thank you for bringing this game back. Because I always want to play more of this, and the only other way this is in the home outside of that is, you play Outrun 2 on Xbox, there's a path that has laps through each one of these courses. with that said, we're gonna start this game and start playing.
Please select a race course.
You do get different race courses going on this one. I'm gonna show one of these for this. I'm gonna show the next one a little differently. We're going beginner.
Please select the level of the car.
Yeah, you have difficulty as far as what they are. You have easy car, normal car, hard car. We're on hard car.
Hard level car. Please choose
And you use manual automatic transmission. We're still running automatic. Yeah, so gentlemen, start your engines. It's still the same way as Daytona 1, but in that case, you do have a rolling start. There's Hornet, but Hornet's not here. But hold that thought. Okay, so here we go. We're at the sort of Daytona track, the Force Dome. This is going to change in the next one, as we're pointing out as far as the Power Edition. But yeah, look at that. You have the nice waterfalls going on there. And the car's jiggling across the road as we go. Also, I'm taking the hard car because, in all honesty, it makes the drifting kind of run a little more like Daytona USA, the first one. Because now that I understand how the drift mechanic of that game works, it's something where, I don't know, they ease up on it as far as making the turning a little easier with the higher level cars than this. But honestly, I don't know. I'm so used to the other way, saying that make it harder now as far as this, you know? But this game does have in its way then more of an approachability than even Daytona USA itself had. Not that that was not an approachable game, it certainly is. But also a case of saying they're going to explain some of the mechanics, they're going to explain the slingshot, which I do love that idea, but ooh, gotta be careful. And it's still going 60 frames per second, it's still a Model 3, oh, no, it's not still a Model 3, it was Model 2 for the first one, this is Model 3. Yeah, look at this game, it's awesome. You have lens flare coming out. Actually, we're like in the geodesic dome, I just realized. And running on 8 laps. And also, even the attention to details, my car is getting torn apart. They really go crazy with damage. They also say, careful of the smoking cars. They might be trouble for you. Whoa. Even the attention of the position indicator, where they're showing it's kind of going up almost like a counter. We're talking about EarthBound tonight a little bit, as far as picky with fighting Vipers. It's like that, and I love it. It's a small thing. It's like, who cares? It's not that big a deal. I mean, okay, it's not that big a deal. But when we talk about how this game is presenting itself, I guess, I don't know, maybe a reflection of the slot machine case of the first game. We're saying that, hey, it's like the slots going around as far as on 3.7 Speedway. It's almost like that, but it just looks cool. I can't think of any other racing game that does that. So if nothing else, it gives this game an identity. The same way that Daytona USA did so many different things that gave itself a great identity as well. But check your position. It's going to be close. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I know, and I don't know if I'm going to make it to the end. We'll get close. Yeah, place 22nd.
Game over!
Yeah, I'm not that great at this one, I'm not going to lie.
List your name with the other champions.
But you do get to get your name going on here. I don't know if this has the Easter egg that Daytona USA 1 has, where you put in certain initials, you get, like, pieces of music. I don't think it does. We'll do another race on this one. We'll go to Power Edition.
Select a race course.
Let's go Advanced.
Advanced. Please select the level of the car.
No, let's show the easy car.
Easy level car. Please choose manual or automatic transmission.
Let's do automatic.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
I mean, I could show off all 3 courses in this one, but Power Edition has an option that shows off all 3 courses at once. I'm going to show it. But I do love the advanced course here because you have the swinging ship. God, it's amazing. I mean, I guess that's the thing about the Daytona name, thinking about that. It's because the reason they didn't, they had to take the license out because they had to go to the Daytona International Speedway in Indiana, or basically go to that organization and say, hey, can we have the rights to this again as far as it. That's how serious Sega was. They wanted to give this game street cred, but they also wanted to say, hey, we want this to not take itself too seriously, but take itself just seriously enough to get people going. As far as all kinds of audiences, fans of stock cars, in cases of people just see like, what is this beautiful looking game? I want to put $1 in this thing. But so in that case, they said, all right, that would be why they'd have to relicense it again. And to be fair, they have relicensed it for other arcade versions or a semi-new arcade version of Daytona USA 1. But I think they said, you know what, we got that down. We have like a traditional Daytona track, you know, driving around, but let's also add some other stuff. Let's have like a slot machine in there. Let's have Sonic the Hedgehog in the mountain. Now we're going to an amusement park, going all across this case, going into like the swinging, I just say, it's like the battering ram, the old ride from Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia, where it's like the ship going on as far as that. But then it's like, hey, we have the desert area with the crashed subway, or like the runaway train going on there. The castle with the bats there, going into sci-fi land. I guess, actually, there's reference to Space Harrier in there. I'll show on the next lap, as, yeah, my car is getting torn apart. And the damage modeling, they really enhanced the damage modeling even more than they originally had. And if I can beat this race, I can show it even more. We'll see if I can do that. Also, yeah, it was almost like the pirate aspect. Perfectly fitting for Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, but also the idea of saying, like, hey, you know, you're going on, like, a great pirate adventure. Yeah, I'll show and go through here the Space Harrier thing. In fact, it says right there, does it say Space Harrier? If it doesn't, it's pretty close, and, I mean, this is AM2 again, so they made Space Harrier, so they know. And thankfully, he helped me with that rear bumper. And the other thing you're also seeing as we go is you have speed records as far as going across certain areas where if you keep the pedal to the metal, it'll record speed case for yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I got through that really, really quick.
Better keep an eye on your time.
I know.
Almost out of time.
I'm going to try and get to the end as far as the course, but if I don't, I'm going to go back to the easy course, or the beginner course, and I'll try and just beat that. Or I'll go down on easy or something if it takes that, because I put this on normal. Okay, I do want to show finishing the race, because it also shows how beat up my car gets. Oh, I crashed. Yeah, like the original game, this is totally nuts, and I absolutely love it. Yeah, I'm not going to win this. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to quit out, and I'm going to reload this with easy.
Game over!
And then we'll look at Power Edition. Which is mostly the same, but there are some changes there that I definitely want to show off.
S.
O. G. Alright, so let's go back. I'm going to quit. I'm going to just change the difficulty. I like that they give you that option, so if you've never come to this game before saying, hey, this game is going to be too hard, perhaps, or maybe too easy, you can adjust it. Alright, so let's game again. And it's only $1, by the way, to spend as far as in-game money from this game to play. Alright, so let's keep going.
Please select a race course.
We'll do beginner, we'll do expert, we'll show that as far as Power Edition, I'll show you why.
Please select the level of the car. Normal level car. Please choose manual or automatic.
Alright, we got Scorpio. That's the car for normal.
Gentlemen,
Start your engines. Let's go. Alright. I also kind of love the shaking. It's insane how this goes. But as I said, that's kind of what makes this game so special. It is every game in this franchise, but this one too. Yeah, Palm Rock Valley. I do love that idea as well. And yeah, the vocals of Dennis St. James are amazing. Have you ever heard the theme he did for Burning Rangers? Okay, it's worth pointing out the Japanese version of Angels with Burning Hearts, which is the main theme of that game. It is by Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, who actually does the vocals, same way he did for Daytona USA. But for the US version, they did get Dennis St. James to do the vocals. But he's also really great too. They actually have it's worth hearing both versions of that. And I was gonna say, you know what? I'll put them on the link list, both of those. I do want to try and get to Burning Rangers at some point, but it's worth pointing out. When we do Burning Rangers on this show, I'm gonna get the Japanese version because it's way cheaper than the US one. The US one is like $600 and something. The Japanese version is like under $50. So in that case, we're only gonna hear the Takenobu Mitsuyoshi version, but I do love the Dennis St. James version in terms of the vocals. It's the same song, it's just the idea of how they give their vocal spin on things. We always finish the race, but I don't know if we're going to get to victory lane as far as winning. Yeah, Chad, I don't know what your experience at Daytona USA 2 is. I know we mentioned the first one. But 2, I don't know. And as I mentioned, it was never brought to the home officially until just a couple of years ago. So they said, I am so happy they brought it home. Especially playing on this console, even though these Yakuza games are available on other systems. Playing with the Xbox controller with those triggers, my god, that is absolutely the right way to play this thing. If you can't play it with the steering wheel the way the arcade game goes, this is the next best option. Alright, but the white flag is out. This is the final lap. It's also pointing out if you get into the high enough ranks, the position indicator, it basically melds together so it's just one number across both reels. So I guess it is like a slide.
The race is over!
There you go, the race is over. Fantastic. Yeah, I did take a lot of damage going there.
Your place.
8th, not bad.
Game over!
Now, list your name with the other champions.
You know, I'll test that. I'm going to put A dash, or A period B.
B.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, because in Daytona USA 1, that plays the Afterburner theme. Oh, no, I don't want to play this one again. We're playing its follow-up now. Okay, so after Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge came out, admittedly this was only 2 months after, and Europe didn't get this. It only came out in Japan and the US in December of 1998. This is Daytona USA 2 Power Edition. You're probably wondering, well, what's the difference between this and the other one? I'll run it easy again, just for the purpose of it. Well, first off, it has a different intro. A lot of the music is still the same. So in this case, yeah, you see them tuning up Scorpio now. Yeah, after the damage you took with the first one, or with Battle on the Edge, we definitely needed it. You still have Slingshot, that is the main theme of the game as far as it... Yeah, the heat is back. Yeah, this is the beginner course. They redesigned this one entirely. We were in the Geodesic Dome before, but now it's kind of an open-air area without the mountains around. It's more of, I guess, the traditional Daytona track a little bit. That's one change they made. They also give you an extra option as far as how it is. They also show the destruction even more, saying, hey, you know, the cars are setting on fire. So, yeah, my hood's gone. Look at that. You have to dive out before, you know, the fire comes in. They're saying, yeah, we're getting our fire extinguisher. Probably a bad idea if that thing explodes and gets in the gas tank. That might be a problem, but yeah, this is dangerous. Yeah, you gotta be careful and drive your way out of the distance of the fire. So yeah, they give the intro a little more flair as far as how this goes. It's still the same crazy and amazing driving experience as the first game, but they did do a couple other changes to this. In particular, they adjusted the physics a little bit, to a certain degree. As I mentioned, they changed this course as far as how it is for beginner. This intro is still the same as far as explaining how the gameplay works. They also added a new challenge course as far as running through one lap of each of the 3 courses. And then there's one other thing as well. I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. Scene right there behind the tap the brake, it says they're Hornet. Yeah, the most famous racing car in any racing game ever, I would argue. Chat, can you argue with me and tell me if there's a more famous racing car that's not actually a licensed vehicle like, I don't know, a Mazda or a Honda or a Ford, something like that? Or the go-kart from Mario Kart? Is there a more famous vehicle or car, I should say, in any racing game than the Hornet? I say no. But if you're wondering, like, wait a second, Battle on the Edge did not have the Hornet. Where is it? We have these new cars. I miss the Hornet. It's kind of an important part of the Daytona USA experience. Yeah, you're right. Sega agreed. We're going to look at the challenge course to start.
Please select the level
Yeah, they
of the
give you
car.
the Hornet. It's here. Look at it. My God, special car. We're taking that.
Hornet Classic.
Yeah, classic.
Please choose manual or automatic.
And it does have the same case, they have in the same livery if you're running on manual, and then also the other one as far as automatic, same with the first game did. So here we go, the Hornet's back. Oh my God. Or the Subaru Impreza, that's another one. Well, yeah, that's a pretty famous car as far as, actually, now that I think about it. Licensed car, yes, but also cases the Subaru Impreza was indicated in like some rally games, including of Sega, like the Sega Rally games. I know also the Toyota Celica in Sega Rally Championship, the first one, being a case of that. And I guess, okay, you're right too, because I'll say this. Remember, I mentioned this before, but I'll reiterate it again, or if you're new, I'll mention this now. By the way, this is a one-lap race across all the courses, 1 lap worth of each. You start at advanced, you go to expert, and then you go back to beginner. I'll see that going on. These courses are the same, by the way, as far as how they are, but worth pointing out the Hornet here, it is based on a real car too. It was modeled after the Chevy Lumina from 1994, so you're right. Not a wrong case of saying the Subaru Impreza as far as that. Although we'll also have some famous arcade cars going on here. And when we do Midway Treasures 3 in a couple weeks. But alright, that's different. We didn't go back on a lap. We're going through a tunnel now. And now we're going to Great Central Station. Yeah, we're not New York City as far as where the expert course is. It's the same way that Battle on the Edge was. That's the one course I didn't show earlier.
Look out behind you! Time extension.
And you have to be careful, though, going down the way. And also, yeah, it gets pretty tight as we're going through not Times Square as far as how this is. But yeah, it is pretty amazing. And then, yeah, here's Hornet going on as far as this. Look at that. Whoa.
Time extension.
And going around the park as well. I guess it's... Well, I don't know if it's supposed to be Central Park. Maybe it is. I know I'm off the track, but we're going all right. Yeah, Hornet's hanging on. Hornet's a strong car. Hornet's survived for over 32 years now. Yeah, Hornet will be fine. I don't know if there's any car ever that has that kind of longevity. Well, I don't know. Maybe in real life there's the cars that are more long-lasting than that. But turn your headlights as we go through here. It does get a little hazy in here. I do love that attention to detail, saying, yeah, it's almost like we started in the morning, now it's the day, and then I guess it's going to go in the afternoon as seeing the great country sky as far as how it is. So, yeah, you're also covering different distances as we go on our way to get through to the next leg of the race. I don't know. Can we win with Hornet? We'll see. I'll need to practice before we come back to this, and then I do that with Hornet, but let's keep going. No, not for long. Don't worry. Remember, Hornet's got this. But also, look how violently the Hornet is shaking. All the cars are shaking. All right, there you go. 3, 2. Here we go. So here is the redesigned version of the beginner course. Now go through 1 lap of this, and maybe we can get to victory lane. We'll see. Come on, Hornet. We believe in you. All right, yeah, we're not going to win. We're going to get 2nd place.
The race is over!
All right, that was pretty close. All right, well, we did still get the credits. All right, there you go. Fantastic. Look at that. So, yeah, that is Daytona USA 2 Power Edition. But we're not done. I've got another case I'm going to look around as far as how this is. Yeah, there you go. We did believe in the Hornet, so even though we didn't win, we got 2nd. It's a case where, yeah, we came pretty close. And you are seeing all the people who made this cabinet go. It is an amazing cabinet if you've ever seen Daytona USA 2. Either one. Either Battle on the Edge or Power Edition. Same way that Daytona USA 1 was. And also the music as far as how they go, as far as what that's all about.
Your place.
Second.
Game over!
That means that I do think we can get a Hornet winning.
The other champions.
In fact, I'll show the beginner course again, and the reason I'll do this is because it's the one that was redesigned in particular. Alright, so Hornet, what do you think about another run?
Beginner. Please select the level of the car.
Yeah, nothing against the others, of which we have JC Eagle, Scorpio, Impulse, but yeah, Hornet.
Please choose manual automatic.
But you can play with the other cars as well, and they're all worth playing around with. But also, if nothing else, gives a little more variety when it comes to... Okay, first off, they have a bit of a different intro when it comes to how the Rolling Star in this one works compared to Battle on the Edge. It's also the case that, yeah, you have multiple cars to drive, because it was just Hornet as far as the originals. So I guess if you're like, oh, I want more cars to drive, aside from just either Hornet is manual or automatic, yeah, you can do that. You have other options as far as it. And it does change the physics a little bit as well. Whereas Hornet plays, for the most part, a lot like, you know, from the first game. We're running through the engine of this one. Yeah, they tell me to go easy on the car. Like, I'm trying. Also, I want to win. Oh no. Actually, I probably should be using the slingshotting, which it's funny. I'm not really thinking to use it. Oh, whoa! Okay, yeah, look at Hornet. Yeah, the whole front of Hornet's off. Also, yeah, it's worth pointing out you do still have access to pit roads. Again, don't use them because you're gonna lose. I wish that was not the case. I wish it was the case where you could have the pit road going and be able to win, perhaps. Or maybe turn that into a strategy case. I mean, the console version of Daytona USA 1 did that. But since 2 didn't really have an official home version that's not a port like this, they didn't have an option of doing that for the endurance race, which is how the first game did it. Yeah, I guess so, but we'll be fine. So far looking good, but I don't know if I can win. Also, the other thing is I'm not sliding around those curves. Yeah, you're also seeing, because of those scenery, the course is a little different than it was in Battle on the Edge. A little, not massively, but enough that you'll notice it. And yeah, the physics are a bit different, but it's kind of, it's not massive to tell, but like, I don't know if I'm going to win. I think that crash took me out. That's going to be the problem.
The race is over!
I made it, but yeah, look, I love that idea. Like, yeah, the front of Hornet's gone.
Fourth.
You just kind of jostle him down the road.
Game over! Now, list your name with the other champions.
Okay, I think we've probably done enough as far as this. I do want to try and see if I can win, but I think we'll come back to this again at some point. I mean, even though this is on Game Pass as far as Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, I'm probably going to buy this thing just because I'm liking the game itself, but also because the Sega game's in this. And I don't have copies of these elsewhere, except for... You know, the only one I do is Virtua Fighter 3 TV over there. And this is a better point anyway. Okay. Alright, so that's the case of Daytona USA 2. Both experiences, God, they're wonderful. But not sure I'm going to say that about in the next one, because I've been talking about how much I love some of these Sega arcade games. This one, I not played this game much until this. Actually, it was the other day when I remembered, oh wait, this game is actually in this. So, in that case, we're going to take a look. Also, what's the audio on this one? I think I kind of lost myself in Daytona 2. This one actually is kind of quiet, so let's turn it up a little more. What is it? 19.5, that'll go. Alright, this is, I'm going to put this on normal. This is SpikeOut Digital Battle Online. That's the actual name, but this is porting the final edition, which came out in 1999. As far as Digital Battle Online, it came out in 1998 in arcades from Sega and not AM2. This is from Amusement Vision. That is the company that Ryoga Gotoku Studios was initially called. They made Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii here. They also made Daytona USA 2, or Daytona USA 1 for the Dreamcast. And they also made the Super Monkey Ball games, and they made F-Zero GX for GameCube. But they made this beat-em-up in the arcades that was initially Model 3. The 1998 version of this game was a Model 3 arcade game, but this version you're looking at here was built on the Naomi hardware. As I mentioned, the Naomi hardware was what Sega used to drive the Dreamcast architecture, so it made ports between that easy. though this game never came out on Dreamcast. I would think maybe it would have if the Dreamcast had lasted longer than a couple of years. I just seeing what's going on. This is a beat 'em up as far as how it is, and you have these people who are in this house together, including that guy with his child who's on his back. And in that case, they'll show you how this is going to go. Move around with the lever over there, or the stick. You have shift button and beat button. Beat button basically doing a punch. Charge button, basically press that held down and let go when it gets up there to get a stronger attack. You have 4 levels as far as how it is as well. You know, attack on the beat button whilst charging as well, and make combos of it. So kind of a takeoff on, I guess, Dynamite Deca, or as we know it in this country, Die Hard Arcade. That was what the first one was called, because they had a licensing with Fox for Die Hard. And also you have a jump. Or I guess a little bit like Streets of Rage, but I don't know if I like this as much as Streets of Rage. If you super attack, you can hit all the buttons as far as doing a spin around, as far as it, but also in that case you can charge it up.
SpikeOut.
Alright, yeah, my experience with this game was just the other day when I remembered it's in this collection. As far as home ports, SpikeOut has not gotten a whole lot of play. The only version of it that got a home version was, what was it? It was on Xbox. It was SpikeOut Battle Street. It's actually one of the rare games on the original Xbox. It was not necessarily well received at the time when it came out. It was seen as something of a curiosity case. It also is, I'm not going to lie here, at a time when the beat 'em up was kind of on the way out of people thinking, I don't know if it's really something that we're that into anymore. And also with beat 'em ups that came around, the question of how much were companies really trying to make these things good. Even companies like Capcom, where they made Beat Down Fists of Vengeance, or Final Fight Streetwise, which didn't start as a Final Fight game, but they turned it into that, and it was something like, not good. Shocked, saying Capcom should know how to do it. What about Namco? They made Urban Reign on the PlayStation 2. That's another one that seemed like, yeah, what was going on there? I mean, honestly, one of the best ones we played of that era in the 2000s was Beautiful Joe, which is by Clover Studios, who made Okami, and they made a sequel to that as well. And also The Warriors, that's by Rockstar. They took the movie from 1979 from Walter Hill, and they turned it into a beat 'em up. One that I don't know if we can show on the show because it has a lot of licensed music from the movie. The one where it is a pretty impressive beat 'em up that also has some interesting gameplay mechanics itself, because it's a prequel to the movie, actually. To start. It basically is the case that, yeah, you're the gang and you're on the run, and eventually gets to the point where all the events in the movie happen, and then you play off of those after a great build. They do a great job of setting it up. But it's also a case of then, wait, what was beat 'em ups looking like? And then the question of like 3D beat 'em ups. But nowadays it's kind of a better case in the sense you have some modern beat 'em ups like Streets of Rage 4, because Streets of Rage 4, if I got another Streets of Rage game as far as how it is, I was talking about the 5th one that's, I guess, on the way that we don't know about yet, but Streets of Rage 4 came out. It was awesome. And we got a lot of beat 'em ups as far as that. We got stuff like Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. We got Scott Pilgrim EX, which came out a couple of months ago. Marvel Cosmic Invasion, that was really good. We're getting re-releases of a bunch of them, like X-Men. That's finally coming back. Dolly Finn, we played that for the Delicious Show a few months ago. I said, wouldn't it be nice to have another release of that? That Marvel Maximum Collection that's out now has it, and it's a physical version that I've got on pre-order now. So I guess then the case of saying, like, okay, maybe stuff with Gino is kind of coming back into fashion. There's also Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge. There's the He-Man Master of the Universe game that's coming out semi-soon as well. I've heard really interesting things about that, as far as what that's looking like, as far as like previews of it. But as far as like 3D beat 'em ups like this, I don't know necessarily seen a whole lot. But I mean, they were showing Streets of Rage, I'm gonna say 5. That's what they showed 3 years ago. It looks in the style of this, but honestly, I don't know. That seems like maybe that's gonna be looking better than this, because despite all this, I mean, I guess I'm talking this game a lot, or talking now a lot for this, because this is the weakest thing we're gonna look at tonight, personally. So I don't know, maybe I just don't want to get to this. But it's kind of weird and awful. But there are some interesting things, I'll say that. Also, you've been playing enough. I played off screen a little bit. You can do the level select as far as how it is. We're starting at the beginning. We're starting at Spiker's camp. Just like your character, you have Spike, Linda, White, and Tenshin. I'm gonna start with Linda. Also, yeah, the character design's a little weird, even as far as, like, the faces, as far as that. I mean, I was showing as far as how Fighting Vipers was. Yeah, they indicate you, like, hey, you start here, the boss is here, there's a gate there you have to get to. And just fight. Okay, so we're in our room. We all live in the same house, by the way. You know this weird walk, and then the boss is coming down. I'm in X button to do the punching. You also jump on A button the way I have it set. You can customize the controls you want. I got grab that's on, or a hold that's on B button, and then you basically do a toss down. Basically hitting another button. And you have kick that's on the Y button. But also because this is an arcade game, walking around, and there's not really much, there's no way of camera control. There's Linda's room. But the enemies are coming by. She's kind of walking, like, with that weird strut as far as how it is. It's strange. You know, like, the idea, like, I guess they're... Okay, I want to look at that. They're basically animating the idea of, like, her sashaying herself as she walks along. But it's almost like she's just walking down the street above anything else. Not really for that purpose. But that can just beat up the boss. Python. And break the gate in 30 seconds. Don't know what happens if you don't break it in 30 seconds. In that case, you kick it and you go outside. So in that case, you're kind of going from one area to another as far as going this way. I mean, it plays okay. I'm not going to say it's like a bad playing game. There's a lot of moves you have. And a nice KO bar. Basically, as you go along, don't take damage. Yeah, they're going, also, you have the right trigger. I have that super move, so I can do things when I'm grabbed. So in that case, I can hold on to him and do that. So there actually is a... I'll tell you what this game does. I'll say one thing. It kind of deals with a problem that sometimes beat'em ups this time had, which is the idea that what is your variety of combat. Actually, another game that does 3D beat 'em up I didn't mention. It's a game I want to show, but not for the beat 'em up part of it. Dead to Rights. That was also by Namco. It was on Xbox, and they ported it to PlayStation 2 and GameCube later. It has areas where it becomes a beat 'em up. In that case, there's not much in the way of moves. Basically, just one punch and one kick, and basically just keep hitting that punch button or kick button repeatedly, and that's all you got. The thing about that game that saves it is that there's many other gameplay mechanics, including great gunplay. It's almost like something like Max Payne. And also the other weird case where you do a striptease minigame with your girlfriend, and you're like doing DDR button presses as far as like Dance Dance Revolution or something like that. But this solves the problem with something like that, which really Dead to Rights came out after this. And the sequel to Dead to Rights then said, you know what, we're just going to have the gunplay all together as the only thing, and get rid of the beat 'em up part. But this does have a lot of moves, as far as it, so I'll give him credit for that, saying that, oh yeah, when I get that charge going on there and like grab onto him, I can do that weird spin around, but also still do that. And you have super attacks, those are the exclamation bars there. And you also do charging relay and anything, so I'm holding that X button, it charges up, you have a little counter, but then I let go, and like, oh, I can hit him. You do that same case like doing like that smashing kick or punch to them, depending on what it is. So yeah, there is a lot to do as far as moves and good combos. But I'll say this, the way it feels, it doesn't feel bad, it just feels like, I don't know, I'll say this, I think maybe it moves too slow. Also, it's showing the flashing case of those items up there. For the life of me, I don't know how to pick up items. I tried literally every button on the controller, I don't know which one it is. If you ever played SpikeOut, please tell me how do you pick up items in this game. And unfortunately, since this doesn't have a manual, as far as this release, or any of them actually, I don't even know if, the one on Xbox, what was it, Battle Street? That would have had an instruction manual back in the day. But because of that, I don't know how to pick up items. Usually in a beat 'em up like this, you pick up the pipe and beat people with them. The same way they do with Streets of Rage. Also, I guess I'll say this as far as like character design, they're okay, but like compared to, I don't know, Axel and Blaze or Streets of Rage, yeah. Sorry, nothing against Linda. Linda's okay, but I mean, I don't know, she's no Blaze. Also, there's not a whole lot as far as the backstories, like who they are, except for, oh, they live in the same house. Although maybe the other games in the series go into that, sort of, because there are other ones. I'm knocking the life out of people, so it is kind of fun that way. But as I said, it's just, I don't know. I mean, you see weird stuff like, yeah, that car's like doing, I don't know, hydraulics or something, like bouncing around. Actually, that move is really good doing the hold on. In that case, saying, yeah, get rid of that and get fire off. I'll say this. Maybe me saying, like, oh, yeah, this is the weakest thing we're looking at tonight is saying that, oh, yeah, it's saying this is a bad game. Like, I don't think it's a bad game. It's just something where, like, I don't know, it's just kind of there for me. But maybe it's a case of saying, you know, maybe when I play it more, I'll get it. But there is some charm here saying that, hey, you knock them out or punching them enough and they have, like, the stars around their head. So it does still have some of that character, but it's compared to other beat-em-ups, especially, I mean, I'll tell you. I'd love to show Die Hard Arcade. Die Hard Arcade, as we're pointing out, does have a Sega Saturn version that costs a fortune. But it's worth pointing out that its Japanese version, Dynamite Deca, it is on Saturn as well, and it's not expensive. That is actually, I like that game a lot. That's a game that's not very fast either, but that's one where they confine you in, and it very loosely follows Die Hard. As we're pointing out, very, very loosely. The only thing it really has in common is that you're in a high-rise apartment and you're beating terrorists up. But even outside of that, it's something where, yeah, John McClane definitely looks a lot different than how Bruce Willis did in the movie, or compared to the Die Hard trilogy games that Fox made on PlayStation, and the first one was on the Saturn. The second was PlayStation only. But that is a game where, I don't know, it seems like maybe they opened this one up more than something like that, and it was not the same team that made this. That was WoW Entertainment, or AM1, who made The Ocean Hunter, the game we're looking at next. But I don't know, maybe the idea of like how your movement was and what your skills were, it kind of fit better the environments, and also the other fact, that being that, I don't know, it seemed like it was easier to kind of pick up and understand, and also even like picking up items. And you have great items going on. You have weird things in some cases. You also have like weapons you can pick up, like rocket launchers and guns and things like that on top of like brooms and things. And the later games of the franchise, particularly Dynamite Deca 2, or as we got in the US, Dynamite Cop, which is on the Dreamcast, as far as the version we got here, that has a case where you basically can pick up like, I don't know, like kitchen utensils and things, like spatulas to beat people with, and you have a fight with a Kraken, man. It's hilarious. So in that case, they kind of lean into like the bizarreness of this one. I mean, this one sort of does, if you're playing as one of the characters where you basically have his son with him, and he's always on your back, or he's like almost walking around kind of imitating daddy as far as, you know, beating up the enemies, although he never gets hurt, which is kind of an interesting thing about how they handle that. So it kind of has some interesting touches that you get a sense like, yeah, I don't see this in other beat-em-ups, but it doesn't go quite far enough, at least of what I played so far. I mean, maybe it goes crazy, and I'll also say the difficulties as far as they give you easy, medium, hard, and very hard. Don't put on easy because it's too easy. It's the kind of thing that you take so little damage that I don't know, it's something where even if you've never played a game like this before, you'll be fine on easy. Don't worry, on normal, don't worry. Except in my case, I got my ass kicked. But I'll continue. I actually will show one of the characters. Yeah, Spike. Here's Spike. In fact, that's his son who's back. Yeah, also, if it's a case where, yeah, he launches off, but then he's kind of going in there saying, like, hey, I'm going to imitate my father this way. It's like, he's a budding fighter as well. I mean, that's kind of cool as far as, like, doing the spin around. So as I said, this game has some values. Just as it, look, maybe I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing I did with, Sonic the Fighter the first time, saying, like, okay, it's not Streets of Rage, not Dynamite Deca, and saying, like, okay, I'm judging it harshly against that. Is it, maybe it's one of those things where, and I look at the notes a little on this one, on all these games tonight. Maybe if there's more of a backstory. I didn't see as much of one as, say, Sonic the Fighters, for example. But maybe in the case there being a case like that, maybe that's something like, okay, I get what they're going for more, and get it. I mean, as is now, it's something like, it's fun enough. It's not a case where it's really that bad a game. It's just something where, I don't know, it's maybe even feel a little empty, but we are seeing the interesting stuff going on in the story here of saying, I guess the idea that, yeah, Inferno's the group, and Mikhail is the leader of Inferno. And the SpikeOut's begun. And the war will never end until we stop him. Yeah, Team Spike, that's our counterattack. I'll go one more level and look at Ocean Hunter. I think it's going to be the end of the show. Mostly. Yeah, let's go to Diesel Town and go to my next game over. Actually, the way it's structured as far as how it goes visually, it's almost like House of the Dead in the sense of you kind of go into an area, and it's almost like a first-person view as far as like doing a walk, and then, but in this case now, unlike that one, you're in a beat-em-up case. Although there is sort of a game like that connected to House of the Dead. That's Zombie Revenge. That's also on the Dreamcast as far as the home version we got. I think it was an arcade game as well. Actually, and it is tied to House of the Dead. But I've never played it, and I don't know how it is. I've heard mixed things. Even compared to the weird spin-offs of House of the Dead that exist. Because remember, House of the Dead, I was saying to my friends the other day, or my coworkers as well, saying the typing of the dead. We're talking about how amazing typing the dead is, which even they know. Like, oh, the game's awesome. The best game ever made that you never knew you wanted. I'll definitely say that for sure. But then I mentioned, right, because I was talking about, like, what games on, they were asking me, like, what games on DS were mature rated? And I looked up and I remember Touch the Dead. And it's like, excuse you? I was like, oh, hold on. It's not from Sega. It's not like a game where you touch the dead to kill them like a zombie shooter. Sort of is, but it's not from Sega. But then I said, like, but think about House of the Dead spin-off. There's the Pinball of the Dead on the Game Boy Advance. There's English of the Dead. They let you learn English as far as it's... For, I think it's on the DS that's allowed. There's Flick of the Dead, or Flick of the Dead or something, which is, no, it's Flick the Dead. It was on iOS in Japan. So all these weird spin-offs as far as that of what they could do totally crazy with House of the Dead. Even House of the Dead Overkill, which is, I guess, part of the franchise, sort of, kind of. That goes like a grindhouse, completely politically incorrect take of itself. For that, it's a little different. But even by that standard, something like, I don't know if people like Zombie Revenge that much, but it is also something where, okay, you sort of have those worlds melding. I don't know if Spike's gonna be able to take out these guys and gals. Okay, maybe I was wrong when I said, hey, you know, don't put it on easy, it's too easy. Maybe first level is just too easy, but alright. Sorry, Spike. Even my kid's saying, like, yeah, get up, Daddy, please. I mean, we'll live, but it's like, yeah, we have to go. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, that's SpikeOut Final Edition. It's not bad, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those I don't know games. But it is in this release. Actually, no, there's two more games. I forgot. There's one more we got to show. And actually, this is also going directly to what we showed earlier. Much more. And I got to turn the volume down this one because this game gets loud. Like, very loud. And I got to put in what is... Okay, I did do on SpikeOut. I just want to make sure I did. Alright. Okay, we looked at Fighting Vipers earlier. Let's take a look at the sequel. Here's Fighting Vipers 2. We're going to go on normal on this baby. I also had to turn the volume down, which I did, because this game gets loud. This came out in 1998 in the arcade. It was released in the US. I mean, Fighting Vipers mainly was a bigger thing in Japan always than it was in the US. But it came out in the arcade in 1998. It is running Model 3 as far as the arcade board now. This did get ported to Dreamcast, although it was not released in the US. It came out in Japan and Europe in 2001. Over the original game, this adds Super KOs and also some new characters. And this is by AM2, so we're back to AM2 with actually the last game in there is for tonight. And you've definitely seen an upgrade in the graphics department. Not to look bad as far as the Model 2 look of the first one, but this one, they really took the extra tech. And it was the same Virtua Fighter 3 team in particular that was involved in that. They took the extra tech and they really amped things up. And there's Emmy as well. She's new. She wears like restaurant signs and things like that. Come in, we're open, things like that. And there's Bon again. So a lot of the characters from before it. Oh yeah, you again. There's Mahler. Look at him. Sandman, so yeah, we're seeing all the characters we saw before, but also some new ones. There's Raxel once more. Yeah, I think they're leaning more into the presentation, the intro with this one. And there's Candy. Oh no, Honey. No, wait a second. Okay, no, it's not the same case. Alright, there you go. Yeah, presented by Sega.
Fighting Vipers 2.
Also, they changed the announcer to male announcer this time as opposed to a female one. And we have, looks like Dural from Virtua Fighter. Yeah, we didn't see that when we played Virtua Fighter 2 because I didn't beat the game. We'll see about that. We have Emmy, we have Bon, Picky again, Jane, Raxel, Mahler. Grace, Sandman, Honey, so it's not Candy. Tokyo, Charlie, Del Sol, Kun, and Emmy. I can't show Emmy, but I also will show... I'll show Honey, I'll show Picky as well.
Round 1.
Alright, fighting against Charlie. He is running the bicycle, so yeah, like Picky runs with the, the skateboard, he's got the bike. Also, you still have those knock moves going on, and if you use that as the ending blow in a battle against somebody, you can knock them out of the way. Boom. And also, you still have the armor system going on. In that case, boom, boom, boom. This game is really, really smooth. And in my case, this game wasn't the arcades, but just like Sonic the Fighters, I never, ever saw this game in the arcades. I don't even think I saw Fighting Fighters 1 now I'm thinking about it, but this one I definitely didn't. We didn't get that Dreamcast version here. It only got released in Japan and Europe, so when they put this to the like Dragon games, it was Man Erases Name Again that was the one we looked at that had it. And now this one. Yeah, it was great to kind of see that. Ow. Alright, I got hit by a bike, but in that case, yeah, the bike was no match for my my welcome signs. It says, yes, we are open. Actually, almost looks like an internet influencer years before that even existed.
Round 1.
Alright, so here's Emmy again. So, alright, we're back in Old Armstrong Town. So here's the Kale Corral restaurant for the first game. The whole place is on fire now. Also, I do want to try and do the knockout. You can still do the knockout things with the fences. There you go, boom. And you're going out of town, so yeah. Look at that, I love that. Yeah, in that case, I knocked you so far out, she's like, Old Armstrong Town's like, no, get out of town. It's literally like the Western thing of saying, like, yeah, you're not welcome in this part. Yeah, you take your sorry hide and you get your ass out of town. In that case, I'm just gonna push you out. And I love it. Oh, there you go. Alright, I knocked your armor off, and then I just said, okay, now you're not going through the fence, you're going over the fence. Yeah, it does still have the armor system that the first game had. And it's still just as fluid as the first one as well. Alright, now here's Honey. Actually, oh, maybe she did die. Maybe that's the thought. I don't know the lore of, Fighting Vipers, because yeah, she has the angel wings. So yeah, maybe they weren't lying. Maybe the idea is that Candy was Honey was the sister of Candy, she died, she's back to life. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those franchises I don't know that well. But it's like Bloody Roar. That's another 3D fighting game franchise. Not Sega, admittedly. That's Hudson Soft, the one that I do not know a whole lot about. I only played one entry. That was the third one, which had like 3 different versions based upon the home version you played, by the way. And that's an interesting one, but one I don't have a copy of, so not yet as far as showing it. But maybe we should. Maybe that's a case of maybe a showcase. Looking at some of these weird off-kilter fighting games, 3D fighting games of that era. I mean, I know everybody knows big games or big names like Virtua Fighter or Mortal Kombat or Soul Calibur or something like that. What about a Fighting Viper? What about Bloody Roar? What about... I wouldn't put Dead or Alive in that category. I think Dead or Alive is, in a weird way, very popular as far as how it goes, that would kind of be maybe concluded. But I don't know, maybe just a weird, I guess, off-kilter, I guess, underrated, underappreciated, or, I don't know, niche, fine, niche is the better word, niche 3D fighting game showcase idea, perhaps. That's one where I definitely want to go deep as far as looking at even other stuff. I mean, compared to some other weird stuff I could show, something like Fighting Vipers 1 and 2, or Bloody Roar 1, 2, 3, and 4 are normal. Compared to stuff like Fight for Life or something like that, as a working Viper. Alright, here's Picky. So Picky is looking this way, so actually he looks more like Mega Man a little bit in the sense of how his helmet's looking, but he does still have the knee, shoulder, and arm pads. Yeah, the moves do still flow really well. Honestly, as much as I have had a great time looking at Sonic the Fighters tonight, and I got a greater appreciation for that than I already had. Honestly, this is also giving me more of a great appreciation on fighting vipers, in all honesty. I guess maybe even in SpikeOut's case, you know, maybe I'm appreciating that one a little more, because the person I played the other night, like, I'm not feeling this thing. No, it was last night I played it. Like, oh, God, it feels like it was longer than that. Right, because I did audio testing them last night. Like, yeah, what's this game about? Because I said, oh yeah, I forgot it was in this. I said, we're looking at everything in this as far as this mostly M2 showcase on top of the redo on Sonic Fighters. Ooh. Yeah, Piggy's not screwing around anymore, so we have to get him set. Yeah, the mic hasn't gone bad. Maybe I hit the cable. That's what I'm thinking. I'm basically keeping that cable out of my distance. Oh, crap! I'm getting myself knocked out and off in the water I go. I will use the other mic. Oh, wait, you're coming after me. Is that the thought? He's like, nah, I don't want to. I want to go swimming with you. Alright, you're F-rank Viper. And they do give you ranks. That's a new thing this one does as well. I'll show off, yeah, I'll show off Picky and I'll show off, Honey. I'm thinking Candy, but let's look at Picky. Why not?
Round 1.
Okay, so what's better, BMX biking or skateboarding? I guess for us it's going to be skateboarding, otherwise, you know, it's not going to be good. I think the moves are a little different. Also, the other thing you're noticing when you use certain attacks, you see in the stick movement in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, right there, it means you're stunned. That's something that Virtua Fighter 4 would indicate. But actually, I think... Actually, I think, I don't know, maybe this isn't right. Is this the first AM2 fighting game before Virtua Fighter 4? Because this is after Virtua Fighter 3 from 1996. Was there another AM2 fighting game aside from this before Virtua Fighter 4 came out? Because Virtua Fighter 4 was 2001 that came out. And on the PlayStation 2 it came out in 2002. I don't know if maybe this had some of the ideas that then they put into Virtua Fighter 4 later. Particularly in terms of that stun thing. That's what that means. When the stick shakes, it means like, oh yeah, you're starting to wiggle the stick to get your way out. I think I might want to put more time into this, in both of these, actually. And I think this is the only two. I don't think there's another one. Yeah, I'm knocking her out of town again. I guess that's the favorite thing of people to do here. Like, yeah, Emmy, you're going out of town. We don't want you here anymore. I mean, we're saving her with fire, I guess. That's the other thing. We'd look at the humanitarian action, saying, hey, you know, you could die of smoke inhalation or something here with everything on fire, so leave town where there's fresh air. I don't know. But knock your armor off. Why not? And also knock her little helmet off, too. Okay, in that case, now I'm burning her. Oh my god. Alright, now she's definitely gonna die. Shit, okay. Now, look at his look as far as that's saying, yeah, I just killed someone with the fire. That's amazing. Okay.
Let the action begin. Go!
Also, great attention to detail as far as the fact that it's a windy tower with the helicopter up here, and you're seeing, actually, I think... Actually, I don't know if Piggy's clothes are shaking in the wind, but I know Honey's are. And I'll show Honey off as far as the last thing with this one. No looking ocean runner. Oh no, yeah, Piggy's dying, sorry.
Round 2. Let the action begin.
So yeah, that's usually the theme as far as this. Cases of Piggy's background, the idea of like who's Honey or who's Candy as far as the other one, and then people just dying because of how they get knocked out or something. Oh, she's getting me on the ground. Whoop. There you go, knock you out. That is so satisfying, my god. I love it.
Round 3.
That was a question like, how'd you get back up here? Actually, it's supposed to be like Honey the Cat going back to Sonic the Fighters again. I guess it makes sense for some of her animalistic moves as far as like just kind of calm the ground. There you go, boom. Actually, yeah, I think I knocked all her armor off, and then in that case, yeah, go for swim.
You win. Round 1.
Oh, there's Picky's alternate costume. Actually, I like that.
Go.
Now he's doing stomping. All right. Yeah, but that, yeah, computer Picky's not screwing around. Okay. Also, when I lose, I'll look at Honey and oh yeah, it is Honey. See, it's funny. I'm trying to forget it, or I'm trying to remember. I have to say Honey or Candy for the one. Candy's the first one. Honey's the second one. All right, there you go. Off with your armor. No, I got flipped over.
Round 3. Let the action begin. Go.
It's interesting. I'm looking also as far as how long I've been running the show, because I mean, if I lost 15 minutes of material, as Gemini 96 you're saying, which I probably did. I mean, I'll get a better count when I edit. If I did, it's a case where I'm only doing 4 hours as opposed to 4 hours and 15 minutes now.
You win.
Alright, I do want to show off Honey again. Oh, no, can't.
Round 1.
No, it is Honey. Shit.
Let the
See, I'm psyching myself out as far as this. You know, I'll maybe let Bond kill me. And then after this, we have only one more game. Yeah, probably shouldn't try to win.
round 2. Let the action begin. Go.
Yeah, we were both having to grab, trying to get ourselves out of it. And unfortunately, I'm doing too well. You know what? I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to stop this right now. I'm going to pull out I'm stopping and like remember who I'm playing as far as the next character. No, I'm gonna put it on hard so I get myself decimated. We're gonna look at Honey and then we're going on Ocean Hunter.
Select your fighter.
Yeah, nothing against the other characters, but I want to focus this way. And we can definitely do a full show on any of this stuff, except for Sonic the Fighters, because I think I've already covered the whole way, I think.
Go.
Or we do that as multiplayer. That's another thing we could possibly do as far as it, so I'm not against that either. That being said, a lot of her moveset is similar to Candy's in the first game. There you go, I knocked both of them down. Okay, that was nice. Yeah, go. In this case, now I'm just so focused as far as how this is. That and I've also went to pretty much all the discussion I think we can go into, except for the next game. There you go. There's the rest of his armor now into the waterfall. So yeah, in that case, yeah, we're shooting him into the dam. He's not living through that. There you go. Look at the chain going on there as far as her. Okay.
One. Let the action begin. Go!
Yeah, I guess we'll try and see what's going on with Emmy again. We're gonna get Emmy thrown into the fire and out of town again. And then after that, we'll go on the Ocean Hunter. Yeah, because I've been playing this game for maybe longer than I've expected. Maybe I just like, maybe I'm just a hidden Fighting Vipers fan. I guess I'm realizing it. Ooh, that was perfect synchronicity. Well, we did that. Oh no. Time's up, but yeah, you lost. I was thinking, maybe I realized I'm a Fighting Vipers fan without having known it until now. I mean, I enjoyed this one. I looked at two. Actually, I enjoyed both of these when I looked at them before, but I don't know. I'm enjoying both of them much more now. Maybe because I'm just sitting in soaking. Okay, yeah. Now I bashed her through the KO Corral. All right, there you go. Fantastic, and also knocked the sign off. I don't think there's a way to improve as far as that or go further than that. That was amazing. All right, we're stopped there. I've played this too long, but yeah, okay. I guess I'm really liking both these Fighting Vipers games. Maybe we should do a Fighting Vipers 1 and 2 show. All right, there you go. That's Fighting Vipers 1 and 2. Play them. So even SpikeOut say play them. That's what I'm gonna say. Play every game we're showing tonight for different reasons. And last on our list is another game I was very curious when they said, oh, it's getting poured in the hall. I'm also turning the volume on this one a bit because it gets a bit quiet. I'll put it up to 19.5 or 8. No, 19.5. There we go. Yeah, I was just waiting for it to take as far as that. Okay. Last on our list tonight is this game. This is the Ocean Hunter, the 7 Seas Adventure, as they indicate. This came out in September of 1998 in Japan and October 1998 in the US and Europe in the arcade from Sega and WoW Entertainment. This also is a Model 3 arcade game. It's a light gun shooter, but you're seeing there as far as how the setup is on this. You have basically turrets you're holding onto. So it's not like a light gun the way House of the Dead is. But for that, you basically are on a swivel, like doing shooting that way. And it is for 2 players. And you're going deep sea diving. Basically, you have to save people from sharks and eels and things underneath the water. It's also something of like a steampunk vibe. Actually, not dissimilar to Skies of Arcadia in a weird way.
The 7 seas spread throughout the world. It is said that there is a monster for each of these 7 seas.
Yeah, alright, so yeah, the idea is that ships are being attacked by these monsters and receiving bounties. So we want to go and help people, we also want to take the money that goes... Actually, so it is like Skies of Arcadia in a weird way. Yeah, there's the Kraken taking the ship apart. Or the Kraken, as they indicate in the dialogue.
The ocean is not only a place of blessing,
That's true. I mean, I'd be curious what Crescendo 64 thinks of this, because I know he's going to or has played some of the Like a Dragon games that happens in it. I know he says, like, yeah, I don't fuck with the water, it doesn't fuck with me either, for that very reason. But I don't know what he'd think about playing this game, saying going down there and, defeating these creatures. The brave youths go out to face the mods, like, whoa, young people saying, like, yeah, we're gonna stop them.
Ocean Hunter.
Or they're gonna get eaten, perhaps. Alright, so I'll tell you how to play this game. Yeah, don't shoot divers, use life point. Yeah, this definitely is House of the Dead adjacent. But as opposed to House of the Dead, where it's got a lot of blood and violence, this one, I mean, there's a lot of shooting, but it's a case where they don't necessarily die in bloody ways. You also have auto reloads pointing out when you're shooting, as opposed to House of the Dead. House of the Dead, would have an auto reload added in House of the Dead 3, but that was years after this. Basically going all across the sea, going across sunken ships, and into, you know, areas for getting stuff set. We're pointing out the sound mixing. This is going to be a little weird because the audio of the game is a little louder than everything else is as far as the sound effects. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that, so if it sounds like it's weird or like off balance, I can't do anything to help. But I'm going to play. Okay, so Kraken is around and we have to stop them around. Also save the people underneath the water from being eaten. The divers will be attacked by sharks. Alright, yeah, we have Terrell in particular and also the other one who they named, I think, as far as that. His music, by the way, was by Masanori Takeuchi, who did music for Golden Axe, the Revenge of Death Adder, Wild Riders, and Sky Target. In this case, yeah, just shoot the enemies as they go. For this one, you basically move around with the left analog stick and you shoot on either the left or right trigger. If you press the left or right bump, you have infinite shots, basically going rapid. You might want to just hold one of those buttons and never look back. And the challenge of this game comes from the smaller things like the eels and things like that. You have to do them specifically. Every so often, okay, I killed him, unfortunately. You have White Death, you have little mini-bosses. He could also kill the creature, but unfortunately, yeah. It's too late, I shot him, sorry. Alright, that's one reason why you might not want to go rapid fire, but when the enemies are there, you want to do that. Because basically, if they come towards you, they bite you, and then you lose health. So I guess it's like House of the Dead, but a little more whimsical, though in all honesty, House of the Dead is plenty whimsical for my taste, honestly. I will say this. This game is interesting, and it's not a bad time, but I like House of the Dead much more than this. But to give Sega and WoW credit for saying, okay, we're going to have a different milieu going down here. And it is interesting. And you have Barracudas. You definitely have a lot of deep-sea denizens to shoot at. And if you play with another player, it's definitely going to be a good time. I played this game in the arcade. My brother and I played this. We didn't necessarily love this as much as House of the Dead or other light gun games or other co-op games that way. But it definitely is an interesting warp, no question. And as I mentioned, I just love the fact that I got a game over. We're going to continue a couple times. I'll go to the first boss and then we'll probably stop. I do love the fact that these games are going to be released. Even if I will come back to them and like, I don't know if I'm loving these things. In case of having it re-released and having it fail. I mean, Yakuza 3's remake has emergency call ambulance. I haven't played it, and I never saw it in the arcades, but the fact that it has a modern port, I'm very happy to see. To the point where, honestly, one thing I'd like to see Sega do is that I love when they put these in the Yakuza games, like with Shenmue. Initially, they didn't do this with this franchise, and when they started doing it, that's why it really took off. As far as these franchises, for me, as far as the Yakuza games. But I'm always wondering if maybe Sega could take some of these games, just put a couple of classic game compilations out on the wall and that's. Not that I mind buying the Like a Dragon games or playing them to play them, but also in case like I feel maybe guilty of saying like when they announce something like that, I'm more excited about that announcement than the game it's a part of. But then I play the game it's a part of, as we got the Kraken here, and I realized with Fire Yakuza and Y here, it's a really good game. On top of it just being just a great bonus, and also talk about a great value for your money as well. Now, for the Kraken, what you want to do is you want to hit the tentacles there when they come down and hit them down before they hit you. With that rapid fire, it's not too good. You do have to be quick on the throw. You do have to hit into the eye as well. Basically take the tentacles out, and when you get to a point of being able to hit the eye, but also, he's got me, so yeah, you also get stuck, and you have to aim for the eye and shoot that, otherwise you're not going to get out alive. Aimu the eye, that was weird. Hurry up. Also, if you don't die, if you take too long, you're going to die, so don't do that. And when you complete a mission, you do get money for your rewards, and you also get treasure boxes you hit. I hit one of them as along the way. And you go to the next area. Now our next target is the Leviathan. I'll go to my next game over. Yeah, stick with the young hunters if you please. Yeah, unfortunately there's a hammerhead shark around. And I'll say, unlike House of the Dead, you don't always have as much time to react when the sharks or the other creatures come up as you do in that game. So sometimes you have to be really quick on the draw. Sometimes just beeline it for them. Oh yeah, here they come, and everything's right there already. They usually have multiples on it like this. And that rapid fire can only help so much. That's also why 2-player is a vital help. Oh shit, I didn't mean to shoot him. Fine, I'll do one more. I'll actually go to like die. As opposed to me killing somebody. Oh, the Hydra. Oh. Oh, another one. It's like, yeah, I always say, oh no, I'm surrounded. So I got the 3 heads of the Hydra. Actually not similar to one of the bosses in House of the Dead 2. I'm surprised the House of the Dead games are not ported in these. And I know Sega's ported those before. At least they, okay, let me rephrase that. They ported House of the Dead 1 and, or House of the Dead 2 and 3 direct. 1 never was direct. In this case, I got enough cases that I'm taking the game over. Yeah, so that's game over. Alright, so yeah, that's the Ocean Hunter as far as just a little bit of a extra bonus as far as showing that off. And showing off these other Sega games. I think with that, I think we're done as far as this. So in that case, I'm going to quit out. I'm going to also pull out some music to listen. You know what? I think I'm going to pull out, yeah, I'm going to pull out Rowdy from Virtua Fighter 3. So let's put Virtua Fighter 3 up. Let's get that set, and then I'll go over the end of the show and all that stuff. Also, what do I have on the number for VF3? Yeah, it should be good. Okay. Okay, with that, that's the end of the show for tonight. So, thanks for joining me, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. For Sonic the Fighters in particular, because, yeah, like, we did look that the longest. I also figured, let's make another showcase out of it. Also, to be brutally honest, I wanted to kind of do another show that was like when we looked at Daytona USA. I've taken a look at other games as far as it, but when I had audio problems, I was like, maybe I can do it better, and you'll fix that. I've been looking to do that for that game, but also for some of these other ones. And Sonic the Fighters' case, I did want to kind of do more with that one anyway, and celebrate 30 years of it. Yes, final thoughts I'll say as far as it is that Sonic the Fighters you haven't played that, I would recommend it. It's a fun time. And a case where maybe something where I took it for granted, well, not took it for granted, a case where I judged it weirdly, but now looking back on it, my eyes are open, and I definitely like it. And we did have preview some other stuff. Virtua Fighter 2, as mentioned, is quite a good game. And then also, Fighting Vipers. I think Fighting Vipers maybe was the surprise of the evening as far as myself. We've fallen in that one. And 2 as well. And Like a Dragon, Pirate, Yakuza, and Hawaii. I'd definitely recommend the game itself. For the game itself, but also for the classic Sega games in this, in which the highlights are the Daytona USA games. I should sort of Virtua Fighter 3 and Fighting Vipers 2. I gotta tell you, Fighting Vipers, kind of a convert on that one. And I definitely say, yeah, good times are gonna be had. Even in cases of the games that kind of on, because I'm sort of on the Ocean Hunter. Not that I dislike it. And same with SpikeOut. But even then, there's some interesting things going on, and I'll say, maybe this is the point when it comes to these Like a Dragon games above anything else. Along with being pretty fun and involved, Shenmue likes to kind of, in a way, build really well off of what Shenmue did. Although there's always going to be only one case of Shenmue, which is very near to my heart, for sure. But still, even so, the fact that they are really good games as far as that, but then also the idea of them saying, hey, this is their way, or Sega's way of saying, let's get emulation of these older arcade games of ours. Some they never got to us before now. I do love that for sure. And giving a reminder of the great heritage of Sega. So I'm always a big one. I'm a big proponent of Sega, if you cannot tell, but also a case of that I know them so well. I grew up with them. For myself, the Sega Genesis, but also a lot of the arcade stuff, but also in if nothing else, tonight's show reflecting the idea that I still have a lot of new perspectives to discover Sega myself. It's a never-ending case, and I love doing that for sure, with anything, but especially with them for tonight as far as the focus. But I had a really good time as far as that, and with this, we are approaching Super Bowl Game Saturday now, officially Saturday. Because as I mentioned, I've got stuff going on tomorrow, so we're not going to have a Saturday show. And same next week, so let's talk schedule as far as that as well. A lot of it's sort of the same as last week, but also we'll definitely go into some of the highlights as far as that and some stuff I know more for sure. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you had a good time, as much as I did. I definitely had a good time bringing these games to you and also kind of soaking them in myself. But as far as that, just to let you know, let's talk schedule. Our next show is going to be next Friday. That's going to be on May 15th. We're playing Felony 1179 for the PlayStation. This is underrated ditty from the 32-bit era. That's part of the Runabout franchise, the first game in the series from Climax Entertainment, who made Shining Force, interesting enough. And it's a game where it's this crazy driving game where you're going around to collect objects in an open world where there are a lot of screaming people that you can't run over because there's cardboard people. But just a case of saying, yeah, go along and get stuff going and try and avoid the cops and get everything you need to get to the end in time. It's crazy, it's strange, it has a great soundtrack by the Surf Coasters. It will not be licensed content, I don't think. I mean, I looked at its sequel, or one of the sequels, Super Runabout San Francisco Edition a couple years ago for the Dreamcast. I didn't have a problem with that. I don't think I will with this one. If I do, I'll mute the music and I'll explain it next week as far as that and apologize profusely. But this is a unique one. This is a game I know nobody really has heard of, but also that's the other thing I like to do is like bring some games that, yeah, maybe you never heard of. Mike, because I had not been that familiar with it. I'd seen advertisements from magazines over the years, but also a case of saying that, okay, I want to actually give this game a look. I bought it for like $10 years ago. This game's kind of interesting. Kind of chintzy, kind of weird, not the best game you're ever going to play, but still something that is a fascination. In that case, I do want to show. We're doing that next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on May 15th for Friday. That's going to be our last Friday show for a little bit of time. But our next Saturday show after that's going to be on May 23rd. Gemini 96 in chat tonight is going to be on for Tetris Effect Connected. Doing our next scoping session for it, or for a game this month as far as it. And we're playing that. We've shown it before. We want to get a sense of what's the best way to handle this for full coverage. And we adore this game. We all do, as far as him and I, but also Doc Benny was on show and we demoed it before. But all of our chat, we were like, oh my god, this game's amazing. We got to come back to this for show. We are get a sense of what's the way we should cover this and fully expose everybody to it and everything about it. Because this is a game to savor. When we're on the Switch version, running through Switch 2, as we mentioned previously, that's going to be Saturday of May 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Both looking forward to that. I did confirm with Gemini 96 today that, yeah, we're still on for that. I just want to make sure, as far as just to make sure that that's all set. But it is. And then our next actual showcase, as far as it, this was kind of a makeshift one. But yeah, the Classic Game Compilation Show. We got that coming out at the end of the month. It's going to be on May 30th for Midway Treasures 3 for GameCube. There's a lot of driving games from Midway with questions on the porting. But also, as a bit of a bonus, I'm going to give you some Nintendo 64 ports and Midways that are not included in that. There's one exception. And give a look of those for more Midway goodness. So it's going to be a bit of a showcase and also the compilation show. Because we're going to show the compilation, finishing off the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy. And GameCube is the place we're playing this one because A, it's the best one, and B, because we looked at PS2 and Xbox for the other ones. So Nintendo's getting their time to shine as far as that. We're running it through the Wii that I bought. That is why I bought it, so I could show you all these weird games in not progressive scan, but pretty damn close to it, but with component cable outputs. Yeah, totally wrong reason to buy a Wii with GameCube support, but I did it and I'm glad about it. And you're not going to want to miss that show for our May compilation show. Then, week after that, a little bit of an update, just to let you know. We're starting Link's Awakening for the Switch version, as far as what Zelda Link's Awakening to doing that. Specifically, we're going to be doing that on June 5th. That's the Friday, not the Saturday, as I said last week. Because we got something planned for the Saturday. Actually, something Ultra94T was saying to me. He was going to be on the show last year. He was not able to make it for the Zelda demo discs we showed. He said, hey, I want to do something with streaming. You want to do something as far as that weekend, as far as the Saturday. So, yeah, sure, I'll move the show up to Friday. But, well, we might be on again, honestly, for that show. Something. That's a question, but that's what we're looking at. It might be part of our show, it might be something that he's doing as far as something else, but I got my tech as far as how I'm going to do it, because I talked to him today about it. So yeah, that might be a little bit of a grab bag, and it's something I'm curious to see, because I don't know completely what it is, but I also said, yeah, when you know what you want to do, let me know what you want to do so I can take notes if needed, as is the case. But then our next show after that is also going to be Friday. That's going to be for our next scoping session for June. That's going to be for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We are playing the Switch port of the game, which was on DS in the US and Game Boy Advance in Japan. Edwack and Nicky are joining me for this one because they love their franchise, and I want to give them one perspective to look at it, because they said when it comes to doing it fully for the show, they said, you do it yourself. I said, you both love this franchise. You want to at least have the scoping session for this? And they said, yeah, absolutely, for that. It's been a while since I've been on the show, actually since the beginning of the year. So yeah, we're all looking forward to that, and that's going to be the Friday show, because usually they do a Friday, and that's no exception. Then on June 20th, we have Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. I'm not playing on Super Nintendo. I have it on Sega Genesis. Yeah, since we're at the beach here, talk about a great summer game. That 2D platformer from Shiny Interactive, the company that becomes Shiny Interactive, Virgin Games. It's a really great game that you'd think, would it be if it's tied to a food product as far as an advertisement case? Yeah, it is tied to that, but it's a great game. They focused, I think, on saying, alright, it has this element of Spot the 7-Up mascot, and you can collect 7-Up for health icons or health power-ups. But also said, let's focus on making a kick-ass game for this one, and my god, did they. It's really good, and I definitely want to show that. It's going to be your request of next month. On the request, sort of on the quest, but also on the, this is a real game, and I kind of want to see this, of AJ42. Who also will be involved with the show we do the week after that, which is not going to be live. It's only going to be on our YouTube site. It's going to be on June 27th, and you're not going to be available as far as show at all that weekend. We have our setup show of Final Fantasy XIV that's coming up. I set up my account for that one as far as it for the scoping session that we're now going to do next year, not this year, as I mentioned last week. But we did record that. I have that set, or will be set, as far as uploading then for that weekend that we're off. Then week after that, July is coming a little more into play. I'm also doing a Friday show, I think, again, because 4th of July is on Saturday, so I think what I'm going to do is we're going to take a look at Wave Race Blue Storm for the GameCube. That's going to be on July 3rd, tentatively speaking. If that changes, I'll let you know. We'll also have Legends of Zelda Link's Awakening going on that month as well, continuing. And then I talked to Christian64 today. He did say he wants to start Kodelka for the PlayStation in June, and he is, for the most part, going to be running blind. And he also said to me this, which is that, how do you want to handle a couple things on this in terms of how long it is? Because nowhere near as long as either of the Shadow Hearts games. It is the prequel to Shadow Hearts 1. It's about a little under 20 hours. He said he's thinking he wants to start earlier and maybe run longer parts, the same way we did with Shadow Hearts Covenant. And it'll just be him, will not be Chasm22 for that one, because we asked Chasm22 if you want to be in on this. Like, yeah, you do it yourselves. Okay, sure, no problem. So, he's going to start that at some point in July. Don't know when yet, but it'll also be earlier. We're thinking maybe 3 p.m., but that's going to push 864. So he's coming back to the show as far as that. Our scoping session that month, I think I'm going to do Age of Empires 2. I wanted to show this for a while. I'm running it through Xbox Series X here with its Xbox One port, but it has been enhanced for Series X now. I've been looking for an excuse to show this game off. I love Age of Empires 2 with all my heart and soul. I've played it ever since the PC days of 1999 when it came out. This is the enhanced version, but it does have mouse and keyboard controls on top of normal way of play. I've always wanted to show this game. It's a long game. There's tons to this in terms of the campaigns that are available and also just in terms of really anything about it. But I've always wanted to show it. It's a fantastic real-time strategy game. We've not really shown enough of that. And that's what we're going to be looking like. I think that's the one for July. And because of that, August, our viewer request for August and dates to be determined, On the Ball for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be on Elect vs. Quest. We're going to play that. Kodelko will be continuing. We're thinking it's a question of whether it's going to only need 2 parts. Maybe it will. Maybe 3. That'll be a question. And Link's Awakening, I think, still be going on. And then the Scoping Session show for August, we're in the summer with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Then September, as I've mentioned, I'll have a better answer to this maybe next week, or if not next week, definitely we do the Tetris Effect Connected show. I might be out half of September, to let you know. So that's going to be a question mark. Our scoping session that month is going to be also our viewer request, though. That's going to be for Mass Effect, which Agent 42 wants to see. She loves that game. It's a big one, but I did want to at least get a setup going on that one. So that's going to be the question there. And also October, we do have maybe some choices. Crusader 64 is going to have an opening, and he did say we do have a show on Halloween night. And he said, I think I know on Halloween night or something. So that's going to be a question, and I also got confirmation today from Gemini96 that he is going to be doing Bloodborne for the PlayStation 4 starting that. She's like, I got to start practicing that. I'm like, okay, yeah, so you still want to do it for that? Said, yeah, that's the next thing I want to do. And also, I'm waiting on Electverse and chat to indicate this at some point when next time he's on the show. I'll ask him this, because I did give him the choice saying, when do you want to see Persona 3 FES as far as the scoping session? I'm going to guess October, just based on history of that when we did that with 99.7 last year, when I asked, like, what are you thinking? I think it'll be then, but if it is going to be earlier or later, I'll let you know, and we'll figure it. That is up to him, though. That's most everything. And some other stuff as far as the showcase show we're going to do in November for game show adaptation, and some other stuff in December, including our last couple of scoping sessions going on. And in January, as I mentioned, when Coldborn, what's the name of the expansion for Final Fantasy 14? I'm gonna see what that is. I'm not even gonna bother editing as far as how that is. Evercold. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Evercold's the expansion. When that comes out, or right around the time that comes out, we're going to have the scoping session for that in January of 2027. That's going to be the idea. But actually, so we're pointing out one other update. Of the weekends, I'm going to be off a weekend. Actually, I think it's going to be 2. But I'll let you know. I'll know more in a couple of weeks, I think, or maybe next week. I'm not going to do God of War off screen like I thought I might. I haven't practiced the game enough to be ready. I just think, like, what can I do in 2 parts if it takes that, and then have that set for show? I thought that, but then since I have to have stuff set for that Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 15 scoping session, I'm going to be doing off-screen stuff, or basically I'll stream stuff as far as that myself, and then I will put that as YouTube exclusive stuff. That's my thought. Because my goal is I have to be at level 30 to get my job set before Evercold comes out, but I should be able to do that. And also cover some of the story content that will be going on, so at least we'll have that set when we do the scoping session. So basically, we're doing a lot on Final Fantasy 14 as it is, as far as off-screen, before we get ready for going on-screen fully for it. And you're not going to miss that, or the other shows we got for sure. And with that, thank you so much for watching the show. I think that's everything for schedule tonight. And with that, hope you have a great start of your weekend now, a great rest of the weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Felony 1179 for the PlayStation. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, and take care, everybody.